streaming. I'm just gonna automatically start one of the podcasts.
They say if you want to go fast, go.
Sip, sip, sip.
Heyo.
I was listening to lots of Bavarian music.
Oh, yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't like it.
No, it's not good.
It's like I like most genres of music. The Bavarian music is stupid.
It is.
It's like silly.
It
and
is.
Like I feel
It's silly. Bavaria used to be its own silly little place where Bierstein used to be president, but then that Bierstein began to be filled.
I
to the
always
very
forget to
brim
do
with
this.
hate.
How to do this.
Can you imagine being like a guy at this time period and being like, ooh, I want to be Hitler?
Yeah.
Like, you think about Hitler as like, oh, what a dashing young man. They always say this stuff about him, about how like he was dashing and
Charismatic.
And you see all the videos of him, like I've been obviously up to my hairline and this stuff, but it's like you just like forget Hitler was like a wall-eyed monster man. Like kind of like they always talk about the charisma of Hitler, and then
did I press it?
whenever he's around
it's not
kids,
responding.
it reminds me of a certain someone where he's just like he's got these big, huge eyes. It looks like Marty Feldman.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got crazy, like he looks like he's frightening.
Yeah, well, it's Hitler.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still saying it's like when you go re-look at it again, like
Objectively.
you look and you realize like, oh, he also has those crazy like eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, those crazy eyeballs captured the heart of a nation. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marcus Parks, and I'm here with Henry Zabrowski. How you feeling, Henry?
I've never been more 41 years old.
Oh, great.
I can't wait for our audience to get ready to be 41 years old because this
I might have to
fucking
restart this.
series is
It's just not responding.
Dude, it is for
I
those
did
who
choose the
are
4K one.
41
We
years
might have to do the
old,
2K
who wanna
one.
be a 41-year-old man?
Yeah.
If you want to be one, I was explaining to my therapist this morning, he just had a child. Time for him to slap on the old horse feed bag of World War II content because it is coming for you by the trainload.
I feel like this is the series we could say anything about our wives and not get caught.
Yeah, boys.
My wife is extraordinarily supportive of my World War II love. It's just, she knows when I'm down and I'm like, I kind of need something to relax. She's like, do you want to put on your Nazi show?
Yeah, you're
Like,
right.
do you want to put on your Nazi show and maybe relax a little?
And once again, the beaches were filled with action. You're just smiling, drifting off to sleep. But dude, this is our A&E History Channel cramming your fucking asshole, jam-packed, filled with Himmler.
So happy about this.
Yes.
And of course, we also have. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay.
Ram-jammed with Hitler.
All right. There, I was talking to my guy this morning, and I was saying like, there's a few things in life that like I'm always
Another
gonna
bottle,
be
yes,
interested in, and I'm gonna
customizable
read and
model.
watch everything about
I'm
it,
gonna
no
have to
matter what.
reopen it.
It's the Nazis, Manson family, Jonestown.
I
and
got it
Hurricane
specifically
Katrina.
though
So
for
I'm
other
actually
characters.
like
For
that
another
one.
character, I was
9/11
thinking.
too.
You're a fan of 9/11.
I will watch everything about 9/11. Yes, I will.
I-
And we have a man who knows me very well, Ed Larson. How you doing, Ed?
My name is Edvard.
I like it.
Edward, I understand. Yeah.
I did explain to...
Sehr good.
I did explain to my therapist a little bit about how we were running into this, and I was trying to explain to him. I was like, I feel this sort of like, it's like a not happy. It's like the opposite of happy. It's like a bad feeling, but I don't know what the feeling is. And it's been reading all this material, and my therapist was like, so you've been reading about Nazis for 36 days or whatever, and you're feeling sad. I was just like, no, absolutely not.
Well, today's series
I actually
is
got
the
rid of some
first
of them from in
4
here because like a lot of them
profiles
like
on
I
some of the
wasn't
most evil
using.
men in the history of the world.
Yes!
A little something that we're calling the Mount
Oh, what?
Rushmore of evil.
Evil! It's evil! Now
before we get started, I want to say that Mount Rushmore itself is
It's
evil.
not-
Yes.
It was carved into a mountain in the Black Hills, which was supposed to be land given to the Lakota and
Oh,
Sioux
wait,
people.
what?
It was then taken back to carve these faces of the very men who helped commit the genocide
It's
of their
getting-
people
what?
into what is supposed to be the land given to them after the other land was violently taken away.
Hey, we have a right to take back the land that we took in the first place.
That's right. It was carved by father and son team Gutzen and Lincoln Borglum, who carved the mountain. Gutzon Borglum also helped begin the carving of Stone Mountain, which is a tribute to Confederate generals, complete with an altar to the KKK.
Hey, listen, he was there. He was
Ooh.
just a hired hand. He just loves rocks.
There we go. Okay.
Do an entire
Weird.
episode on this, but I think it's important to mention that the Nazis were known to be inspired by America's genocide of
Yes.
the indigenous people, thus starting the Holocaust. I'm sorry, Marcus, please continue.
100%, and we're going to be getting into that later on because you know why the Nazis were so inspired by our conquest of the West is because Hitler loved cowboy novels as a
really
kid.
did.
He
Oh,
absolutely
great.
loved cowboy novels. It's like, wow, there's some really great ideas in here.
Yeah, seeing him learn some chaps with a big old hat, nothing would make me happier to see a corpse in the dust.
You said chaps.
Thanks.
Okay, good.
Now these men, and yes, it's going to be all men for the Mount Rushmore of evil because we
knows?
couldn't think of a single woman to compare to these four.
Hey, we might. The fourth is
Let's
still
just
up.
not touch
Yeah, who knows?
anything.
Ladies, you still got a shot.
Yeah.
My step grandmother Baba was a cunt.
Yeah.
And Shirley is a bitch as well. I'll
You
tell
remember?
you that much.
Do you remember that fucking bitch Barbara Bush? Who knows?
It also is close to Halloween, so I thought I would use my Hollow Knight model.
Barbara Nine Bush.
And also, I'm multi-streaming.
These four
I'm
men
doing
are all
multi-stream
despicable
to
in their
YouTube
own
again
respect.
because fuck
These
it.
are men who perverted
I'll just have to deal with,
entire
like,
institutions,
copyright
and in
stuff when
some
we watch
cases,
Reddit stories or
entire
whatever.
countries to fulfill their own sick needs, desires, and beliefs. These are the worst.
Because I can't believe
of
it's
the
really
worst.
like with
The
how
ones who
the stuff
used and
happening with
abused
Twitch
power in
lately.
ways that
So many
caused
people are
untold
multi-streaming
damage
now.
on
Like one of my
humanity, both
favorite
physical
streamers,
and psychic.
Tomato, he's
The first
multi-streaming
had
to
go up
YouTube
on Mount
now.
Rushmore of evil, just
He
may be
was
the
never
worst
doing
we
that
have to offer.
before.
So we figured it would be appropriate to kick off this event with a Nazi. Because who's more objectively evil than Nazis? He asked as some dickhead began writing a comment on our Instagram page about
I
how
was
the Nazis
also
actually
going
really weren't that
to-
bad.
Let me go.
Buddy,
So I thought,
it's
why
all over
not?
the
It is-
place. I
it
was
is,
watching a really
like,
interesting
the thing to
documentary
do
about the Thule
nowadays.
organization, and I have so many people writing underneath that being like, no one's going to talk about the Jewish secret societies, and you're like, guys, I think we might not be learning the lesson.
Now, the obvious choice would be Hitler, but personally, I don't think that you really learn about the Nazis
there a
by
how-to?
focusing on Hitler specifically. Because
Read
studying
first, yes, give me
Hitler is more
this.
about studying a cult of personality, and Hitler is still such a
Station mask,
mystery
yes.
anyway that he almost becomes a little dull after a while.
It's all of the reports about him are both they don't make sense. Nothing adds up. No
It's
one
all
says
wildly contradictory, and
Yeah.
everyone's got a different pet opinion on Hitler. You can't pin him down.
he's the most written about man since.
Oh,
Jesus
okay, yeah, I'm
Christ.
going
So
to the
it's
wrong
one of those,
thing, and then
everybody's got
it's
something to
fucking
say.
up the
So
thing.
exactly.
Okay.
Just because Hitler wasn't even necessarily even about the Nazis. Hitler was all about Hitler.
Yeah. He wants it too much.
Read the directions,
Well, I think
people.
if you truly
Always
want
read the
to understand
directions.
Nazis, Nazism, and the true evil behind the whole movement, the person you've got to study is Hitler's number 2 guy, Heinrich Luitpold Himmler.
Yeah, number 2, man. Doo-doo, man.
He is a good man.
Chucky doo-doo.
Yeah, he's bad. He's ugly. He makes Hitler look handsome.
Dude, I've been launching
I
so
would
much
also
like
say we
snot
are
and stuff
aware
from
that
my
there was
throat.
a Behind the Bastards
Like, literally, I would
series
cough
that
and it
happened,
literally
I guess,
launches
vaguely
out and
recently,
into
but
my
also
mouth.
We've been working on this too long.
I just
Stop
wipe it
the
onto a
fucking-
tissue?
Like the trucks, we're doing this.
We've been preparing for this series for almost a year. We'll get into it later, but yeah, we had planned this Himmler series for right now, and we're going to fucking do this right now. We're
Yes.
going to cover Heinrich Himmler, this man who looks like if a potato was a balloon,
Yeah.
and if that balloon was overinflated and then tried to be reinflated.
Okay, we
Yeah,
go
to be honest,
here.
if you could get him those badass, like weird Nazi no rim glasses, Chad Daybell.
It's clam meat dressed in Hugo Boss. You know what I'm saying?
He really is
was
the
it? Wait, let's do the
least
first thing.
example
Yes.
of what you want. I mean, I'm just glad I'm not white.
He's an Easter egg that demanded it stay white. No colors on me! Wrigley's Chew was a man.
Ugh.
Don't come at Wrigley's Chew.
Now, out of all the high-ranking Nazis in the Nazi Party, Himmler was by far the one who believed in the philosophy of Nazism most fervently. See, Himmler was an idealist who truly believed that he was doing something good by orchestrating the murders of tens of millions of people across Europe. Now, just like any fascist government, there were plenty of people who joined up with the Nazis just because it made them feel powerful, or
Yeah.
because they believed they could take advantage of the situation for their own purposes. But Heinrich Himmler was no naked opportunist in the sense of using the Nazis for personal gain.
He didn't
Yeah.
have the guts to be an individual.
No. While Himmler was a loyal follower of Adolf Hitler until he wasn't, Himmler wasn't necessarily following Hitler like much of Germany did. Himmler was following the ideas, and it was Himmler who created and oversaw the plans to carry those ideas out. See, Himmler was the quintessential white person nerd we spoke of in our Nazi occult series so many years ago, meaning the thing that Himmler was obsessed with more than anything was white people, their origins, their history, and their supposed superiority over every other race.
What a beautiful way that he could have explored all the different ways we eat hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah.
There were so many things that he could have done here that he left on the table, like gherkin culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the most boring looking people.
I don't know, I mean, but think
Certainly the ugliest babies there are.
Oh, yeah.
Think of what we offer. Tuna fish
Okay.
sandwiches. Big ornate clocks. Honestly, we do amazing things.
We're really good at like taking things that they made and pretending we made it.
Yeah, great at that.
Packaging.
That's our shit.
It's called packaging.
Spaghetti.
Well, when you read about or hear some of the more off-the-wall Nazi beliefs about Aryan bloodlines or Atlantis, and you ask, who came up with this shit? The answer is Heinrich Himmler.
It's me.
Oh, apparently that was.
Because
Oh, I
Himmler
didn't have
was
to
the
do that.
Nazis' number one
It's
guy
like we
when
were
it came
fine.
to the
Okay.
occult. Basically, Himmler studied every racist, occult, and pseudoscientific writer he
So
could
let's
find.
go into the other
and he
stuff.
cobbled together both the belief system and the wild set of racial purity rules that every Nazi eventually followed. But just like Hitler himself, Heinrich Himmler was anything but the Aryan ideal. According to one source, he had, quote, and I love this description, a slack butt, a pigeon chest, a receding chin, and small feminine hands.
You knock that mustache
Ooh.
off, or you just take it down a shade. That's Lena Dunham. I mean, like, she'd be amazing as him in the movie. She should try to play him.
Oh
Now-
my God. That's
Wow.
exactly what he deserves.
Yeah.
As one fellow Nazi Party official put it, quote,
If I look like him,
How am I not seeing it?
Talk about race.
and that was a fellow Nazi. Now, to the point of appearance, one author said that Himmler was considered to be awkward looking for a German, but his inner world certainly reflected his outward appearance. For example, Himmler was plagued
see, that's
with
the wrong
constant
thing that she was
anxiety,
looking
which
for. She
caused
should- it's-
horrific
it
stomach
should say
cramps
in
throughout
here-
his entire life.
For
Emotionally,
expression
Himmler
editor,
was
it should
effectively
say that you
dead
go
and
to
approached every
hotkey
social
settings and
interaction, whether it be
expressions.
romantic or platonic, through the lens of what would be best for the Aryan race and his own personal
It's like,
agenda.
no wonder I couldn't find it.
But while Himmler sounds and looks like an absolutely ridiculous figure, he was, at one time, easily the most feared person in all of Europe. And he would brutally and directly orchestrate the deaths of 20 million people at most and 11 million at the very least. But incredibly, he did not, as far as we know, ever
right.
kill anyone with his own two hands.
Tiny hands.
I don't think he could clap.
Oh, that's very clear.
I don't
Dang.
think he had because it's
No,
just
I don't
the
like the
ultimate
boobs.
example of a guy that couldn't, wouldn't, and then basically punished the whole world
Yeah.
for it, which is sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, I imagine he would constantly look at his hands and his fingers and just be like, grow. Grow! Grow! What is wrong with you?
was so sad. His hands were so small.
It's like,
that
what?
it didn't
Okay,
even make
so
his,
now
like,
we could
penis look
start.
big. His penis-
I have a
like,
character that I
like,
want to
all you
be
could think of was how small
using
his
for
hands were.
stream.
If
For
only I could
days-
wrap the fingers
I hope it's
around
not
the
too
shaft.
loud for me to talk over.
You're giving him too strong of a voice. Hitler is the full-breasted one.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
For days where I just feel down or whatever and just want a chill game where I'm most likely going to end up not talking a lot, I thought of a character thanks to a design that I saw.
it's a good caricature.
That
but
will be
Himmler
going
he could bring out
called
the hot when he wanted to.
Silent Lamb.
Now, the
and the
personality
nickname
trait
being
that made
Lamb.
Himmler so interested in the white race was the same.
And this
that
is
made
like
him
I'm
an
basically
excellent
using this as a way
In his
to
pursuit of Aryan purity and German dominance over Europe, Himmler became
try
the
to think
main
of-
architect of not only the Holocaust but of the wholesale slaughter of the people of Eastern
I'm thinking
Europe.
small
See, while
boobs.
the
I'm
6
thinking
million Jews
small.
killed in the Holocaust is a horrifically large number.
Using this
it
to
only
kind
tells
of-
part of the story of the mass murder perpetrated by the Nazis.
I was gonna say, we
and
don't mess
organized
with that.
Specifically by Heinrich Himmler. Himmler was the creator and administrator of the concentration
Well, she's supposed to be
camps,
skinny.
where
I'm
up
thinking
to 2
skinny.
million people were executed. These 2 million included not only Jews, but LGBT people, communists, and basically anyone the Nazis didn't like.
Again, I'm Chadwick Boseman, according to him. You know what I mean? Like, I am the most foreign man to exist to him. I
Well-
want you to understand that.
Well, you're a Slav.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I get more Slavic every day.
Yeah. The
don't
concentration
know what that means.
camps, however,
My back's wider than my front. my back is coming around.
Wow.
My back is getting so big. Like, I'm Polish as hell, dude.
Yeah,
You
man,
are.
you're good at that.
the concentration camps, however, were just the end game of extermination.
Can I
It
get, like, a
began with
zombie
another
look?
of Heinrich Himmler's creations, the Einsatzgruppen, whose story we will finally tell in full during this series. We've been dancing
Yay.
around the Einsatzgruppen for years.
Great.
We're getting really hardcore
Oh,
into it
wow.
on this one.
Cool.
Yay, good. Can I be the funny one in the Eisenskruppen? Do they have a Goldberg?
No. Like a Goldberg? Certainly not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but an equivalent.
Comprised of
Get a
7
gray.
death squads made up of just a few hundred men each, the Einsatzgruppen terrorized, tortured, and murdered their way through Eastern Europe like a pack of psychotic locusts. Under Himmler's orders, the 3,000 members of the Einsatzgruppen murdered between 2 and 3 million people face to face using a horrific variety of tactics, which makes Himmler's death squads quite possibly the most prolific killers in world history. Think about that. 3,000 men, 3 million deaths.
How come no one went after them?
That's actually one of the massive injustices of the Nuremberg trials. Is the vast majority of the Einsatzgruppen, vast majority of them, they faced zero consequence, absolutely nothing. Because you know why? There were so many Nazis.
You know, many Nazis
Yeah.
they would try to get all of them. What could you do? So they tried to flip them, and then a lot of them they're like, well, maybe they won't do it again.
Well, the problem was that America went in and said, like, okay, we're going to prosecute every Nazi. And then they looked around and said, oh, shit, we don't have anyone to run this country because they're all Nazis.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what we got into.
So they
when
had
we
to
started
pick and
talking
choose.
about Operation Paperclip, and then it turns into all that, and then we had to find out which Nazis we decided
Okay,
to side
yes,
with.
that's
and
just
that
the menu.
began Great American Slide Down. So,
Yep.
look at it. So that's a whole. We just jumped into another series. So let's hope.
Now, Himmler was also incredibly dangerous to other
Oh my
Nazis.
God.
As we all know, right-wing fascist governments are filled with people who absolutely fucking hate each other. And the survival of the fittest ethos that they usually live by routinely results in them ripping each other apart in a quest to reach the top.
That is the only true, I guess, immediate justice of all of these people. We always
oh,
have
here.
to deal with. Right-wing people have to hang out with other right-wing people.
Yeah.
And these guys all have to, the Nazis have to hang out with other Nazis.
Yeah.
And guess what the other Nazis are bad at? Being friends.
Yeah.
They're bad at being friends. They're bad at being coworkers. They're not cool, like, they're not cool team members.
It's like that Anders Breivik shit when he tried to join that one group and he couldn't.
No,
Yeah.
it's because everybody, they're mean. Nazis are mean. They're crazy.
But since Heinrich Himmler was a sniveling worm of a man, he instinctively knew how to navigate his way through a fascist government. By waiting in the background for other Nazis to make mistakes, Himmler set himself up to scoop up whatever power they had and add it to his own. This is how Himmler came to be head of both the SS and the Gestapo, which were both folded into Himmler's massive administrative mechanism of death. And the worst part is, Himmler was so incredibly good at what he did that if Hitler had focused his energies entirely on Russia instead of fighting a war on two fronts, Himmler's genocidal vision of a pure Aryan Europe, at least in Eastern Europe, it might have become a reality.
And I'm going to save the audience from Marcus and I's when we had our production call, which from there we jumped into Marcus and I doing just like left the meeting, began to do a 25-minute version of Civ 6 against each other. We like went off and we just started talking about alternative history and we were
What
like,
ifs.
oh, but what if they slide in? Then you have a Nazi-run Moscow. What if then instead we're fighting them on the Eastern Front with Japan? We got to go against. All of a sudden we're nuking Moscow, Nazi-run Moscow. And it was like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. None of that's real, though, right?
No, it's real at all. But the thing is, this series is not going to be about military history, because Heinrich Himmler was not a soldier. While the Einsatzgruppen were certainly a part of the military, Himmler's role for the majority of his reign of terror in Nazi Germany was not about winning battles and taking land. Rather, Himmler's job was to engineer murder on a scale not seen before or since, all in the pursuit of some half-baked romantic ideal, and this is true, that the German people's ultimate destiny was to be a race of pure-blooded warrior farmers spread across the whole of Europe.
Every single Nazi, every single one of these guys that think they're going to do this, does any one of them have the upper body strength to do any of this?
At least the guys in the upper echelons.
Imagine Himmler with a pitchfork with bales of hay. Just being like, oh, there's so many tiny bugs.
We'll get into it.
There's so many big bales of hay filled with large protruding bugs.
Yeah, they're all equipment managers. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Well, to accomplish his vision, Himmler believed, he would have to engineer the deaths of up to 50 million people. That was his goal, was 50 million. And true to his spot on the Mount Rushmore of evil, Himmler believed that this mass murder was not only justified, but morally correct. Now, just so you know, this series is not going to be solely about Heinrich Himmler. By telling Himmler's story, we're able to tell the story of the Nazi Party itself. We're going to be talking about how the Nazis came to power, how they were able to accomplish such monstrous acts, and why the people of Germany allowed it to happen. In doing so, we hope to show not just the similarities of what's happening in our modern world, but also the differences, which are just as important. See, the people in power right now are not literal Nazis, because as you're going to hear during this series, things were far worse in every possible way in Nazi Germany, even from the very beginning. But I will say that certain things rhyme between the current administration and Nazi Germany. And the point of talking about it is that if there is any parallel between what any government does and what the Nazis did, then people are going to get hurt, freedoms are going to be curtailed, and people are going to die. See, the reason why it's so easy to make comparisons between the current administration and the Nazi Party is that, well, the Nazis were at their core an extremist right-wing group. They just took things further than any party before or since. That means that any extreme right-wing or conservative group is going to touch tips with the Nazis at some point or another, simply by virtue of coming from similar places of intolerance, reactionary rhetoric, and the belief that they should be able to tell other people how to live their lives. Not all birds are blackbirds, etc., etc. That being said, I think that it is very much in the best interest of our nation to point out if there are any similarities between what is being done in our name and what the Nazis did. Because while I don't think we're headed in exactly the same direction, we really do want to avoid getting anywhere near it for the sake of everyone involved.
I saw Cabaret this year. I don't want to do it. I don't want to be in Cabaret. I saw Cabaret. I don't want to be the MC.
No.
Okay? I would just like, you know, let's just like, if we're close. That's, I think we're saying is right, Marcus, is that it's not that we're there. It's just that, like, even if we get even kind of close, we should try to avoid that.
Yeah, you really want to start ringing that bell.
Yeah, I would because it seems to be concerning. And,
especially when there's Nazi salutes during the inauguration.
No,
Yeah,
Eddie,
you really want to ding, 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 ding. You want to ring
Happy
that bell.
Halloween!
Wow, in
All
the
right.
first hour.
You
Huh?
should know I'm wearing my costume.
I don't think you guys
I'm wearing my
get
Hollow
that
Knight
it was a joke.
costume.
Yeah.
And you know how these are.
Yeah.
It's so easy to make
I'm
that.
so
It's an
lost.
easy joke.
What-
we do
what?
it all the time on Side Stories.
Yeah.
I was joking!
We
That's
always
the
get the
line.
crowd going with Zig Heils before we're going because we want people to fucking be energized,
Yeah.
pumped up.
Mm-hmm. It's a reference.
I also did
Huh?
deep into research of why Hitler's Zig Heil was different.
Oh, yeah? Why was it?
The so-called Roman salute.
His Zig Heil was different.
That's by-
because
yeah.
He was to be heiled.
Oh, okay.
And so it's a receptive Heil. It was very interesting. I did not know that he did it on purpose.
The bottom.
Yep.
So what? His went straight up and the other one went across, right?
What are you doing there? What was
They were
that?
light, they were light, they were light.
Well, no, they would do. He would do the
Yeah. Back.
okay.
Like
back
it-
one.
Back one.
He
Yeah.
would do the back one. It's a casual one.
Yeah. They would go forward. He would go back.
Yes.
Oh, he's cool breeze.
It also because guess what
I
the
only
real
knew about him
reason
because of
was?
a friend. When we would go somewhere,
Too long hurt his shoulder.
No.
And his tiny little wrist.
Yeah.
she had gotten into
Now, as
them,
far
and
as
then when
sources
like
go,
driving, if
we've
we
been
were
working
driving
on
a
this
longer
series
distance,
one
like
form or
an
another
hour or
for
something, we would
nearly a
listen
year.
to one.
And since we wanted to do this right, we have no less than 8 sources from books alone. So, in the interest of expediency,
I'm
we're going to
so
post our full
lost.
source list on our Instagram page instead of listing them one by one, so we can jump directly into the story of Heinrich Himmler and the Nazi Party.
So put on your
How
big
what?
wool
How do I
bathing
edit
suit,
the other one?
light up a cigar, and tell your wife to go in the other room and shut up. Because now it's time for some Nazi history, Himmler style.
Or invite your wife if she is also into history as much as you are, because sometimes that is the case.
If she won't get too hysterical, and if she can possibly sit and pay attention for long enough without you having to curb her like a child.
Have you ever read Mein Kampf?
No.
Could you? Like, how do you do that?
It's
like,
a book. You can buy it.
You
Yeah.
buy it? Really? They
yeah.
sell it at like Barnes and Noble?
United States of America, we technically still are a free country that allows you to read whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, I know you can read it if you want it, but can you buy it?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can buy it.
Really?
Yeah,
Who
you
gets
don't-
the money?
I do. I've been getting shot.
They're like me.
I've been getting shot for the last couple of years. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah. The copyright came up. Henry scooped it out.
Yeah.
You know, and now he gets 50
And he
cents
got
on
the one in
dollar.
black.
Mein Kampf.
So, thank you. Oh, good. Thank you. Rob just brought up the Amazon listing
so
for Mein Kampf.
lost.
Oh,
Yeah.
my.
Oh, on Kindle.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
wow. And it's
thank you.
$11.99.
Oh,
Okay. Wow.
unburnable on Kindle.
It's boring.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very boring.
Is it goring?
No, it's pretty good. It's not bad. We're gonna get into Mein Kampf on episode 2 because Mein
As
Kampf
the anime
was a
girl,
massive inspiration.
I am
to
making
Heinrich Himmler.
a new
But
character.
yes,
This
boring,
is,
it's repetitive, and it's very.
If you
whiny.
don't know much
As
about
is everything
VTubers,
that
this
these
is
fucking
a
people do. They're
live
so fucking
2D
whiny.
model that many VTubers use. That's what it is. It's like if you see a VTuber using like this stuff, it's a live 2D model. That's what it's called. This is one that was just released. 2 people have created a
Now, Heinrich
customizable
Himmler
model
was
where you can
born
go
the
in
German city
and
of Munich in
customize
the
it
year
and basically
1900
make
to
it to
an
any
upper
character you
middle-class
want
couple
to.
with pretensions towards German royalty. Himmler's father,
And I had an
Professor
idea for
Gerhard
stream
Himmler,
for
was the
one,
personal
and
tutor to
now
Prince
I got it,
Heinrich
and
of
that's what we're
Bavaria,
doing.
who was a member of an ancient Germanic royal family whose lineage dated
I'm gonna be
back
stuck on this.
700
It's like,
years.
how?
And
What
so
am I
when Professor
missing?
Himmler's second child was born. He named him after his benefactor, Prince Heinrich.
His father was a fucking cuck, and he's a fucking piece of shit. He just named him after a prince he works for.
Yeah, he
Can you
named him
fucking
after his
imagine that?
boss.
Ugh.
And the prince even agreed to be Heinrich Himmler's godfather. That meant that Heinrich Himmler came into this world already believing
Oh, no,
that
do
he
it in
was
the filter.
far more important than he really
here.
was, simply because his father was a tutor to a Bavarian prince.
Now, is it wrong to say a part of where the main issue of where we're going to see all of this bad stuff?
I mean,
come
if
out
you
is
want
that
a female version,
Germany was
yes.
like
There
a
are male
bunch of little
customizable
provinces
models
for a
out
while
there.
That was actually only grouped together not that recently. Like,
It
it was
was-
like in the
Germany is-
1890s, right?
Germany itself as a country is relatively new.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so every section had its own like history and its own lineage and its own like ruling classes and shit. So as things were slammed together, it changed the fabric of the aristocracy, right? Like it changed the fabric of all these things. And these are people that are really looking to stay in the aristocracy.
Yes, the changes that came when the aristocracy went away, the aristocracy did not like it.
They don't like
There
it.
we
They
go.
really
Finally.
hate
I'm
when
like,
they lose their power
where?
and when things
Where?
change and when the
When the
little
money-
people start
It's
coming
like-
up.
Yeah, when the money that they were handed just
I
because
must
their
not been
father came
seeing
inside
it.
of a woman and it made you, and then
There
you
we
get to
go.
make that money,
They're
you
supposed to
were
be a
really
sheep
sad
girl. It's a
when
sheep
that
girl, so it's
system
like I
wasn't
want to
working for
give them to weird
Yeah.
goat eyes.
So what did he teach the Bavarian prince? Like how to make pretzels and shit?
Yeah. Honestly, how to whittle shoes, how to unwhittle yourself out of shoes. That's the hardest part.
They also had whittle gloves.
Whittle gloves.
Rise from your grave.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Business owners meet Progressive Insurance. They make it easy to get discounts on commercial auto insurance and find coverages to grow with your business.
okay.
Quote, it is little
Good
as
ads are
8
happening. I
minutes
need to
at
pee. I'll be right back.
progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
This is a 30-second ad. In just 30 seconds, there are likely to be an average of over 30,000 cyber threats to all businesses. Since I've been talking, more than 10,000 likely just happened. Hey, cyber threats don't wait, and neither should you. With advanced security solutions, Comcast Business can help keep your network and data secure and your business reliably up and running. Get threat ready with Comcast Business. Learn how at comcastbusiness.com/cybersecurity.
Halliday presents, in the red corner, the undisputed, undefeated Weed Whacker Guy. Champion of hurling grass and pollen everywhere. And in the blue corner, the challenger, extra strength, Halliday. Eye drops that
Okay.
work all day to prevent the release of histamines
here.
that cause itchy, itchy eyes. And the winner by knockout.
20th centuries in Germany when
The winner by
Oh, it's almost
knockout
ending
is
anyway.
Halliday. Halliday, bring it on.
Okay.
Now, Heinrich Himmler's father being a professor is important to Heinrich Himmler's development, and not just because it
Okay, we
gave
get to
Heinrich
the
his
eyes.
bookish habits.
Oh, no,
It
we have
also
to- the,
inured Heinrich to institutionalized violence like so many other Germans of his generation. See, even after extreme punishment by parents and school teachers had subsided in other parts of Europe, it was alive and well in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in Germany when so many future Nazis were being born and raised. And this is important not just to Himmler's development, but to the development of all Nazis.
Yeah, this generation.
Yeah, in Germany, punishment towards children was so severe that between 1906 and 1913, 25% of suicides by young Germans between the ages of 3 and 20, and yes, I did say the age of 3, was the result of fear of punishment for something they'd done or sustained abusive treatment from their parents. A 3-year-old committing suicide.
How? Bad at letters. Yeah. Super bad with blocks. Super bad at being a dinosaur. Sometimes you gotta, correct the kid, being like Tyrannosaurus Rex has little arms. What's a scavenger? I'm gonna hit you with a book.
Sometimes,
get it.
sometimes they fought back though. Watch The White Ribbon. That movie's fucking awesome.
No, the White Ribbon
I
is.
love The White Ribbon.
No, the
dude.
White Ribbon's about.
bad, motherfucker.
Have you ever seen that?
No.
Yeah, but that's it. Save the White Ribbon
Flash
for later.
Style?
because The White Ribbon
Oh my
is for
God, wait,
after
what?
the kids became Nazis and the kids started to understand that they could get stuff out of society by being Nazis.
I didn't
as well.
consider hair color yet. Should we make
It's
her
fun to watch.
like completely
It's
white
about how
hair?
kid Nazis rat you out.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Well, no, I want a different color for the
Well,
hair
this
to
extreme strictness and frequent
contrast
punishment that was
with
placed on kids
the
like
skin,
Heinrich
because
Himmler
she's supposed
is
to look
basically
very,
meant that
very
violence
pale,
as a
very,
solution
like,
was bred into the German
undead
people.
like.
And because Himmler's father was a schoolmaster, that meant that Himmler got it double.
But I will say, because it was so across the board, there was a lot of people. that
Eye
came out of
white,
this
what?
process that
What is
didn't turn
this?
into,
Oh my
the leaders of the
God.
Holocaust. Like, some of them did stuff like.
It's too much. It's
Einstein
already
did
so.
some other guys in there did some stuff. There was the guy that made there's got to be some guy who did Tubular Bells or some guy
That's
that
Mike
did.
Old. He
you know,
was
there's-
British.
Who's the other
That
one?
was the 70s.
Carl Orff, maybe?
There's
Maybe
some of the
new-
snot from my
Some
throat.
guy made a new cheese.
There we go.
There's got to be some guys in there that did good things.
No, there were. There was Bertolt Brecht, Max Ernst. We're going to talk about all these people
But
later.
Brecht was boring. I did Brecht.
I love Brecht.
Yeah, I know, but when's the last time you saw it?
I own the record. I listen to it fairly
No,
often.
you're talking about the composition.
like the music. I like Three Penny
you should be in
Orchestra.
Head
plays. I was in
size.
play. I was in The Good Woman of Szechuan. I played an Asian man.
Oh, one of the Axis of Evil.
No, I was
So Himmler's dad probably beat the shit out of him.
Himmler's dad definitely beat the shit out of him.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
That's why he looked like Silly Putty.
he looks like Himmler looks like Marcus's fidget. Clay.
Yeah, my fidget clay. The stuff that I, just sort of the stuff.
And
that keeps
listen,
me from
yes,
moving
it's
around too much and being
specifically-
distracting on video.
Was it 6 parts? I just wanted to pause it. 5 parts. So unless there's a more coming, it's specifically Hitler's like right-hand man, Heinrich Himmler. And is that part 5? That's their recent release.
He literally broke the mold.
Yeah. No, more than anything, Heinrich
Yeah, I decided
Himmler
on this
learned
one
from
'cause
his
I saw
father
there
that
was multiple
life
parts.
was nothing without order. Himmler's father set up an extremely strict system of rules and prohibitions for Heinrich and his brothers, and their obedience was monitored precisely and pedantically. Himmler, of course, would one day
Like, you
take
get
this
the super
philosophy and
yaoi
apply it
chin.
first to the Nazis' paramilitary wing, the SS. And then Himmler would apply those rules to the German people themselves before finally forcing it
little bit.
upon any state that the Nazis conquered in their quest for world domination.
I think pedantic is one of the true signs of this whole culture.
Yeah.
Is it because you got to remember that too? They're going after things. They're criminalizing things that are normal.
Yes.
And that's when you hear the term that I
Neth
heard
blank,
a
you-
lot
ooh,
in
you can make it
these
bigger.
documentaries I've been watching of Nazification.
Yes.
That's the things that they do. Is they take things that you first
Oh,
thought
and
was a
brows.
normal
Oh,
and they make it a
God.
crime. So then you're committing a crime, and all of a sudden you're a criminal.
Yeah.
Now, I know I'm probably going to ask this question a bunch of times this series. What does pedantic mean?
Pedantic basically means like following rules in a very small and useless way. Where
Almost
it's like
like
you're following rules that you don't really need to follow them, but you're following them for the sake of following them, even if they don't
Oh, you
really
could just
make
get rid of
sense
it.
or why the fuck am I doing this?
At some point, what's
Angle,
called,
form. Why
this is
isn't
malicious
form
compliance is
Yeah.
applied? Where they
first?
create very ornate rules and then they hold you to them to the very, very letter, and they're almost impossible to follow.
I wish we.
Yeah,
I hope
like,
we can change the
technically you didn't
mouth
do
so
that
it
right.
makes her
It's
look
that.
But
not
instead of you
happy.
just being
Because
like,
she's
"Get
not
into
supposed to be
merit," you could,
happy.
like, go to a concentration camp.
Yeah, you die.
Sounds like you used the right word.
See, I don't want to go into this until we get the.
Not surprisingly, Professor Himmler's system of rules and prohibitions created an
To
incredibly
the
neurotic son.
hair. We
Heinrich
get to
Himmler
the,
was
or at
always
least the
anxious,
color.
which caused the aforementioned constant stomach cramps, meaning that the most feared person in Europe suffered from a chronically upset tummy.
Oh, I wish I could eat more popcorn, but it's too rich. Oh, I'm just so nervous being a little boy, so filled with hate.
Because Himmler was so neurotic, he tersely recounted all of his
A usual
activities
stream time.
entirely
It's like when we
from a
end.
young
It should be.
age,
It
perhaps
should
to ensure
be
that his father knew
6:30.
Exactly what Himmler was doing at all times. And
So
could
usual
therefore
usual stream
avoid
time is around
punishment.
like
For
3,
example,
maybe
in
4 hours.
1911,
If we end
know
up
that
going
Heinrich
overtime,
Himmler
it's
went
4.
Swimming 37 times.
Oh shit! I didn't know Tylenol was around then.
Nose. Get that away from me.
But interestingly, it seems like hate was something that Heinrich Himmler was simply born with.
Thank you.
While his virulent anti-Semitism would appear later, Himmler was known in grade
I like that
school
makes her nose
for
look
having
longer. I
radical
like that,
views
actually.
Against the French. He just chose them. I hate the French. And then he would just go off on like all the reasons why he hated the French and why the French sucked as a child.
He really did have a natural instinct to understand that he's like. We could see it. How many times have we seen these evil nerds take over shit? It's like
Yeah.
you could see him understand immediately as a little boy. Oh, I'm ugly, sickly, uncharming, piece of shit. How am I'm gonna need to be in charge?
How can I make myself feel better?
Yes.
By pointing out the shortcomings of others and by
Oh, it also
creating
includes you could change the
shortcomings
color
for
of your
others,
tongue. I
create
like
entire
this
races.
customization
There
for
are
like
several
people that
photos
aren't
that
just
I
regular
actually
anime
needed to
girls, because there's a
my
lot of
therapist
the
because I
customizable
don't
models
even
are for
wanna
just
share
like
them,
regular
where I had to
anime
explain
girls, but
where
I
it's
like
very
this for
interesting that you
like
could see this
including
little
like
boy
you
have
could
a
really
because of
do
his
the skin and
diary.
whatnot.
There are so many.
So we got a lot of
clips
like
his thoughts
people that are like straight up like
that
different
if you
colors
put
can
the
definitely
words
work
he
with
was
this.
saying and put next to them pictures of some very current human beings that are talking on the internet, you would see the exact same words coming out of a 15-year-old Himmler's mouth.
Yeah.
Out of the 15-year-olds that we're seeing that are being
All of
taught
this is
by
within,
the
so I can't do
malicious,
anything.
Evil people that are talking to them about this stuff,
100%.
especially about women.
Yes,
And it
100%.
started with women and abstract hate.
Yes, and we're going to get into that later on, way into that.
Do you think he hated the French because of how much they cooked with cream? And you're just upset, too much butter.
I wish I could have a chicken Alfredo, but I won't because it just makes me all gurgly burgly and makes me dumpers loose. So I could stick to my whole bratwurst.
I'm doing him. My goal is to do him as it's like I'm
you're-
passing in a movie.
You're Little Lord Fauntleroying him a little bit.
Yes, he is right
At this
now.
point, yes, yeah.
Yes, he will be Big Lord Fauntleroy very soon.
But the thing is, it could be that Himmler's hate may have been born from his own shortcomings, which were many.
Oh,
It's
let me
almost like they
actually.
were
I
just
need to get
his
rid of
coming.
my fluff
For,
for now, so I can actually see the
As
proper
I said
colors.
earlier, Himmler was not the ideal Aryan. He was a small, short, sickly child whose round spectacles only accentuated his round face, and his legendarily weak chin did him no favors either.
Yeah, it's a bad one.
Yeah. Heinrich, he's one of those guys that, he's skinny, but he also has 7 chins.
Yeah. Looks like Brain. The Brain.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
He looks like somebody I want to fucking knock in the mouth.
Yeah.
That's what he looks like.
Like a peach sofa in an abandoned model home.
Heinrich also complained repeatedly in his diaries about his frequent bouts with illness. He had many, many colds. And, to kind of fight against all
God's
this, he tried bettering
eyeshadow,
himself through
ugh.
daily weight training with dumbbells, but he was too sickly to get anywhere with lifting weights.
Can I get somebody to remake the picture of Pee Wee Herman working out at the bottom of that thing? Can I get that with putting Himmler's face on Pee Wee Herman's body?
Too
'Cause that
nice.
looks perfect.
Now, even though Himmler would have been killed immediately if he had ever stepped foot on a battlefield,
He would have gotten bit by a bug. It would have been that's how Himmler dies on the battlefield.
oh no, he's got death by trench foot written all
Well, thank my
over.
friend, because I only know about it
Supposed to
because of my
be
friend.
cannon fodder.
Yes.
His ears are innies.
He was still fascinated with every aspect of World War I, which broke out when Himmler was 14 years old. He wrote that had he been old enough, he would have
DIY?
been, quote,
Oh.
out there like a shot. I'd be out there. I need to be out there, but I can't be out there. I'm too young. I'm too much of a boy.
That would be so fun.
You see, hair color should not be first before actually choosing.
Mark Wahlberg.
Does anyone have inserts for boots?
I know.
Attacking the soles of my feet.
Before the actual, before you actually style the hair. Hair color should be
For all his
after.
evil, Heinrich Himmler was, at his heart, a romantic. Like most Nazis and like many people on the extreme right wing, Himmler was a fantasist, obsessed with glory in
Do
the
we even
present
want
that would
a
result
Hoge?
in a return to a past that never actually existed.
I'm just gonna say this once: is how many posters
I like something like
I
that.
read while watching these documentaries that say "Make Germany Great Again," and it is legitimately the quote. And so just remember that, okay? Because it's hard to get away from this. We're not trying to turn into Rachel Maddow here. I don't want it to be on the MSNBC side of things.
Oh, why
but I
would
just
you?
need
The
to
Hoge is supposed to come
understand
from the middle.
that.
Why
And
would
they
you
are
change the
literally-
position?
It's the same slope.
It's the same. It's the playbook is exactly
See, a
the
Hoge,
same.
it's like if you see a random character where you have their
playbook is the
hairstyle, if they
same
have a
across the board.
random bit of hair that's just like sticking out of the head or whatever, that's the Hoge.
But for
Care
all the
how-
glory
yes.
World War I could
It's like
offer
the
Himmler,
random
if
bit of
only
hair
he
that's
were
sticking
old
out of the
enough,
head.
It also took away Himmler's connection to Bavarian royalty. Heinrich's godfather and namesake,
Oh,
Heinrich, was
okay.
killed in Romania
Oh, so
in
people can make you could choose
1960,
the long
which
one and then put
removed
it
the
wherever.
Himmler
Okay.
family's privileged access to the Bavarian court. Himmler's dreams of being
Hair
attached to
donger,
German
yes.
royalty were dashed, And personally, I think that Prince Heinrich's death instilled a drive within Himmler to return to a position of power and importance at any cost.
Because he knows.
Do I want her to have a
700
gradient
years ago,
hairstyle? It's like my
little
my
Himmler
regular
was
VTuber already
dead
has a regular
on the gate of a
gradient
feudal
hairstyle.
lord, his bones hanging from it, begging for food.
Yeah.
In any other generation, Himmler is a runoff.
Yeah.
Hitler is the guy that
I don't think
tribe
so.
or, like literally leaves behind.
Yeah.
He's a waste of physical potential. He's a waste of mental
You see, and then this
potential.
is Zero.
He
I wish,
knows
I
that.
honestly
He knows
wish
that
they have to
if
have
I
a
don't
base
become dictator,
or whatever.
no one's ever gonna like
Because this is the base, like,
they used to be-
outfit
Germans
and
used to be
hairstyle.
barbarians. They
I
were
wish,
fucking
honestly, it
giant
came
madmen.
But they also
just
there were styles, like, 'cause Vikings
at least
actually kind
bald,
of had some
so we
sort
can
of
start with nothing.
interesting matriarchal societies. There was stuff in there that wasn't like this. They are going to go ahead and make up a world that didn't exist after this to explain how the Nazis got to there. So it wasn't like, in the end, they were just people. They were like nomadic tribes living their own little lives.
Yeah, but they definitely find it. They
Ooh.
create a narrative that fits the world that they want to live in, and they tell people, "Oh, this is the truth," when in fact it's just a fantasy that they've created. Now, when Himmler was 17 years old, his father used all of his remaining influence with the Bavarian royal household to get Heinrich accepted into the army as an officer-in-training cadet. But ironically, Himmler's privileged position made it impossible to lie about his age in order to enter the war early like so many other teenagers.
We were so close.
So close. As a result, Heinrich did not qualify for officer training until after Armistice Day on November 11th,
Oof.
1918, when the war was all said and done. Day after my wedding anniversary. But Himmler still
I love-
enrolled
aw.
in army training anyway, although he soon discovered that military life was actually quite difficult for a sniveling, sickly bookworm such as himself. Himmler wrote dozens upon dozens of letters to his parents.
Tomoko Energy, I don't know who
about
that
the
is.
food, the bed, and how
I mean, we're going, if we're going like her
berate his
D&D
parents
class,
for
we're
not
going wizard.
writing him
She's
a
supposed to
note.
be kind of like, we're going witch energy.
Would chastise him
Carries
for
a
not
book
sending
with her.
message or a package literally every single day. And these are and Henry,
All the
please, I want you to
time.
read these directly. No. get
Going
too
kind of
saucy,
like
don't add any
goth,
any-
always by
Himmler- one
herself
letter,
kind of
Himmler
look.
wrote, quote,
Dearest parents, today again I have got nothing from you. That's mean.
he is
Meme character,
18 years old. Then
I no one cares about what I did in the canoe today. Nobody cares about the knots I tied.
Then, when his parents still didn't write him back, he wrote, quote,
Dear mother, thank you so much for your news, which I did not get. You hold me to write again. Mean mommy, mean bad mommy. Not good to me.
When you see, do I want her to have shorter hair?
the
Because,
most
like, my character
feared
has long
man
hair.
in Europe.
Oh, you mean to me, mommy. Show me teeth.
He's not 14, he's not 12, he's not writing from
Oh,
summer
that's
camp.
cute as heck.
He's writing from officer training school.
Mommy, how big was your belly when I was inside? Can you show me how big was it? Was it as big as a beach ball? Or was it a cantaloupe? Answer me, Mommy. Oh, I hate the Jews.
I just can't help but think that his nickname is Heine.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is like a Jewish name for Bud.
Or at least she's supposed to be a sheep
Called him Heidi.
girl.
That's next episode. We'll get there.
Now, Heinrich considered himself a failure for never being able to fulfill what he believed was his true calling. Despite his obviously weak nature and physical shortcomings, Himmler believed that it was his destiny to be an officer in a war to defend
Oh no,
Germany,
we
and
can
he
give
missed
her
that
sheep
destiny by
ears.
just a
There'll be
few
an ear
months.
That's how
option.
Destiny works.
Nope.
So we don't need to
Additionally,
make them
Himmler, like many
sheep
Germans, was
wise.
dismayed about how the war had ended, except Himmler, of course, took it personally.
Why did we lose? It was because I wasn't there. I was the X Factor.
In Himmler's view, the Bavarian government had been overthrown by communists and
Honestly, the
anarchists
shorter
who had
look, I'm
replaced the
kinda
Bavarian
liking
royal
it.
family to which he'd only had the slightest connection. But for Himmler, the dissolution of the royal family was a great loss, and he, like
Oh,
so
we
many
could have
other
if
Germans, was
there
starting to
wasn't
give
an ear option,
serious
we could have did something like
consideration
this.
to the rumor that the German people had been quote unquote stabbed in the back by the Jews, who had supposedly conspired to orchestrate Germany's defeat.
But aren't they also in Germany? Why the fuck would they be orchestrating the defeat of the
Either
country
that or we
with
could
their
give her
head monsters?
buns.
Because they're there to make.
We could do a bottom
story
bun.
goes,
The cabals are moving all the revolutions.
they're there to make money. The whole thing is so
I don't
they
think
can
that looks
make
good, though.
money on the misery of the German people.
They were making money before.
But they could make more money.
They
if-
can actually. You actually make more. It's shown economically.
Why are you
Marcus.
arguing with me? I'm not. I'm not subscribed to the
Stop
stab in the
believing
back.
it. Why are you saying these things? It works.
It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense.
it's stupid.
No, it's and that's what we'll get
No,
into
I don't
again
like
and
any
again,
of the
is that
side hairs. I
it-
like
that
the long.
these,
I like
the
this,
theories about the
honestly.
Jews and these conspiracy theories about the Jews is that basically what it does is it gives these people an answer for everything to be able to go like, of course, the Jews. I should have known.
And then you could change the
Okay,
width and
again,
size.
they're able to use it for anything.
Ugh.
It was horrible with money.
It doesn't work like that. Not all blackbirds, right? Not all birds are blackbirds.
And so, in April of the year 1919, Heinrich Himmler put his natural-born hate into practice by becoming a right-wing youth just after graduating high school. And he joined no less than 2 paramilitary units led by extreme right-wing figures. Now, 2 paramilitary units, that sounds a little overblown, but that's one of the mistakes people make when thinking about Nazi Germany. It's not like the Nazis were some right-wing aberration that just happened to find their way into power.
I like
through
it framing the
deceit and
face, though.
cleverness.
Yeah, it's like, I think this
Instead,
is it.
The Nazis just
for
happened
hair.
to be the one extreme right-wing party in Germany out of many
Hair
who came
highlights?
out on top
What?
in the end. And Heinrich Himmler claimed membership in a
Oh, so
fair
if you
amount
wanna
of these
highlight or
groups
don't
throughout
wanna
his 20s
highlight.
before he finally settled on the one
Yes,
led
we'll go
by
without
Herr
it.
Hitler. Now, one of the 2 right-wing groups that Heinrich Himmler
Act-
joined
oh,
in
God.
1919 was led by a man named Rudolf von Sebottendorf, who was the chairman of a group that was extremely important to the development of certain elements of the Nazi Party and to Himmler's own interest in the occult. In addition to running right-wing paramilitary groups,
Wait,
Rudolf von
okay.
Sebottendorf was also the chairman of the infamous occult organization
Oh, no, this is
known
the-
as the Tula Society, who were using the swastika as their symbol years before the Nazis co-opted it as their own.
Yes, we were doing it long before it was cool. Yes, I saw the years when there's only 25 people in there. As I kept saying, 999! 999!
I heard that swastika comes from like Japanese culture.
It's a,
Essentially,
hair
Japanese,
clips
like,
doesn't.
it's a Hindu thing. Like
No,
Buddhist,
hair clips
Buddhist,
doesn't
there's
like.
Indian
It's supposed to be
Indian cult.
like
It's an ancient symbol, but it's just a
medieval
symbol of good luck.
fantasy
And
D&D
also, it
thing.
looks
Hair
cool.
clips don't
Like,
make
that's,
sense.
That's what they like. Wow, that looks great.
There are things that were done in this time period that were done literally for stylistic reasons and for propaganda reasons.
You see, like, yeah,
but
look
I
at the
mean, I
ear
would say
options.
That 90% of what they did was done for style and propaganda.
And
There we go.
Rudolf von Sebottendorf was a truly very mysterious, dark character in all of this because he came from Turkey and he came from essentially maybe being one of the people that ran guns to the same guys that did the Armenian genocide. So Rudolf von Sebottendorf has been this kind of proto understanding of mixing
Oh, it's fantasy ears.
mixing international espionage with
Oh, fur size.
racist
Okay.
ideologies and learning how to
No?
use them in political worlds. So this guy, Rudolf von Sebottendorf, is like a giant dark hole into history that I started to tumble down. And then you're
Oh,
like,
okay.
this
Okay.
is-
Wait.
it's this whole other series.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the swastikas that they use as design in Glendale on all the light posts and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird.
Yeah, dude. But it's like, again, they're still being like, well, we had it first.
Yeah, it's an easy design, you
Yeah.
know.
Founded in 1919 by a war veteran named Walter Neuhaus, who was obsessed with the Teutonic Knights responsible for the Crusades, the Tula Society was the group that gave the Nazis their flavor, so to speak.
You swerve.
See, the reason why the Tula Society had chosen the swastika as their symbol was
Oh, and
because
they
it was
include that
ancient
too. So
and it
it's like
was
they
in
have
no way
options
connected
that,
to
like, when you
Christianity. It
blink
was therefore
or
in no
where
way
you do
connected to the
certain
Jews,
expressions
because
that
the
ears
Tula
will move.
Society was naturally
So-
anti-Semitic. But as it went many times with these people, they found a way to turn
Oh,
their
and then they have
hatred
the
for
ones on
someone
top,
else
so you got
into
the
a
cat
plus for
ears,
themselves.
fox
The reasoning
ears, the
went that if
dog
the swastika
ears.
wasn't Christian and it wasn't Jewish, then it had to have originated with ancient white people. And the only ancient white people around were the Aryan race.
If you believe it.
Yeah.
You believe it.
Can you believe it? It's the Aryans again.
I just want, let me know when you're ready for me to jump on in here.
See, by 1917, the Tula Society had become obsessed with two things. First and foremost, they were convinced they were going to find the
none of
origins
these
of the
work.
Aryan race somewhere in Europe. But they were also going to ensure that the existing Aryan race remained pure.
What these guys started to understand is that we need lore.
Yeah.
We need world building.
Yes.
Right? We need stuff that we could hang our hat on. There is no Germanic capital G spirit. We don't know what we can do. We all want it. We're all desperate for some kind of national spirit. Something that can fill us with something.
I kind of wanted
outside
to
of
make them a little
ourselves that
bit
we
bigger,
can
but
then
I
use
guess
as a
none of
cudgel
that
against
worked.
everybody else.
It's like,
The
or
Tula Society created a version of the birth of white people. That there was a frozen island.
oh, maybe ears
named
one is
Tula,
this,
where
maybe?
That's where we
No, that's
crawl
parameter.
out of.
That's
That
different.
White people crawl out of the ice in this magical place where we had technology in the ice, and then we spread, and we are the beginning of all society. Even
We
though
are the White Walkers.
we are the literally,
Yeah.
but now it's not. But we know that's not. We know it's not true. But they were gonna just make it up because they can.
For the Tula Society, to ensure that they at least kept their own house in order, any prospective member had to sign a special oath swearing that to the best of their knowledge, no Jewish or quote-unquote colored blood flowed in either his or his wife's veins, and that there were no members of the so-called colored races amongst their ancestors. But besides the racial stuff, the Tula Society also involved themselves in politics. Like most of these groups, the Tula Society lumped Jews and communists together. The Nazis also subscribed to this. So, the Tula Society attempted to infiltrate the new German socialist
Oh, I didn't
government
notice where she
in
was. I could put her
1919
down a little
to
bit.
perform a coup. Instead, 7 Tula Society members were captured and executed, including its founder and 3 German
Oh, and then we're getting into
aristocrats.
the
This, I think,
clothes.
tells you that Heinrich Himmler was not the only person in Germany
Gods.
who wanted things to return to the way they were before the war. And that's, I think, extremely important. The aristocratic class in Germany plays a massive role in the rise of the Nazis and in actually
where's the-
the
did I miss
aristocrats
the
were the
hair
ones who
color?
opened the door because they thought that they could take advantage of Hitler.
I
They thought they
did.
could
It's over
control
here.
Hitler. They thought they could control the Nazis. Like, he's just some. They called him a jumped-up corporal. Like, he's just some idiot. He's just some fucking. He's some peasant.
Oh, no,
We
that's
can control
accessories.
him.
That's
Guess
wrong.
What? You fucking can't.
Yeah,
You
you-
cannot control these people.
Yeah.
No.
And aren't the Nazis more
think
communist than
here.
socialist
No,
in
the-
reality?
No,
What
that's
they
the
did-
highlight.
This is actually so. This is an extremely complex thing.
Did I not ask that question?
Yeah,
it's-
we shouldn't get into it too far.
But it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
extremely complex.
Yeah.
The question, the answer is those
Yes.
thought structures. Yes, the answer is
Oh, I
those
missed.
thought
I
structures were
missed
extremely
completely the
popular
hair,
within Germany
hair
at the
color.
time. Actually, Germany was way more left wing during this time period. After the collapse of Germany and and then all of this after World War I, basically Nazis realized if we talk like communists, if we talk like socialists, people will hook people in, and that's what they did. They took the language of those things and just flipped it on its head, so they could do stuff like we're a communist, we're a socialist group, we're for the people.
what do
we're
we
saying
want
these
for
things
color?
Because one of the big things
Der
Himmler's
Volk,
yeah,
the
and
people.
what Himmler's going to say later on is that the SS looks
And do we?
scary.
Oh, do we
He's
want
gonna
a
tell the
split color
SS,
like this?
act like they're going to be afraid of you naturally. But
Leave
they're
that.
not.
Oh yeah, I love Catherine.
And so that's this.
I got the
whole-
like special
remember that.
edition or
So every
whatever,
single
so it
time
had
they
the
do
like
they're
art
just
book
twisting
and
language
stuff.
so
I used to have the
somebody
shirt.
like
I think
you
it came.
can be
No,
like,
I bought a
"Are you all
shirt
socialists?"
from somewhere.
Because that's the part of the game.
Now, the Tula Society's link to the Nazi Party has admittedly
Oh!
been overblown over the years by occult Nazi conspiracy theorists. And that includes us, way back in the day when our grasp on history was, let's say, a little more tenuous than it is now. We're still doing our best. We're still learning. We're trying. That's what you got to do. You got to educate yourself and learn over the years. That's what we've been doing.
Now we start-
Never stop.
You never
Yeah.
stop growing. You know, I've learned they're just, you know, more so there are 2 layers. There are just more and more layers. There's more and more understanding that certain things are just done.
I didn't think of a hair color,
Reasons that we
honestly.
don't want to understand, like that the idea that this occult side of it.
I did
Himmler
want
knows when he'll
dark.
begin to express that there's a practical way to harness this, and that's what it is. It's keeping a foot outside.
There's a power in using it.
Yes.
Yes. Now, in reality, no prominent Nazi was ever a part of the Tula Society, save for Anton Drexler. Drexler was the founder of the party that became the Nazi Party, the German Workers' Party, which, add to your to your point, sounds very
No,
communist.
I'm thinking something normal. I'm
And
thinking
while
of
Drexler
brown.
was definitely a member of the Tula Society, Hitler never was, despite many claims to the contrary. Really, the Nazis just liked the cut of the Tula Society's jib and vice versa. But when Hitler began his true rise to power, he purposefully distanced himself from the Tula Society. Like, I don't know. They're fine, but that's
Oh,
not
maybe
really our
just
thing."
random
And
double
this wasn't because
brown.
he disagreed with anything the Tula Society was saying, but because Hitler knew that the Tula Society was simply too weird for most regular Germans, too out there with their occult beliefs. In modern terms, the Tula Society is to the Nazis kind of like what QAnon is to today's right wing. Put differently, you're not going to win over most of middle America talking about Tom Hanks anally raping a child any more than a middle-class German in 1919 was going to be swayed by arguments that white people deserve to be in charge because we come from Atlantis.
What did Tom Hanks do?
You see, it's like it's a nice color, nice darker color, so it makes her make the white skin look very pale.
I'm molested.
I want to get in your box of chocolates.
boy.
But that's one of the things that people don't realize about the Nazis is that Hitler he always liked to present himself as a reasonable man.
Well,
he very much, he did.
Oh, now we have to
all
go
the
back.
crazy
Where's
shit,
the
all
brow
wacky shit.
color?
He was a slow roll. He always wanted to present himself as reasonable. He loved a referendum. He always loved, like, let's put it to the people and see what the people say.
But then you see the Schleicher. What's his name?
Schleicher.
The guy that would like end up putting Hitler in charge. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
That
The one who ended up.
Does that
fucking getting
match?
killed
Does
during
that-
Ride
does
Along
that
Night
look
because
close
he thought-
enough?
Because he thought that he could fucking control Hitler. Because you
God.
can never fucking control these people.
Oh, yeah.
He brought Hitler, right? So he was the first one to meet. But everybody who met Hitler was like straight up. We're like, this guy's fucking insane, right? Like this guy's really insane. But they all were like, because he began to realize I have to change tone.
Yes. But just
Okay,
as it
back
is
to the
with QAnon,
horns.
There were some people in Germany who were swayed by the wackier shit, and Heinrich Himmler was most certainly one of those people.
Dude, this is the Xenon poll.
Yeah.
Because the Xenon poll, like what that does with the Xenu poll, this is the Xenu.
I
poll.
know, I was gonna
So
say,
what
it's like,
this
why
does
is it
again that
brighter?
You're in so far.
Over
you're doing
there.
Something ridiculous. Now what that's actually going to do, that's a loyalty test.
Yeah.
And that's going to make you double down. Like if you don't believe that white people can naturally harness the transformative power of the earth itself.
'Cause it's like
well,
there's no
and be able
thing to
create
say it
UFOs that can
different.
fly and be able to travel past in time in order to like fuck a mastodon or whatever. Like these guys like legitimately like they believe that outwardly because that's a sign that you're.
I wish I could make her not smile.
Yeah, and some people are more.
It's
willing to
like, I
believe the
wish.
Crazier shit than rational shit sometimes too.
Because the crazier shit can't be proved.
And it's a better story.
Yeah, it makes life more interesting. Now, while Himmler wasn't a member of the Tula Society, he was a member of right-wing
It's
groups
weird that it's
run by
brighter. I
Tula
don't know
Society
why.
Members. And Himmler gobbled up every bit of pseudoscience and pseudo-history that these people spewed.
He started understanding.
See, during World War I, many Germans found themselves drawn to the myth of Atlantis. But what they heard was an Atlantis myth with a racist slant. This myth said that Aryans, i.e. white people, were actually Atlanteans, and that the lesser races had caused their downfall. This belief was thanks in part to the occult thinkers of the time, like Madame Helena Blavatsky, who didn't give a second thought to the possible consequences of the shit that she was making up on the fly.
I will say, upon a rereading of The Secret Doctrine, if you look at it, she legitimately, it's all filler.
Oh,
The
bun
race stuff
accessories.
in The Secret Doctrine is all filler.
It makes
Oh, so
zero
the
sense. We tried
I'm like
covering
hair
it on our
accessories, and
series,
it's
and
for
it was
the
worst part of the
specific
whole thing.
hairstyles that
They
have
understood
like
that what
bows
you
and
do
stuff.
Is you take a thing that appears to be a
Because this one's like for the
mysterious
twin
truth that you
tails,
can't
that's for the
understand and
buns.
need an
Okay.
otherworldly intelligence to walk you through. What they'll do is, what they understand immediately is zoom into something specific that's already around that nobody can explain. We will attach an explanation to it.
Yeah.
Now it has an explanation. Now it can be actionable.
And they're going to simplify it.
Yeah.
How do Jews sink a city?
That the Atlanteans had created proto-nukes and they had sunk themselves, and that the actual lesson of Atlantis is supposed to be these very magical white people destroyed themselves with their own hubris. That's the story.
What
That's
color
the
is
real
this?
story.
But the Germans who loved this shit combined the Atlantis myth with the pseudoscience of the day, stuff like phrenology and eugenics, which eugenics comes from America.
And it's all
Purple?
coming back. All that phrenology shit's all back. That's the new fun stuff that these guys are all doing. These people.
Please
that are
dream,
running,
yes.
All the various celebrities that we're dealing with.
That the shape of our skull tells us what our criminality is supposed to be.
Dude, phrenology is all racial science is bigger than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Since this time period.
Yeah. Well, it became common occult knowledge amongst people in Germany that Atlantis was either Iceland or Greenland, and evidence of ancient
Something
aliens
else, yeah.
believed could be found somewhere on these islands. Now, Himmler was just as into all of this shit as all of the other white people nerds who were getting into it at the time. But Himmler was also obsessed with Germanic history and mythology.
It's like chill, like, huh? What hair color? It's like, do these bangs look good? And then it's like, oh, did the Jews sink Atlantis? How did they sink Atlantis?
The upper class of Germany when Himmler was growing up. So having knowledge of ancient history only played further into Himmler's ideals of what was required to be a part of a proper society. See, but by the time Himmler was 10, he had memorized the details of all of Germany's most famous historic battles. And in high school, his knowledge of ancient German weaponry and warfare was said to equal or surpass that of his teachers, which I'm sure made
Ooh,
him
I kinda
an
like that.
incredibly aggravating student.
Oh, of course, that's who he was.
Ooh.
Yeah, actually, the thing is about that staff, I'm not sure you're putting it in the right period.
Heidi, no one's asking you.
As far as Himmler's specialties went, his
Oh my God!
Friedrich Barbarossa, the 12th century king of Germany who had launched the Second and Third Crusades. Barbarossa was also who Hitler named the invasion of Russia after
Okay, that's too much,
Operation
yeah.
Barbarossa.
Yeah, these guys.
Nothing to do with the Willie Nelson movie.
I find it so fascinating that it's always the weakest guys that like the big, strong guys.
Yeah.
Like those
Yeah.
big, strong, strapping, big cock, big bald men.
Very much.
Yeah, like a sports journalist.
Yeah.
Most specifically, Himmler was drawn to Barbarossa's restoration of the Justinian codes, which were laws enforced by moral
Oh, but that's so
justification. In
generic.
King Frederick's case, he ruled by the divine right of kings, and that meant that everything he did was moral and just solely because he
And also,
was
I don't
king.
think it, with what we
Himmler
have
took
so
these
far, I don't
ideas
think it
and
looks good,
internalized them,
honestly.
and began to believe that laws should enforce morality. Influenced by King Frederick further, Himmler also believed that morality was universal, not subjective. But Himmler also believed that he was one of the few people who knew what those
Underchoker?
universal morals
Oh my
were.
God,
And
fucking-
those morals
Oh my God.
certainly weren't good news for anyone who wasn't white, straight, and
Okay, so
chaste.
again, I want to do most
Now,
of the
Heinrich Himmler was a
outfit before
sponge
we
for
get to
ideas.
colors.
Yeah.
Underchoker, no.
So he was just as influenced by contemporary thought coming out of Germany as he was by the concepts dreamed up by his medieval forebears. Himmler particularly latched on to an ethno-nationalist German movement called the Völkisch movement, which first gained steam in the late 19th century and also heavily influenced Hitler. If it tells you anything, the official Nazi newspaper was called the Völkisch Observer. See, during World War I,
Yeah, we're kind of
Imperial
limited to
Germany
clothing because I
believed it
think
was owed
everything's mainly
expansion
dress
beyond its
themed.
borders, so the German
I mean,
people could
this
spread
character was
across
gonna wear a
Central
dress
and
anyway,
Eastern
but-
Europe and return to what made Germany great in the first place.
I understand they weren't Germany yet. They were just there already. They didn't need more. They always were there.
They wanted more. No, they wanted Eastern Europe.
But they never have it before. Why do they want it now?
You want
Just
some?
get
Yes,
fine sitting
please.
there.
Because there are more Germans now, and so they needed more land in order to be more German.
Yeah, World War I must have been real fun.
Did you say more land or more bland?
More
Hey, there's nothing bland about Germany. We went. It's good. It's many tapestries of different flavors.
Yeah, they have all kinds of different mustards.
Dude, they do. Hey, dude, wait till you go.
I'll say this. I love Germany.
I love
and I
Germany.
love German culture. I love German music and art. Like, it really does suck
Some thank
that
you.
the Nazis gave the Germans such a bad name because they really have made some incredible things throughout the years.
Hey, but ever since they've been doing good.
Yeah.
It's just that little period of time.
Well, by the 20s, Germans had become obsessed with rolling back the clock to the country's ancient agricultural roots because writers in the Völkisch movement began espousing the idea that old German farming traditions had refined and biologically honed the Nordic race. But those traditions had been lost.
I mean, they definitely did create a series of ladies with some of the best, most succulent alabaster mommy milkers that you've ever seen in your life, but I don't know if that's going to do much for the war effort. You know what I mean? Big-titted beer wenches are probably some of the best things that God and his German face ever created, but I don't know. I mean, but that's where I tap out.
Not sure if it's like superiority.
Sausage makers are delicious. I want to meet them.
Yeah. Well, the reasoning went that in ancient German tradition, German farmers had picked the strongest of their children to inherit their land, so that only the fittest would farm the fields and therefore continue propagating a superior bloodline.
So somebody like Himmler would have been definitely chosen by his big strapping father, and certainly not drowned in the river when he was fucking 5 years old.
But owing to what the Völkisch writer saw as the negative influence of the French Revolution, German landowners were now dividing their land equitably amongst all their heirs, thereby imperiling the Nordic race and undoing generations of selective breeding. So, through the Völkisch movement, the ideas of being pure through breeding and the importance of agriculture, these two ideas became inextricably linked in the minds of certain segments of the German population. And we're not
Yeah, it's like
and
my
we're not-
regular human
Well,
form.
that's the thing.
Regular
We're not
VTuber,
talking-
yes.
It's like, we're not talking 1933 here. We're talking like 1899. We're talking like these are ideas that have been fermenting in Germany for decades by the time the Nazis come along. And by the time Heinrich Himmler starts really getting into it.
And so to see here is like Himmler's putting these things together to create a story you can follow. Like that's going to be one of the things he understands that a fascist government and just kind of like what a revolution needs, like what he views as a revolution needs. A revolution needs a plot. It needs benchmarks. It needs all of these things.
360 degrees.
Yes.
I hate all of these.
It needs like
It needs a
something
story.
and Himmler
Again, for what I was like with the customizable models, you're always limited. But it's like,
By the time of the Nazis, this idea had been taken even further. They called it Lebensraum, or living space.
I remember that from high school.
Yeah.
Social studies.
Oh, yeah. But the Nazis added the provision that anyone who was in the German so-called living space, unfortunately, they had to be removed, enslaved, or exterminated, depending on their racial characteristics.
You're kind of living in my space. You shouldn't be living in the space. And I would move you, but that's hard, so we're just going to have to kill you.
Yep. This sick fantasy would be central to Heinrich Himmler's
God, it's
future
like you have to
plans,
do the
and it would
colors all
drive
for every
major
part.
decision throughout his life to the detriment of millions.
oh, and then if you just want to
don't
go
wanna be
schoolgirl, whatever.
online after Himmler when you're at the
Oh, and that's
fucking
for
Old
editing,
Country
don't care.
Buffet. Because motherfucker wants his room.
Man, imagine if Himmler was on Twitter.
He might have been he might have been saved. There's one of those things where maybe he would have gotten out of his system by just being, because there's definitely, I'm having such a hard time not comparing him to so many different people that we know in the space right now, because he's very, very similar to a lot of them.
Yeah.
They wish.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing. Is that, well, I mean, we're starting to see, they say like, oh, Twitter like helps.
Well, the main
helps to
character,
get
the idea
poison
I
out, but
had
now we're
was
starting
is
to
that
see
she
that,
is in a dress.
These things online, fighting online, it doesn't help get the poison out. It only increases the poison until it flows over and spills over and splashes the rest of us.
I have a kind of a theory that I'm building now that I think that it does sort of help for a while. I think that it does allow pressure to increase from people saying hateful things. I think the problem is that eventually you do begin to realize it's not moving the needle, and that sometimes that either, hopefully that makes you stop being a troll, that normally it's like one or two. It's either you upgrade to something worse, or you finally stop.
Yeah.
It's also good that we see it in real
Apron.
time, because all this Himmler shit.
Uh-oh.
we learned
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
'cause you can make a
diaries
maid
and
with
stuff.
it.
Yeah.
After he died, we got a handle on it. Now we get to like see people post their thoughts in real time, which is kind of cool.
What's amazing about Himmler in this aspect is the fact that he wrote down every single one of his thoughts.
He did.
So we know exactly what he was thinking.
Yeah, that's why we know Himmler. Like, that's why we can say so much about Himmler as opposed to, like, why Hitler's still such a... Even though Hitler wrote an entire book about his beliefs...
Yeah, he was a fake version of himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with Himmler, we know exactly who this man was. Now, when Heinrich Himmler read about the Völkisch movement, it sounded to him like the ideal life, despite the fact that he was the upper middle class son of a professor from one of Germany's most cosmopolitan cities.
A horse farted, and now I'm sick. I hate this corn. The corn is hard. Ow. Oh, I hate shocking, and even the paper around the corn is sharp.
It's the horse. But like any nerd, Himmler was just trying to live out a fantasy he'd read in a book, because Himmler had been greatly inspired by an author with the extremely German name of Hans Gunther.
Yes, my mother was a stripper.
Hans Gunther's book was a hugely popular tome called The Night, Death, and the Devil, in which he argued in the most racist way possible that the German people were destined to live in an agrarian culture in which every German is a warrior farmer who could both live off the land and
A warrior farmer.
It's the same guys that were at Charlottesville. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
the same fat-bodied, piece of shit, weak-shouldered, weak-chested little bitches that are gonna go and like act like they're gonna till a field. A lot of them can't till a Walmart.
I will say The Night, Death, and the Devil is a great title.
It's a good.
is.
It's a pretty good. Yeah, The Night, Death, and the Devil. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I would, if that was a movie on like a shelf at Blockbuster, I'd be like, that one, please.
Give me that and 310 to Yuma. Inspired by Hans Gunther's ideas, Himmler made the very surprising decision to study farming at the Technical University in Munich when he was 19. But the catch was that he had to have 1 year of practical experience under his belt before he could join the program. Now, even though Himmler acquired an apprenticeship on a farm in short order, his body was not prepared for 12 hours of manual labor 6 days a week. To his credit, he did try to push through the pain, but he still ended up sick in bed with paratyphoid fever.
I'm
after
liking
just
it.
5 days on the farm. He couldn't even get through a work week.
Dearest father, I think a chicken coughed on me. Dearest father, will the white race prevail? I have beet disease.
Oh, beet disease.
The
is in-
vegetable.
The vegetable. So you had
Like beat. It's like, oh.
lung disease. You have disease of the beet.
Yes, I have radish AIDS.
Coat was pretty cool, it was, but it doesn't fit with the character.
Send help, send money.
Well, the fever landed Himmler in the hospital for 3 weeks, but Himmler's hospital stay basically became the 1920s equivalent of falling down a racist YouTube algorithmic rabbit hole. While bedridden, Himmler alternated between Jules Verne and political works that only reinforced his conservative nationalist viewpoints. It's kind of like sitting there and going back and forth between Minecraft
These
videos
are
and
terrible.
Yes, excellent. I knew that beets were the Jews' apple. I knew that for certain. Good sour beets.
Particularly, Himmler devoured books that had the seemingly incongruent views that the Jews had both started World War I and had stabbed Germany in the back by forcing them to surrender on the cusp of victory.
Really? Because you figured the people who forced them surrender were the other armies that defeated them.
That is more what happened. Yeah. And it was the generals that were like, oh, we can't win this.
Oh, we not we're losing this.
Well, that was but that really was kind
Garter?
of where the idea came from.
Oh, I think that's something-
is
oh,
that
first-
the
yeah,
German
okay.
generals at the time, unlike Hitler later on, who took Germany to the bitter end until Berlin was absolutely destroyed, the German generals in World War I looked at the men they had, they looked at everyone else, and they thought, we can't win this. And if we keep going with this, then these people are going to march into Germany and they're going to destroy our entire country, and we don't want that to happen.
Bad thing,
But
yes.
there were guys on the German front lines who were like, oh, everything's going great. Like, we're winning battles. We're doing shit. Like, everything's going good.
Fucking
But
decoration.
because, the
Well, it's
German
again, it's going to be
generals
stuff
made
that
the
you can
responsible
see, and it's
decision to
like,
not
I
sacrifice,
do want her to have
millions
stockings,
more
but
of
it's
the
like you're not going to see
citizens. Many
anything. You
Germans
see
did
fishnet
not
holes.
believe that- yeah, that's what they thought. They were like, they wanted to fight to the last man, to the last, until there was no hope.
Man, fucking
Leg
Himmler would've
warmers.
died so fucking fast.
No, I know. It would have been awesome.
He can't even
think that,
garden,
I
much
guess,
less
not
live
with
in a
shoes.
trench. You know, like,
Yes.
He couldn't 5 days.
I
Could
have
not
to confess to you, I don't even really like water. I don't like to be wet. It's like I'm covered with snow.
No, once Himmler was out of the
This is a
hospital,
weird
he
order,
decided
'cause
that
now
maybe
we're
the
getting into
hands-on
headbands.
apprenticeship wasn't the right move.
Yes.
So he quit the program and enrolled at the University of Munich with a major in agriculture.
So I could write papers about farming.
Yeah, so he could be more theoretical with it.
Yeah, you know how that is.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, what are seeds? What is a seed?
I mean, you can get a major in it. You can get a degree in agriculture in college and go on to be a farmer. My grandfather did that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can be a
Yeah.
researcher. You can do lots of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not putting it. I'm putting him down.
Oh, please, please. Yeah.
Ugh.
He also joined a group that was far more suited to his background, a racist fencing fraternity. Now that is Heinrich
Yeah.
when he does
Oh, it's like earrings. Oh, can't have
He wrote
earrings
in
because
his
the
diary that he only gained the confidence in college to engage in intellectual debates with other men
'Cause of the
after
animal
he
ears.
received his first fencing scar. After I was caught with the sword for the first time, then I felt I could truly debate with the men.
it's also all
God,
the
this one
expressions.
smashes my fucking ass.
As do I.
It's truly stabbable.
Yeah. Now, at the University of Munich, Himmler linked up with other young, extreme right-wing shitheads who also wanted to waste their youth on hating people different from them while talking endlessly about the best ways to subjugate said people. See, anti-Semitism was on a sharp rise in Germany after World War I due to the whole
I was
stab
gonna
in the
say, it's like, I
back
don't think we're gonna
thing.
be
So
able to
Himmler
see
and his
any of these.
compatriots would quote-unquote debate as to whether or not Jews
'Cause these are,
deserve
like,
equal rights, or if they
They
should even
include
be allowed to
something because, like, a
participate
lot
in
there are
Himmler's
VTubers that are
precious
like
fencing
singers and
duels.
whatnot.
Himmler also immersed himself
that
in an
has options
anti-Semitic
for
book
so
called
your
The
character's
Sin
holding a
Against the
mic.
Blood by a German dickhead
And they also
named
have
Arthur
options on
Dinter,
here where you can,
where Jews are depicted
holding
as
a
race
controller,
defilers and the
so-
embodiment of everything wrong with society. That's
You would
all
need to be able
say
to
that the
actually
Nazis
see
did not
it.
in any way, shape, or form create the anti-Semitism that eventually bore the Holocaust. Although writers like Arthur Dinter did become members
You
of the
see,
Nazi
there we go.
Party eventually. Instead, the Nazis merely picked up the ideas that were already floating around Germany and
Oh, you
took
can
them
see
to
it,
the
and you can
most
see it even does the
extreme
animations.
conclusions.
Maybe he's just mad that his last name was Dinter.
Yeah.
But again, we don't touch those.
And Arthur.
Oh no, there we go. Let me see that so we can actually.
Name and people don't like it just looking at it.
Sounds like he was named by Gronk.
So I was thinking purple as the
As
main
you might
color.
expect, Heinrich Himmler, with his extreme anxiety, weak chin, and hateful personality, he was not the most charismatic man in Germany, and he was almost completely bereft of social graces.
Just stretching.
Himmler always had problems forming personal relationships because he was shy, uncertain, and constantly struggling to understand what people expected of him.
Well, he's also myopic, racist shithead.
Yeah. As one author put it, Himmler simply didn't know how to strike the right note in his behavior with other people.
Yeah, because he was a virulent Nazi.
That same tends to make you unlikable
Yeah, I
to the
know what it
majority
is.
of people. Yeah.
And it's just always like that's not always like fine. Like the idea too, I'll never understand that. Like these guys do have like friends, and they do have these things where you have to act all normal around them or whatever. Can you fucking imagine it? Can you imagine it? I get it. You're gonna put me in a concentration camp, but
I guess we
honestly, you
can't-
might
the-
have
the
to. Do you
sticks
think I'm
don't
gonna
count.
Give Himmler a high five. I don't want to touch him.
It's like he was like I keep going back to Anders Breivik. He looks like him, he acts like him. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Because it's like we can't
Well, that
edit the
same
color
author
of the
basically
sticks for some
diagnosed
reason,
Himmler with
even
what
though they're
modern
right there.
psychologists would call an attachment disorder. That meant that Himmler placed very high expectations on other people, but was unable to define what those expectations were. So, as a result, his expectations could never be fulfilled. It was impossible. But Himmler would still become highly frustrated when people disappointed him, and he had a constant desire for affection with no way of knowing how to
Mouse?
obtain it. Because of these constant failed connections, a disordered person like Himmler will shut down even further emotionally while trying to find outlets to compensate for their lack of relationships.
He could have used like a body pillow.
Oh wow! Oh, what a fleshlight attached to a Bugatti machine could have done for this man. This man Honestly, you just look at Himmler, and my first thought in my head, this man.
Oh my
needs
god, this is gonna take forever! I do color for all the different parts.
Manifested in strict observance of social formalities and rules for everyday life. Himmler believed that if he abided by every rule there
Want
was,
some gummy
no matter
bears.
how pedantic, he could defend his lack of emotional maturity by saying, actually, everyone else sucks because they don't follow the rules.
And if this doesn't ring true to what we are dealing with on the internet, then I don't know what does.
Yeah.
Because it's such like an incel thought process. Like this is such like this idea.
You're
of
wrong,
like,
I hate you.
I hate you, and that what I have to do that because all of you are behaving the way that you all need to be behaving. There should be rules, and what you all have to give me things and treat me nicely because you won't do it because I'm a putrid boil. And I'm sorry, putrid boil. Maybe think about the putrid part of the boil. Like, I get it. You're just the boil.
Plenty of boils out there.
Oh,
who have
mine
a
are
good
just
time.
You know what
regular.
you do? Nice shirt. Yeah. Good haircut. You know what women like? You know what people like in general? Better shoes.
Yeah.
You'd be less, then you'd just be a boil with great shoes.
Now, while Heinrich Himmler certainly had compatriots who shared his beliefs, he never had what you'd call friends. Well, he did have one friend when he was a teenager, a kid named Falk Zipperer.
Oh man.
Apparently, they would write.
Was he played by Martin Starr in the movie?
Apparently, they would write poetry together. Himmler's poetry,
Aw.
awful, absolutely terrible. Falk Zipperer, though, did get some poems published. He was okay, but
wow.
eventually he just got tired of him. Like, I don't want to hang out with this fucking guy anymore. On Himmler's view, human relationships required him to commit too deeply, although his diary entries from college portray a nerd who was extremely anxious to be accepted by other students. This, however, was a difficult proposition because he was, after all, Heinrich fucking Himmler.
Yeah.
And he wasn't any more of a likable guy when he was in college than when he was second in command of the Third Reich.
Reikable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Himmler
Yeah.
was described as shy but incredibly arrogant, notoriously anti-Semitic, violently opposed to communism, inflexible in straying from his routine, and terrible at reciting Bavarian folk poetry, which he tried to do often. When Himmler ran for student office, he got the smallest number of votes, because while most people didn't hate Heinrich Himmler, nobody
Oh, I was
liked
like,
him
why
either.
can't I edit the color of these? I think it's because it's supposed to be metal.
As such, Himmler did not do well in the romance department either. Himmler, however, justified his lack of success in forming intimate relationships with
It took
women
me forever.
by announcing publicly that he would remain a virgin until marriage.
You don't even try. Try to break me. Try to see if I'll give you some of this big penis.
He would
I am choosing not to have sex with any one of you.
I hate the way he would say, I hate the way I feel when they're body to body with me. I hate the way I lose control.
Even though he looks like sperm and an egg.
Well, here we go. Here's a quote. Here's a quote from Himmler's college diary. And if you put this quote next to somebody else's face, you might be confused as to who said it. A woman is loved by a real man in 3 ways. As a beloved child that one must argue with or even punish. As a wife who shares your struggle without shackling you. As a goddess whose feet one must kiss.
Yes.
And so, yeah, there's a guy, he probably put it right next to his face. You probably know exactly who I'm referring to.
It's exactly what I mean when I say that, you know, it's so easy to compare these like extreme conservatives and extreme right-wing thinkers to the Nazis because they're all coming from the exact same place.
Yeah,
They
they're
all- they all-
butthurt virgins that can't make friends, can't do anything, they suck at everything, and so they want to destroy the world and bring it down to their shitty little level.
I mean, that's partly that. It's partly that, but I think that only is that's only
Sure.
a fraction of these people.
Oh, get me,
Yeah.
I know. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying at it for frustration.
No, in college, the only time Himmler came close to a relationship was an obsession with a young woman named Maja, whom Hitler claimed to have gained considerable influence over through the use of hypnosis.
What?
Despite his hypnotic charms, however, Himmler and Maja remained, as he wrote in his diary, just friends.
I was just trying to challenge my
Oh.
virginity. And my virginity won.
I like you because you sound like Maza.
Now, after Heinrich graduated with a fucking agriculture diploma in 1922, owing to his teenage obsession with somehow becoming a Germanic warrior farmer, Himmler took a low-paying office job in Munich until he could afford to buy his own farm. In his spare time, he participated in hollow military exercises with the German Reserve Army.
Ugh, you could just see him with his like body armor that he bought off of Amazon. And it's like you see all these like guys playing ice. It's like all the same shit.
Yeah. Because of Himmler's piddling services, he would denounce any of his peers who had not participated in the military, while considering his own experiences in the military, in which he whined to his mother about not writing him often enough. He considered those to be heroic. He said Himmler had what you'd call an extraordinarily good self-image.
Yes.
Himmler also continued to fail in the realm of romance, and once remarked to a peer that he actually...
I despise women.
Yes, he despised them. Specifically, Heinrich would write obsessively in his diary about a pretty waitress who was living a life of moral depravity, which Himmler believed he could alleviate simply by giving her money. Again and again, Himmler adopted the Madonna whore viewpoint when it came to women. He considered flirting, kissing, and sex above all to be wicked. And he thought that people who indulged in sexual acts for any reason other than procreation were simply giving in to their animalistic side, which was not very German at all.
I actually asked my therapist for what this would be called, and he couldn't give me something. The idea of like a gateway idea. This is like one of those gateway ideas. This is like one of those things that like if you can learn to hate one person, I can teach you how to hate 10. Like it seems like it's one of those.
Hi,
'cause
S'mores.
it's interesting, right? This hatred for women.
Oh, you see, missing no. If you want to know the friend that introduced me to this, that is S'mores. There they are.
Well, it's just his own frustration, and, you know, his inability to connect with anyone.
But then he uses that as another way. So later on, when he will like subjugate women, blah blah kind of stuff, he will use this as another. It's a way to get.
I actually finished listening to the necrophilia one.
Thought that puts a 15-year-old boy at the
Like
foot
last
of
stream.
all the other thoughts.
But it's also it's very much about his attachment disorder and his expectations, and women never meeting those expectations.
Should we make the
Because
choker
he has
plaque
no
as well?
sense of real self and no sense of like he can't understand that's a him problem.
Yeah.
He wants to change the literal government. He wants to change the world's government in order to reflect those ideas. Exactly what we're saying.
Yeah.
Again, it's the problem. It's not just like, oh my God, I should dress better. Oh my God, I should learn to play the piano. It's the world
Why
needs
not?
to change. Women are whores.
Yes.
Yeah, he can monologue. He can't listen.
Yes. Well, for Himmler's part, his ideal woman was untouchable and totally desexualized, with an attitude towards
my mom,
covetous
yes,
that
it
was just as
is.
chaste and strict as his own. In his dreams, Himmler fantasized about a woman who would gladly join his quest to Germanize the lands of Eastern Europe as a settler. She would be a nurse, a mother, and a sister figure, all while avoiding any erotic or threatening femininity that served any purpose other than to propagate the German race. In turn, women mocked Heinrich Himmler and openly called him a eunuch.
Oh, very much. This idea, because guess what it sounds like? It sounds the idea that women are just supposed to be baby factories.
Yeah.
That's all they're supposed to be. They're supposed to just father the armies of the Nazis.
Well, baby factories, and you know they must keep the house in order. They must
make
milk
him dinner, make sure he's okay.
milk the cows. It's definitely it's all subservience. Now, around 1922, Himmler's diary entries displayed a massive uptick in anti-Semitism, and he also began to write quite a bit about how much he hated homosexuals, whom he considered degenerate. Himmler also started referring to himself with his weak chin and pigeon chest as a so-called true Aryan.
I think he was right.
Now, one of the
I think he is the true Aryan.
Now, one of the reasons why Himmler's anti-Semitism increased in 1922 is because that was the year that hyperinflation hit Germany. Because of the extraordinarily short-sighted conditions of the Versailles Treaty, which placed most of the blame and responsibility for World War I on Germany, the country owed massive reparations. In order to pay these reparations to other countries, the ruling government figured, fuck it, why don't we just print more money? That'll solve everything. Why hasn't anyone ever thought of this before?
It's money. Just make more of it.
This is, of course, a stupid idea. And pretty soon, the price of goods in Germany increased by literally 10 million%.
My God.
$1 was equal to 4.2 trillion Reich marks.
I'll always remember those pictures when we went to go see after the fact when they had split up the country. This is afterwards, like the idea of big wheelbarrows filled with money.
Yeah,
that they were burning to keep the houses warm.
Yes. Now, the Himmler family lost much of their wealth due to hyperinflation, and the right-wing extremists that Heinrich already followed began saying that a cabal of Jewish bankers were somehow profiting off all the misery hyperinflation caused. It's at this point that
We
the
can
answer
edit
to
the
any
colors
problem
here,
in
but I
Himmler's
think we
life,
can
as I
do
said, was,
them.
"Ugh, of course, it's the Jews."
As if Protestants and Catholics won't steal your fucking money. Crazy to think that the Catholics wouldn't try to get a fucking chunk of that shit. You guys are crazy.
Oh, yeah, you mean the organization that demands 10% of its followers' income?
Seriously. And it's just like the rest of it.
Or let's go over to all the fucking televangelists who are constantly asking
You're
people
gonna
for
make me
money
go
and
back
telling
to
them
the
if
cover.
You don't give them money, you're going to go to hell, and the only way to get to heaven is to give them money.
Industrialists make money on a world collapse, so these guys are all
73
doing it. It's not just the Jewish people, it's a lot of guys
265
look like you.
31.
But as a result, Heinrich Himmler began associating with even more far-right extremists who were railing
Three.
against what they believed was the grand communist Jewish plot behind the whole thing.
Okay.
The source of it all was the ruling government, known to history as
31.
the Weimar Republic. Founded as Germany's first attempt at democracy, the Weimar Republic was what replaced the throne when Kaiser Wilhelm abdicated after his defeat at the end of World War I.
Welcome. You know what I mean? It's all that. It's because that's when things got sexy.
Oh, very sexy. The Weimar Republic was extraordinarily sexy.
Yeah, that's why it made him so angry, because none of those sexy girls wanted to talk to him because he was a miserable, hate-filled troll.
Basically, an uprising of workers and veterans bloodlessly took over Germany and established a parliamentary system much like England's, then combined it with an American-style presidency. Now, the moderates of the Weimar Republic beat out the communists, who were also trying to grab power after the Second Reich fell. But while on paper, the Weimar Republic was one of the most liberal governments of its time, gave women the right to vote, it declared all Germans equal, it gave every German the right to free expression.
Mistake. All this did was make these guys angry.
Yeah. It was effectively a centrist government that pleased no one. As a result, the Weimar Republic in the early years had to deal with not only massive inflation, but a fair amount of attempted coups by paramilitary groups on the
Oh
right.
my god. Okay, we're getting into like different
its
colors
continued
here.
Diplomatic isolation because the whole world was still really pissed off about World War I.
It was a bad one.
Yeah, it was a really bad one. The world was still very pissed off about it, and a lot of them still blamed Germany. Now, Himmler took the hyperinflation of the early 20s personally once again, because with his agriculture degree, the best job he could get in the economic climate was a low-paying job working for a fertilizer company.
I don't want to work at the poo-poo store. I purchased from the poo-poo store.
Additionally, Himmler had no friends and no romantic prospects.
No.
Gross.
In other words, Heinrich Himmler was pissed off at anything and everything. But in 1922, Himmler heard tell of another group of miscreants, where his anger and conspiracy theories would enable him to finally fit in somewhere. This group was just one of the numerous extreme right-wing anti-Semitic paramilitary groups in Germany at this time. But this group had a massive advantage. In effect, this group had just drafted the LeBron James of hateful, charismatic leaders. The one man who was going to grab everyone's attention and push this group to the top. The group was, of course, the Nazi Party. And their stock in Germany was rising quickly due to their star speaker, Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, I am bringing my talents down to South Beach.
I like Heinrich Himmler because he looks like my one testicle.
What?
It's like, but it's true. It's like he was kind of banding about, and he was like the guy.
Hitler was the guy.
He was the Chevy Chase.
Oh yes, yeah.
So I hate that we
I
say
got it for like Hollow Knight playthrough, and then later on the Silksong playthrough. Very, very cheap for like models and everything. It is 3D model and everything.
Now,
Very
Hitler's
surprisingly
ideas have
cheap.
mostly been taken from the German return to nature Völkisch movement that we mentioned earlier. It's the same one that got Himmler so excited, where every German was supposed to start a farm, have as many babies as possible, and defend their country when necessary. Hitler also believed, like Himmler, that Jews and communism were inextricably linked and had to be exterminated. while the Slavs of Eastern Europe were destined to be a race of sterilized slaves who would get the warrior farmers on their feet before dying out completely.
Please leave us alone. Man, everything I feel fucking super fucking foreign in this.
Yes, yes.
It's nice.
Yes, I feel very American and British at the same time.
Yeah, dude.
So I already
Both men
know.
believe that the most dangerous
It's like I
ideas
still
of
on
human
stream. I still need to
pacifism,
continue Hollow
socialism,
Knight.
and
We're not
democracy.
even close to finishing it. I mean,
and they scoffed at any pretensions.
I don't know, but
towards
it's like we
humanism.
still like.
In other words,
I
they were
want
both
to do
massive
everything
dickheads
in it, so we're gonna do like the
every way
arena
possible.
stuff and everything.
And
So
Himmler
we're
was
not close.
immediately attracted to the idea
Ugh.
of being espoused by the Nazi Party.
He's like finally not the main dickhead.
Yeah.
Same,
You know,
yeah,
you can go to
same.
the-
Like I'm
oh
not
my
getting
God,
Silk
they're
Song
bigger
until I
than me,
finish Hollow
and
Knight.
they do worse stuff than me.
No one, dude, no one's a bigger dickhead than Heinrich Himmler.
I know he's gonna be like, oh, wait till they fucking once I'm in there.
Yeah, yeah. Now, by the time Himmler came along in 1922, the Nazi Party was well on its way. Hitler had joined in 1919, when it was still called the German Workers' Party. He was member number 555, although the party had started its membership numbers at 500 to make them seem like they were much more popular than they really were.
What, you saying they were liars?
They were liars! He was actually member number 55.
Oh.
Within 2 years, the Nazi membership,
that look
however,
good?
went from 55 to 2,000, mostly because of Hitler. He was elected their leader in 1921, and the swastika, borrowed from the Tula Society, was adopted as the party's official symbol. By the end of the year, Hitler was speaking for crowds of up to 6,000 people, and by the time Himmler started coming around, the Nazis' membership had exploded to more than 20,000.
It's so long.
who had mostly been lured in by Hitler's.
I also like. I want to take a while to finish it as well. So hopefully, Silk Song gets like expansions, just like Hollow Knight.
Now. Like people like fast action and are easily.
It's like so I could get a bunch of stuff to do.
I think that somebody like what he does is offer fast action.
Well,
it's a simple
easy
solution.
answers.
It's easy answers, fast action. And people are amazed because they're used to bureaucratic red tape. And nobody likes, and they always like joke and hate about the idea of government red tape. Even though the
Well, that's
reason why
good
the
to
red
do.
tape is there is to
Make
sort
it
of,
longer
like,
because it's
do
supposed to
the
be a long dress. Oh, I might as well
Don't
take off the
text them down.
stockings since you
call
can't
the
see them.
people and see how it works, and creating coalitions, doing all this dumb shit stuff that takes a long time, makes everybody angry and upset. Hitler's like, what if I just take all that out?
Yeah, what if I just did, like, that actually, that is kind of Hitler in a nutshell. What if I just did it and it didn't matter what didn't matter what the consequences were to the people you don't
The
like?
cough drop's not going to help
Yeah.
get the mucus out of my
Hitler had
throat.
actually joined the Nazis as a spy for the German army, who were investigating various extremist organizations due to all the paramilitary coups that the Weimar Republic was constantly batting away. As a result, Hitler had infiltrated several political movements prior
Ooh,
to
shiny.
discovering the German Workers' Party, and he'd learned something from all of them. He's sort of like, we talk about Jim Jones. He went to every single church in his town and paid attention to every single one. Hitler did the exact same shit. From the social
Is there a highlight? There
Democratic
should be
Party,
highlights for the
Hitler said he
shoes
learned
because like
how
that's
to
very
manipulate
shiny. It
crowds
kind of clashes
and
with
how
the
to
rest of the
destroy
outfit.
opposition
Like,
through
look at that.
constant attack. He wrote, quote,
I understood the infamous spiritual terror this movement exerts. At a given side, it unleashes a veritable barrage of lies and slanders against whatever adversary seems most dangerous, until the nerves of the attacked persons break down. This is a tactic based on the precise calculation of all human weaknesses, and its result will lead to success with almost mathematical certainty.
and he is 100% correct. 100% correct. This tactic is still used today.
By who?
It's like what?
Hitler also understood that the way to win over the public was to keep things simple. If you have just a few straightforward ideas that you ceaselessly hammer into people's brains and pair them with recognizable symbols, pageantry, and colors that arouse them, it will make people feel like everything's gonna be all right.
Lock her up.
Yep. Those songs that people know, that make people feel comfortable. This has been used to great effect in recent
Okay,
American
glasses.
history.
Okay, that's
Simple,
it.
Straightforward ideas that you
This
say
is her.
again and again and again.
This is
And
our
the whole thing-
Lammy.
and that's the thing about Hitler. That's-
Farts lead to shit.
yeah, well, that farts do lead to shit.
Yeah.
That's right. But that's the thing about Hitler, is that you really got to understand about this, is that it's not about that Hitler made, that he, of course, did create hate within people, but the feeling that Hitler created in the German people is the same feeling that people are responding to now.
So as close as we're gonna get.
Be okay.
I
Everything's
will
gonna be
say I
fine.
hate the
Well,
dress.
and then they're telling us that everything is
I'm
okay.
happy that it has
And then
that
everything's
much of
gonna-
a
everything is okay,
stability, but
everything's
it's
gonna be
like,
fine. Everything's gonna
woof.
go back to the way it was, even though the way it was never actually.
Can't
fucking
wait for
existed in the
updates
first
where they
place.
add
Just-
more
Why was he
styles
screaming
of
it?
clothes and
That is
shit.
true. Why was he screaming it?
Just sing a song.
Yeah.
Rap.
It's like I hate all the boob styles.
You have to say, I'm doing things in a Nazi-like way. It's the only way I knew how to do it. It's the only rap I know.
Additionally, Hitler knew that acts of terror and violence, if successful, would attract people who wanted to feel a sense of power. This was extraordinarily attractive to a lot of young German men in 1922 who were coming off a humiliating defeat in World War I and had little future to speak of in Germany economically.
Maybe that's a little
he got
better.
To take the momentum of a bunch of guys that just got done killing a bunch of people in a field, and now they have no idea what to do with all that energy. He now gets to use those guys also.
But he also was able to get guys like Himmler who never got to be in the war.
Exactly.
Because,
They wanted a little taste.
well, because the guys who were actually in the war in Germany at this time, they actually looked at the trenches very nostalgically. Like they looked at it as like that was the time of glory. That was the time whenever, like when in England and America, they're like, "This is the worst fucking thing that ever fucking happened. Let's never
Because
do
it
that
was
again. It's
bad.
fucking awful."
Because it was bad and we were right.
Yeah.
And it's not horrifying to die in a trench. It actually sucks.
Yeah.
You want to die, really? On a slip and slide. You want to do.
It's like I really wish also with the mouth we could change the expression.
Yeah, but in Germany, they didn't think of it that way. They would talk about how glorious it was, how wonderful it was, how we should return to that.
It's a fantasy that wasn't real.
Yes, and there were all these younger guys like Heinrich Himmler.
Oh, I didn't
that
think
were
about
saying,
it. We
"Oh,
could
God,
just
like, I
also-
wish I could have done that. I wish I could have had that."
I had
So when
disabled
came
it, but
time
we
to go to
can't
war,
have
there
both
were
of
a
them
lot
at the
people like,
same time, I
"Oh,
think.
this is my chance. I can have the same glory that those guys in the Great War had."
Also, everyone's so poor right now in Germany.
Extremely so.
And so when you get to that, you
They're
get
fucked.
extremely desperate and you start making irrational decisions. We
Yes.
see that with people in this country right now.
Exactly. This tactic of playing on the hopelessness of disenfranchised young men has been used to great effect here in America in the last few years, but
Okay.
it's by people who are simply looking for clout or influence. We call it the manosphere. But the difference between then and now is that the young men of 1920s Germany have been raised with the same extreme brutality that Himmler had been raised with. So they had absolutely no problem meeting out violence whenever they were told that violence was the solution. This, thankfully, isn't the case in America anymore, because while we may be conditioned to accept violence, we've been conditioned to accept gun violence. And we've been conditioned to accept it as a way to protect our freedoms. It's passive. We're also constantly told that gun violence is wrong and the people who perpetrate it are routinely vilified. So the difference here is that while young men are being recruited, they're being recruited to buy products and like and subscribe because they are not conditioned to commit
There we go.
violence on a Nazi Germany scale.
What we're seeing, though, is on the other side, which is a soft encouragement versus hard encouragement, is what I would put it in this way. And we're
Stochastic terrorism. Yeah.
instead of saying, like, hey, like the Nazis and the stormtroopers were told to beat people up.
Go out there, they're communists, go beat them up, kill them if you have to.
These guys are being told now that what they're doing is, on the news, everyone's saying it's bad. Don't do that. They go on the internet.
Yeah.
And memes are telling them it's hilarious. And the memes are coming from inside the house.
Yes.
The memes are literally coming from people within these organizations that are using those memes to, what was it, 764?
No.
That other group, we have Order of the Nine Angles.
Listen to my episode on Panic World for more about 764.
And so we have these things that are also then actively happening, but it's just they're going to the same guys in appealing them in ways that are specifically, but no, all of these groups are hunting for young men.
Memes are news for people who can't read full sentences.
Yes. Now, Hitler did not rise to power alone, and many of the most famous shitheads of the Nazi Party were recruited during these early days in the 1920s.
There we go.
As far as Heinrich Himmler went, he was brought in by an early ally of Hitler's who would, of course, not survive the inevitable purges that come with these sorts of movements. The man who brought in Himmler was an actual World War I veteran who'd lost his fucking nose during the
Man,
war.
look at that mouth.
Got your nose.
Give it back. You know, like,
Look at that movement with the ears.
here's your nose back.
This noseless man was an
Oh!
absolute fucking bruiser named Ernst Röhm. Röhm was an excellent organizer, a strong leader, and he utterly
Mouth
lacked
tracking
any
isn't
sort of
that-
moral
isn't the
compass,
best.
which were all qualities that Heinrich Himmler appreciated.
It's actually quite interesting he has no moral compass because actually our
Wow.
personal body compasses are actually in our nose. There's tiny deposits of iron in men's noses more so than women. That's why technically they believe that men have more of an ability to naturally find direction is because we have more. of the iron
Dang, the
content in our
face
nose.
tracking
And
is
so
really
technically you
good.
would have even less of a moral compass without the nose.
Interesting.
Oh, that is interesting. And, Himmler probably liked him because with all his belly issues, he could fart around him.
Yeah. And he's just like, I can still taste it in my cavity.
Well, Rome also had an extreme capacity for violence. He believed that Germany was going to be won basically through street fighting. And he was kind of right. I mean, that was one of the big advantages of the Nazi Party was that they had roving bands of psychopaths that would just walk through the streets of Germany and beat the shit out of anybody who didn't fall in line. It was never a law that you had to Heil Hitler.
Yep, so
every
this is a
time you saw
VTuber
somebody
model.
else, but if you didn't Heil Hitler, then one of Rome's men would beat you half to death, if not beat you to death. It's not just that wasn't just a fucking Downton Abbey
Ugh.
storyline. It happened.
Well, also they learned to separate the two. What they would do is the stormtroopers became an unofficial side group to the main Nazi crew, right?
Yeah.
Because for a while Hitler was saying, "I don't run the stormtroopers."
Yes. Oh, very much so. Yes, he was.
I need to have my mic
Rome's
connected,
capacity for
so
violence made him the perfect
seeing
man to
the,
co-found the Nazis' first paramilitary wing, the Sturmabteilung, aka
The mouth
SA,
tracking be
but
so
history knows them
shitty.
better as the stormtroopers. Now remember, the stormtroopers. They're not a part of the government.
No.
Not in any way whatsoever.
yeah, I have it so
They're
lip
just
sync is happening, so
fucking
that's weird.
guys.
They're yeah, guys and kids.
Yeah.
It's Proud Boys.
Yes.
Sneeze. Oh, that's your first time hearing the hiccup, man.
Now, under
We don't
Rome's
know what
leadership,
those
the
are.
SA made several attempts
They
to
happen.
violently overthrow local governments throughout the
They just
Weimar
happen. They're
Republic in
like
the early years
hiccups,
of the
but we
Nazi
don't know
Party.
what they
They
are.
also carried out several assassinations across the political spectrum, including the murders of rival right-wing extremists. Between 1919 and 1923, right-wing Freikorps like the SA killed 354 people in politically motivated murders, while only 22 murders were committed by left-wing groups in the same time period.
Step it up.
But just like
So I
today,
didn't think about it. Why
but just like today,
is
because
my
there were some murders
sprout
committed
not
by left-wing
working?
provocateurs,
Because technically the
right
model
wing
should
was
appear.
extraordinarily good at convincing anyone who would listen that it was actually the leftists who represented the real danger, even though their own people were committing murders at 16 times the rate.
Oh,
Interesting.
Isn't it?
Isn't it?
Now, in the early days of the Nazi Party, Hitler was not the
trying- I'm
infallible
fixing
Führer
OBS.
that he would one day become. Men like Ernst Röhm, I love saying it. Yeah.
oh, because Sprout's working with Venian right now.
Because
Because it's showing my Hollow Knight model. Okay.
Röhm, in particular, would disagree with Hitler because Hitler believed that the military should be subservient to Nazi ideology, while Röhm thought that the military should come first and everything else was secondary. Both men, however, hated Jews and communists.
Hey, so as long as they can get along, that's really what it is, about finding compromise.
It did unify them for a surprisingly long period.
Really
of time.
wish I could make her frown.
But really, Hitler put up with Röhm because he desperately needed Röhm's connections.
I also like how every time he puts on sunglasses, they fall to his bottom lip.
I love the ear movements. I'm sorry, I'm playing with them.
That we only have one jack-o'-lantern. We can't lose our jack-o'-lantern.
Stop, I can hear you. I hear you talking to me. It's also rude.
Jack-o'-lantern, jack-o'-lantern.
I did good things.
The plan was also to play around with it some more, but at the same time, I'm like,
Röhm
oh,
was a
it took
war
so
hero who
long,
had
man.
deep connections
It
to the
took so
military,
long.
and he wore his resume
I don't wanna do it
literally on his
again.
face. You could see what he had sacrificed. While Hitler's military experience made him little more than a so-called jumped-up corporal, as I said earlier. That's what all of the guys who ran Germany's military, that's how they
Nobody-
looked at. That's what, even like,
They didn't take him seriously.
yeah,
Yeah.
even von Hindenburg, the German president, that's what he called him when Hitler started gaining power. He was like, who's this jumped-up little corporal?
Well, when he first met him, he was like, "Get him away from me.
Yes, that was most people's reaction to Hitler,
Yes.
was get this man away from me, until some of the
became
aristocrats and some of the more right-wing people decided, like, oh no, we can use
No,
them.
this is the
And
basic
again,
look she's
you
probably going to
cannot
have.
use them.
Yeah, watch
Is
Rise
what
of
I'm
the
feeling
Nazis on
shitty.
BBC, honestly, really does explain this really well.
Yeah, BBC Select Rise of the Nazis. It's my favorite
It's
Nazi
like eyelids
documentary
lowered.
series ever. It's incredible.
It's his favorite.
Yes, it is my. That is my. That's my.
Now,
the
yeah,
Nazi
because
show
they're
that I
both
mentioned
using.
earlier.
He makes love to Carolina
We do the
Leach,
tracking
and
through my
beginning of it
iPhone.
is the Deutschland.
It's like I use an app and it connects to the other apps. So
Not even close.
all I did was have to
Nothing
put
to
in
do
the
with
two
us.
things. So it's like connected to the other app and this
I
one.
can.
Yeah.
In this one.
Rome also had connections to weapons and explosive manufacturers who were far more likely to make a deal with someone like him rather than, say, a failed.
Oh, if only we
artist
could
whose
do
biggest military
multiple things in
accomplishment was getting
Sprout. That would have
gassed
been
and
fun.
blinded at the end of the war. That would be Hitler.
I couldn't see. Which is why I changed the name as a group.
But it can't do
Rome, he
multiple
could
at
take the
once.
Yeah. But it was these
Could
connections and more
technically-
that made Hitler ignore a very large part of Ernst Röhm's life. See, Ernst Röhm lived as an openly gay man in the Weimar Republic. He attended gay nightclubs without shame. He held membership
Oh.
in an organization that supported gay rights. Man, don't think this makes him fucking cool. It doesn't. He's still Ernst Röhm.
It's like, no, it's just this. What? You're like, oh, because he's been like, I know this is the best part about my experiences in World War One.
Yeah.
I now.
I was gonna say we could do a green screen of it, but it's like this is the I'm doing the window capture. Give me a second. I don't want to edit the window capture.
Come in my fucking brain. I'm gay as hell, and I'm ready for head sex.
What?
Come in my brain. I know that. Come in my brain. It's, God, I'm gonna be thinking about that for days.
Yeah, just being like, ow, I keep hitting my penis on your nostril bones.
See, while Weimar Germany was more open about homosexuality
and then
than,
we
say,
do
America
this.
at the time, it was still a don't ask, don't tell
this.
situation. Although the Weimar Republic was
That.
still famously swinging and comparatively progressive.
Yeah, it was awesome.
There were very few openly
Got a
gay
bit of
men,
a line, but that's
gay
fine.
clubs weren't explicitly banned, and major political parties actually worked to decriminalize homosexuality. The laws were never passed, of course.
There we
but
go.
The point is, they still tried. Ironically, though, the Nazi Party was the predominant party against gay rights, even though one of their top men was openly gay.
Oh,
Never one to let
it's
a
dinner time.
contradiction stop
I'll be right
them,
back.
though. The Nazis would use Rome to recruit people who might be on the fence about the conservatism of the Nazis. The Nazis would point to Rome and say, hey, dude, we're cool. We got a gay dude. And he's a totally badass gay dude, too. He don't got a nose or nothing.
No, dude, that guy better be hot as hell. Like, that's what I'm saying.
No, he's not.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you're going to have a major gay Nazi, I want that guy to be hot.
Yeah.
I don't want him to have no nose. Sell me.
Yeah, no, he was a hefty man as well.
Yeah, I want somebody. Yeah, dude, I don't want an expert level gay. I want an entry level gay.
Yeah, but the thing is that the right wingers are still doing this today. I mean, they
know.
did it with Milo Yiannopoulos. Like,
Yeah.
oh no, look, we've got a gay guy. Like,
Oh, no,
look,
they'll have,
look, there are gay guys here. It's fine. It's great. No, we're cool. Don't worry about it.
You always notice how they push the 3 black people they have behind Trump.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
they push him right behind his speech and stuff like that because they can be like, see, look.
Yeah, it's always that see look.
Yeah.
Now, Heinrich Himmler met Ernst Röhm in 1922, but Röhm did not immediately bring Himmler into the Nazis. Like Hitler, Röhm was a member of several right-wing groups, so Himmler was brought into a right-wing paramilitary group that allied itself with the Nazis called the Reichskriegsflagge, or Reich War Flag.
I wonder why we're having problems getting members.
I'm gonna look at the name.
And from what it seems like, Himmler was not necessarily a Hitler stan like so many others in Germany. In fact, Hitler doesn't even make an appearance in Himmler's diary until February of 1924. This is interesting because Himmler had formally joined the Nazi Party 6 months earlier, so he definitely knew Hitler personally long before that. But I think this points towards my assumption that for Heinrich Himmler, the ideas of the Nazi Party were far more important than the leader, who in Himmler's mind was just a means to an end. He's the guy that can get this shit done.
They all view him as somebody that can control, which is because in the end, as we know, they don't succeed. You know, like, which will
They
get there.
succeed for a while.
But the idea
What was
is that
that?
they, you know, it's interesting because even in his own mind, he just thinks like, we'll get through this Hitler stage.
Yeah, it's kind of how Cheney used Bush.
Yeah. Now, frustratingly, there was actually a moment
Dinner
in time when
time.
Hitler's right-wing movement might have been stopped before it gained too much steam.
We might be
This
able to
moment
fix
came
those
when Hitler
lines.
figured he had enough men to do what so many others had tried and failed to do before. Hitler was going to make a run for a coup with the infamous Beer Hall Putsch of 1923. During this short, failed attempt, thousands of Nazi stormtroopers marched with Hitler through the streets of Munich the day after Hitler had taken over a political rally in a beer hall. I love the name of the beer hall, Bürger Braukeller, with 600
Nope, that
of his
didn't help.
goons and
Okay.
machine guns. The capture of the
It's
beer
probably
hall
just the
had filled
chroma
Hitler
key.
with a false sense of confidence. He figured he had it in the bag. But when he marched to the center of Munich to fully take over the Bavarian government the next day, the Bavarian
We have
paramilitary
drumsticks,
opened
some
fire
steamed
with
broccoli,
many
and
machine
rice.
guns and killed
Rice that was cooked with
16
Spam.
Nazis, while 3 of their own were killed as well. Hitler ran away,
Ah.
barely injured, while top Nazi Hermann Goring was badly wounded in the groin.
Oh!
She got shot in the fucking dick.
Hitler was tracked down and sent to prison, but even though his actions had led to the deaths of 19 people, he was given the incredibly light sentence of 5 years.
I mean,
5
it's-
years.
It is fascinating though. Because
There we go.
like,
So now we
right
got both
there
of us.
and then,
We're just gonna listen
the whole thing
to
could
the
have been over.
podcast.
Yeah, right there and then the whole
Ooh,
thing.
almost
could've been over.
episode
If they had
2.
really-
If they
had
would've-
really
Or part
put
2.
the boot down on him, which they try to do several
Yeah.
times, and then after this we'll see. Well, they do. They will try. There will be a giant emergency attempt at some point to stop the rolling train.
So yeah, it's like you
already
hope
too
everybody
late.
likes
Far too
Lammy.
late. By the
This
time
is
they
again
realize they
official
can't
name
control
Silent
Hitler and that
Lamb.
He's not just useful. It's way too late.
This will be the model we have for
Now,
now.
since Himmler wasn't fully into the Nazis just yet,
Until I feel
he
like
did
getting
not
her an
participate
official one. Of course,
directly
he
in the
needs
beer
an
hall
official
push with
design.
Hitler. Instead, he was with Ernst Röhm.
The artist that I'm going to be working with
They
has
actually-
been going
they were
through
the
some
only
life
ones who
stuff
had
and whatnot, so
the
we
only
haven't gotten to
successful
actually
action
like
of the putsch.
the
Like,
first
they
starting bits
occupied
to
the
work
war
on it.
industry by barricading themselves in with barbed wire and machine guns. This group, however, negotiated a peaceful end with the Bavarian paramilitary. Röhm was arrested, but Himmler was allowed to go free, although he lost his job and had to move back in with his parents because of his involvement with the coup.
Ha!
This is the
Loser.
key. This is like one of the big keys. Is Himmler going back to live with his parents?
Yes.
Yeah, in their basement.
Yep.
So as the year ticked over to 1924, Hitler was in jail, the Nazis were banned by the government, and Ernst Röhm had left the party soon after the coup over an argument he had with Hitler, although he would return 6 years later. You know what he did? He went and he ran the Bolivian army for a while.
Whoa!
Yeah, he was actually like the proto, like, yeah, let's go to South America. Let's check that out.
Oh, and what?
Action's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Hold on. So he,
Oh, I don't know if I said last time you were here missing. No. Over here
This is
onto
a
the
moment when
side,
life was looking
if
up
you
in
do
Germany.
exclamation
While things weren't
point
perfect or
fish,
even
you
all
can
that
go
stable,
fishing
the
in the little
Weimar
circle
Republic
over there.
finally started to
Oh, and
gain
yeah,
its
the
footing as a
codec sound
legitimate
is my
power that could provide an
text
actual
alert.
life for the
I have it
German
as my
people.
text alert.
The economic and political systems have begun to stabilize. Germany joined the League of Nations in an attempt to return to the world stage, and the German people were creating incredible art, movies, and music. While Hitler was in prison writing his bullshit fucking book, the people of Germany were enjoying Bertolt Brecht's Threepenny Opera, Fritz Lang's Metropolis, and the surrealist masterpieces of Max Ernst. And this is
Yes,
just
never played
three
'em,
examples
but I've
of all
watched people
kinds of
play 'em and I still
incredible
like 'em.
art coming out of Germany in the 20s. In other words, it looked like Germany might be on a comeback, having narrowly missed a right-wing takeover. But tragically, in an example of how the world has been interconnected for well over a century.
Yeah, it's like that's what the
despite
circle in the
claims
corner
that
is.
Globalization is a relatively recent phenomenon. The Weimar Republic
People
was
can go fishing. Well, Jack can go
absolutely
fishing.
fucking destroyed by America's Great Depression.
how?
Since everything is kind of interconnected, you know, there are people that, you know, the Americans that had invested in Germany, you know, that, and since all of these things, you know, were kind of, you know, since all these things were related to each other, when America's economy
No,
fell,
thank you.
Germany's economy absolutely fell apart.
Well,
Like,
they were also like the first.
Metal Gear Solid is a game that I know I only enjoy watching people play. Like I know I wouldn't have fun playing it.
So when all of
Yeah.
that went down, we were doing all once we were knocked out because we were the new financial superpower, and then all of a sudden we're knocked off the board.
yeah, and the consequences of the Great Depression, they actually hit Germany harder than even America due to the fragile nature of the Weimar Republic. Their unemployment was far worse than ours was. Hyperinflation came back, and the return of economic instability allowed the far-right parties like the Nazis back inside just as they were about to be kicked into the dustbin of history. They were able to say, look, this is what you get with the Weimar Republic, even though it had nothing to do with the Weimar Republic. It had everything to do with the greed
Oh.
of American stockbrokers.
Chicken's good
you know,
today.
doing what they did that led to the Great Depression. But they were able, the Nazis were, and these right-wing fucks are able to use anything and everything and say, like, look, this is why things are bad. Give it to us. We're going to make it better. We're going to make it great again. Everything's going to be fine if you only give us all the power in the world. And in the end, Hitler ended up serving 9 months for starting a coup that resulted in the deaths of 19 people. Additionally, Hitler gained another victory in February of 1925 when the ban on the Nazi Party was lifted after Hitler made a solemn promise to, quote, obey the law.
See,
Oh my
that's as
God.
good as you better want to hold on to some of these IOUs. That was for a Lamborghini.
Go with my Pong. Oh God.
But while Hitler had been in prison, Heinrich Himmler had done what a lot of frustrated, unemployed young men who had to move back in with their parents have done over the decades. He immersed himself in the occult.
Yay!
And that's
Woo!
where we'll pick back up next week for part 2.
That's where old Zabrowski comes in.
Hitler's out of jail. Himmler's getting into the occult, and shit's about to really start popping off in Nazi Germany. It's about to become Nazi Germany.
I can smell the Vrilla bubbling. It's tossed salad and scrambled eggs. This is going to be...
know what to do. Salad and scrambled eggs.
This is only the beginning.
Scrambled
Patreon.
eggs all over my face.
Patreon.com/lastpodcast left. Watch that Nazi information roll on by.
What is a boy to do?
What is a boy to do? Come check out Patreon. Watch us talk about Nazis.
Oh, she's always the one that
Help me
cooks.
on the left to watch us do social media about Nazis.
Okay, we're just gonna go to the next part.
They say if you want to go.
It's like imagine someone else cooking in the house, please.
Today's episode I want to dedicate to the Saudi Arabian royalty. And I want to dedicate it to them because we've been working so hard and I just want to make them laugh so bad.
So do I.
And I feel like this series.
I want to make all 12 people in that audience laugh.
No, there was like several thousand. They were put there. They were placed there.
Sure.
At gunpoint. But these guys, like, what's nice is that like maybe if we show them this series,
Yeah.
they'll like. I don't know.
To honor the Saudi Arabians, I just destroyed a bunch of solar panels today.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Normally, and that's actually a really good idea. I do plan to spray some gasoline on the street later on.
Welcome to the last podcast on the left. My name is Marcus Parks. I'm here with the highly ambitious Henry Zabrowski.
Very ambitious. Invite me, royal family. I can't wait to dance in a cage for you.
And I would say the equally ambitious Ed Larson.
Yes, Arabian Nights, I'm ready for you.
Yeah. Before we begin today, Marcus, I wanted to pitch this thing at you.
Please.
Which is a thought I've been having. We've been watching hours and hours and hours and hours of Nazi footage.
Do you want to get slaves?
deep into it? No. Honestly, what a hassle. I don't even know what to tell our employees to do.
Yeah.
Now, but I was thinking about this, about how I feel like a lot of all of this could have been stopped by one well-placed older black woman named Hermler that could be insinuated in these various circumstances and just say like, oh no. Like to the Nazis. And I think that if there was a withering look of I think the withered look of an older black woman at Himmler's going like, collard greens, like at him, and he would just be like,
I have never tried something's most beautiful, delicious food in all of my life.
So you thought about it, but not very hard.
No, I mean, no, I mean, just drop her in there. I've been playing Hermler every single time.
If
I
my
watch
parents
one of
aren't
these
here and they're like
documentaries.
visiting my sister,
Every single time Himmler says
because my
something,
other sister, she lives like
See, but
somewhere
by the
else,
end
and
there, he didn't have any hair for
only
her to
like
run her fingers
a
through or
couple hours
anything,
away.
you know, so it might not have worked on him.
Himmler does not exist
To
in a
visit the
world that
grandkids.
contains biscuits
I will
and
be in
gravy.
charge of like cooking for like me
Gravy
and
you
my
can't
other
have.
siblings.
Biscuits you could have.
Soul food changes not.
Usually, sometimes we've gotten to lately where it's either me or my brother.
It's the worst take I've ever heard, but let's move on.
Hey, why don't we just keep rolling with that Himmler goodness?
So when we last left Heinrich Himmler, the year was 1924.
Oh, so nice.
Yeah, 1924 seems like a fun year. Adolf Hitler's attempted coup to take control of the Bavarian government with 3,000 other Nazis had failed. And as a result, Hitler had been sentenced to a meager sentence of 5 years in jail. And Germany's Weimar Republic had explicitly banned the Nazi Party.
Oh, they were canceled.
Yes. Now, after the failed putsch, Heinrich Himmler's life was at its lowest point thus far. His supposed destiny of becoming a military officer fighting for Germany's glory seemed as if it would not come to pass, because Germany would never return to its former military dominance as long as the Weimar Republic was the law of the land. And of course, if there was no military to clear away the so-called undesirables of Eastern Europe, then Himmler's dreams of being a warrior farmer settler in a faraway land, a fantasy inspired by various extreme right-wing Volkisch writers, that would not come to pass either. As it was, Himmler was just another unemployed Weimar Germany goon in his mid-20s that nobody would hire because he was a
Where did
hateful
they get
person
this
with
freaking
lustful
warrior
and public
farmer
connections
shit?
to odorous organizations who were already responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people through gang violence.
What a bunch of pushies.
It's one of the few German words that I just can't say for some reason.
But you know, it's just hard because he's organized. Doesn't that mean anything?
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't that mean anything in this fucking country?
Of course they fucking love paperwork.
No, it's true. You know what? Also, I realized about the Volkisch movement that I forgot about was all the nudism.
Yeah,
They were super.
They loved it.
All the Volkisch writers, a part of it with the getting back to the country, or getting back to this pastoral view of the former Germanic lifestyle.
Yeah.
A lot of it involved sun rituals, which was like getting naked and showing your butthole. This is not even a joke. Showing your butthole to the sun as like a part of a magical reason, and like that's all they were doing. So he was just flipping through magazines of fat men, dick out in canoes. Just like that's the life.
You know, but have you tried it?
No, I mean I haven't. I don't want to get splinters.
Like, that's the life.
And that stuff, like, it's weird how these little things show up again and again throughout, like, the Nazi reign, like, in certain
They
parts of the
still?
propaganda. Like, Leni Riefenstahl, Triumph of the Will. Triumph of the Will was her massive propaganda film about the Nuremberg rallies.
What
but
kind
she
of
also
position
did a
do they
film
take,
about
though?
the
Because, like, to get the proper
1936
position, like,
was
how are you
36?
showing your
Called, like,
butthole to the...
Olympia or Olympiad or something like that, and it's just full of these like nudes
to the
of
sun? Like, you
German
have to
men,
like
German
get down,
women.
but then
Actually, she
also
herself
like, what if
appears
you have a
in the
big
movie.
butt? You
But
have
yeah,
to
it's
spread the
all
butt
about
cheeks.
Oh, I know. I jerked off to it.
Henry Zabrowski going on record saying, "I've masturbated to Leni Riefenstahl."
It was an experiment I was researching for the show.
Jerkinoff is also in the movie as well.
Now, even though the Nazi Party was explicitly banned from participating in German politics, Himmler continued working for them by acting as a courier between Nazi members.
Yeah, he became like a fucking a PA.
Yeah, Himmler also fell deeper into the aforementioned Volkisch movement, who held a lot of power in the local Bavarian government. As a member of the Volkisch street team, so to speak, Himmler gave public speeches in which he preached the movement's ethno-nationalist beliefs, and he openly pontificated in the foulest ways possible about the so-called Jewish question. But because he was unemployed, Himmler was forced to move back in with his parents in Munich.
Which honestly happens a lot after public speeches is about the Jewish question.
I like a sort of wink.
Are you going to finish that?
And the answer is, of course,
Where can I get a good nosh?
Yeah.
That's the Jewish question.
Have you met my son Isaac?
You didn't keep the receipt? All right, let's keep going.
Again, we must say Edward is Jewish.
He's allowed, and we're all part of this.
Well, after he moved in with his parents, he joined a small Nazi group in Lower Bavaria that was, for lack of a better term, keeping the dream alive while Hitler was in jail. Isolated and humiliated, Himmler fell into a paranoid depression, believing that people were opening his mail. He became increasingly arrogant and irritated at the entire world, convinced that he was the only person who knew the quote-unquote right way of doing things. Bored and angry, Himmler began sticking his nose into the affairs of others without invitation. This, of course, only further ostracized him from polite society, which pushed Himmler more and more to the arms of his fellow socially inept Nazi buddies who had many of the same complaints about how the world worked as Himmler.
You know what these guys needed? PewDiePie. This is a big thing. I feel like Nazis, another thing that really could have, I don't know where it would have taken them, but they would have loved YouTube.
Yeah, oh my God.
They would have loved it.
I mean, I see the
Why
parallels. We'll get into it
PewDiePie?
here in a bit, but the parallels between the rabbit holes that Heinrich Himmler fell down and the rabbit holes that people today fall down.
Anders Breivik.
It's the same fucking shit. It's the same ideas. It's just delivered in a different medium. And that's
Yeah.
it. Is that while we think about Himmler as some sort of like mastermind from the very beginning, he actually joined the Nazi Party from pretty much the same station as many of the other early members.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now so all the Nazis are here.
I think I did that in the last time we did this.
I think you did.
I think
Well,
it's same joke.
I think that's when that song was new.
Yes.
Yeah, but that was just one time. I mean, I'm not a big fan or anything. I used to watch him when I was younger, but not
Himmler,
in
many
many
early
years.
Nazis,
I
was
got
a
into
young man who
Markiplier,
couldn't find
the
work. It was a
superior
legitimate complaint that really does
YouTuber.
affect one's quality of life and one's
But it's like
self-esteem.
I've only
the
heard
special
like he's not like
sauce that
amazing
made
or
these
anything,
young
but
men
like I've
into
only heard good
Nazis
things. Like
is that
he's
they
like
chose a
I think
path
married to his
where
girlfriend,
someone had
and it's
to
like
be
they have a
blamed
kid
and
now.
Someone had to be hated for their lot in life. See, when a movement is founded on
I mean, he's
hate
not
and
like he's
blame,
not
it
big
becomes
like he
baked
used to be as
into
well.
Every decision that movement makes. Furthermore, the hate becomes exponentially larger and more intense.
Oh
as
yeah,
time goes on.
Markiplier's married to
This
his
is
girlfriend
how we
too,
get
his
from,
now
"Hey,
wife.
why is that brown
Took him
person
long
using
enough.
Food stamps when they have an iPhone to alligator Alcatraz.
Ugh, man, I fucking hate the term alligator Alcatraz. It's too cool. It's the Everglades camp. I know, like, you have to, like, tell people, like, you know, so they understand, but, like, alligator, it's like, if they're selling t-shirts of it, then go fuck itself.
It
No, of
doesn't
course.
matter. It's an empty fucking swamp right now that they just get
Oh, they're
just
filling
filled.
it back up, bro.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's so. But I mean, it's not like Himmler was selling Dachau shirts.
I mean, but hey, he's definitely left money on the table. Nazis love merch. They don't
do
even
love
deny.
merch.
Don't even
They do.
talk.
Oh,
Merch.
Nazis love merch.
Merch is one of those things that this is one of the, when we talk about occultism too later on in this episode. This is like it sounds like a bit, but the idea of creating a group iconography is so powerful.
That was
And
me
it's
for
hard to describe how
for
powerful
Twitch
it is
streamers. Like I would
because
hear all
you
the big
don't
names, and
really-
I'm like, I
those
would
of
see
us that
clips
are
of them,
not in
and I'm like,
it
how do
don't
people like
understand.
this?
Also,
Like
the
iShow
overhead
Speed.
on our bands is very low.
Super low.
It's like early clips of him, like when he was like first getting popular and everything. I'm like, people like this maniac.
Yeah, we need
He looked like he was crazy.
If we could, thank you so much. Yes.
Now, even though Heinrich Himmler was in his loser era, he did briefly become engaged to the daughter of a banker while he was still living with his parents.
From what I've seen
The
nowadays,
relationship,
he's a
however,
lot better.
Inevitably crumbled because of Heinrich Himmler's entirely unreasonable and strict rules for proper living. Which
Apparently,
sounds
he
like the
used to be
world's
friends
worst
with like
self-help
certain
book.
streamers that were bad, like
Come to my signing
very
society
like
with
bad
Heinrich Himmler's
people.
entirely unreasonable and strict rules for proper
And he's
living.
like separated from them, and he's become a lot better.
Person, and I hate living without rules.
Then you must come to me and have fun.
Rule me, thank you.
How many rules do you have to chase away a banker?
Banker's daughter. Supple, big-titted banker's daughter. You know how they make
Old
'em.
money bags.
Yeah. Yeah, they fucking make those old girls.
Well, Himmler placed all the
But
blame
there's
for the
still so many of
relationship's
those other
failure
big
on his
guys that like
fiancée
were
because
always
she was
bad
apparently
and are
too
still bad
friendly
now,
towards
like
another
like
man.
Asmongold.
Himmler declared that she had, in his words, failed the test.
You are the weakest
Link.
Making the matter even more embarrassing is that Himmler was too chicken shit to break off the engagement himself. Instead, Himmler had his father write a letter to his fiance's parents telling them to tell her that the engagement was off.
Oh my god.
I think that she was
What a coward.
rude and lewd. And I just... Ooh, I hate her, Daddy. I hate the Pharaoh sex. Why do they always
He is
lie?
disgusting, yeah. Well, it's like most of his audiences are disgusting just like him. It's like he only grew an audience in the beginning because he was a big WoW person.
Damaging material that would
But it's like
further prove
after
his
that,
position
who
was
knows?
untrue.
Who knows why
He
they stay
hired
with
a
him?
private detective to follow his now ex-fiance. The PI, of course, found nothing.
What?
But when word got out that Himmler was harassing this poor woman, it only served to ostracize him further from normal society. Himmler, of course, blamed this further isolation on his ex-fiance. Because it
Of
seems
course
like the
he
central
did,
personality
fucking
trait
incel.
of a fascist is to blame everyone but yourself for your problems.
Well, because you know why? If you're the problem, that means you got to fix you.
No.
And the thing is that it's super hard, but it's much easier to just attack people randomly. It really is. It's so much easier to just attack and attack and attack and attack.
Yeah, just give in to the anger and let that take you away.
You just gotta not feel anything.
You're using
Don't
past
have
tense
any
there. You're
feelings.
saying he
Then it's
was.
actually a great way to live,
It's like
and it
he
always
still
works because
is.
Nobody wants to deal with you, and so a lot of times they just push you along, and a lot more than often push you up.
Yeah, get out of here.
But for Himmler, he would have to get someone to attack for him, because he would probably lose the fight to the woman.
Oh yes. Oh, a woman would have beat him to death. Yeah.
And so, what's an unemployed loser who lives with his parents to do after a relationship goes bad? Well, like many others, Heinrich Himmler dove down twin rabbit holes that are still warping the brains of young men today. He, of course, tripled down on the right-wing extremist ideology, but he alternated the anti-Semitic and highly nationalist dogma being spewed by so many Germans at the time with what else but the occult. In short order,
Ooh.
Himmler began saturating himself with books about astrology.
Oh, did he
hypnosis,
did he actually show his
spiritualism,
teeth? That
and
would have been so
telepathy,
disgusting.
amongst
I only
other
remember
topics.
like related to his
Now,
teeth
Himmler's
is like
occult
where he
obsessions are
drank
an
water
interesting wrinkle
for the
in
first time in
Nazi
who knows
society.
how long.
Some
And
historians
he was
have
like,
made the
"Oh, it
occult
tastes
Nazi
awful," or
angle
no,
to
no,
focus
and he had to
everything.
like
Oh, yeah,
drink
'cause that's
soda right
interesting. Oh, yeah,
afterwards.
it's Indiana Jones.
Oh, of course. No,
And then
well,
people
that's how
saying
you
like,
sell
"Oh,
books. It's like if you say the motivations for the founding of the party to the military decisions Hitler made,
Swallow
during World War
clean,
II, you say
yeah.
all of that was because they
Yeah,
were
people
doing
saying like he
rituals
can't
and
drink water
castles,
anymore
and it
because
was all
it's
this
like his
secret.
it's
that
too clean and
makes for a
whatnot, so
very
it's
cool
basically
story.
wishing
Yeah,
around
but
all
the
of the
spear
like
of destiny
nastiness in his
Fear,
mouth, and
Trevor
that's what he's tasting.
Ravenscroft
Yeah,
was,
that stuff,
was
which-
the big guy who was into it.
But I actually find that a very interesting smokescreen for why they did what they did. I feel like, well, talk about it here too, because you say like it's true. Then some people just don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, others treat it as if even mentioning the occult is going to lose them any and all credibility.
Well, it makes you not, quote unquote, not serious.
Yes, it makes you not serious. So they ignore the occult angle completely. They claim that it had nothing to do with Nazi Germany. But the truth is, of course, somewhere in between. Because while Adolf Hitler may not have been on the quest for the spear of destiny,
What, I've been eating
many
in
of
between
Heinrich
talking.
Himmler's decisions and beliefs were informed by his occult studies.
It's not even just his decisions and beliefs. It's literally what he realized. You
Or
need
chewing and
to
talking at the same time,
build.
like right now.
This is universe building.
Yeah.
This is
Oh, no,
about
it's
universe.
world building, 100%.
It's world building. The whole point of this is to create a body of work that stands behind Nazism, that appears to be outside of Nazism, that happens to validate what's inside of Nazism.
Very much
and
so.
then you use that as a line from the beginning of your new culture, because Germany at the time is a new coalescing like national culture.
Yeah.
And you're trying to find out what's the vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what's the vibe? So a bunch of guys that are in there at the very beginning of this are all talking about, what's the vibe here? What are we doing here?
What
We're-
is-
we're gonna
oh,
we're
no.
Germanic warriors. Germanic people were hunting. back
Dude,
and
it's
forth
like you
the
weren't here
Christian
before that.
state.
I was
Right, like,
watching.
they were-
We were watching like surgery videos and shit while I was eating dinner, because it's like while we're having dinner time, it's like it was watching stuff on YouTube, like Reddit stories and whatnot. I was watching like toe surgery, not toe surgery, but like you would have like ingrown toenails and stuff. So I was like watching some of that. where they do the whole process and whatnot. There's the ear cleaning videos. Too much for me. No, it's like not much grosses me out, man.
Like, just fuck them up again and again and again.
They suck our cities.
Yes, they hate
They
Christianity.
suck our cities.
They deeply, deeply hate Christianity, but they still know you need something with that.
It more is like it's more just like unsells me. Like I could watch stuff while eating, but like if we go really into like the actual like surgery stuff, like someone's getting open up and they're doing something in there, that's when I'm like, ugh. It's like, ugh, yeah. But like. No, I was like, yes, exactly. It's like once we get to like the real stuff, like a real video or whatever, I'm like, ah, ugh. Like I remember finding a video of a lady that was getting, like surgery for her leg to get the like bones working and stuff, and oh my god, it wasn't even that much, but the whole like process of like them putting the pins in, because like she'd have this problem of not being able to like properly fix the bones, like she had broken leg in certain places. And the only way to properly fix it was to put like things in the bones themselves so they stay straight. And then the whole process of seeing them have like the pin, like, okay, it's in position, and then them taking a fucking hammer and mashing it into the bone, like, oh man.
There for people to believe in you, so they wanted to believe in. They wanted to. Himmler started to understand we have to create something that is our Christianity.
Yeah, and he's not just creating it for other people to believe in, he's creating it for himself to believe in.
And
I've never had surgery.
Yeah. But the important thing to know about Himmler's so-called occult studies is that he wasn't like
The closest
right-hand
I've
path
been
magic
to
and
is
performing
having to
rituals
go
summon
and get
entities
stitches
like
on
Aleister
my face
Crowley
from
or
getting
Jack
bitten by a
Parsons, which
dog.
I think is where
It was a
everyone's mind
small
goes when they
bite,
hear the
thankfully,
word
because I moved
occult.
out of the way.
Instead,
It was just a
Himmler's
little
occult
like thing on my
studies were more
chin.
in the realm of pseudo-history and pseudoscience. Put into modern terms, Himmler would have been far more interested in watching fucking ancient aliens and following influencers who have wild, vague theories about mysterious energies than he would in doing anything practical. Like, he wouldn't join a Wiccan study group at a local occult bookstore. For example.
no, because honestly, because a lot of times they'll celebrate Hanukkah. You know what I mean? They do a lot of stuff. Wiccans, it's always like we celebrate. You know, they always teach everybody everything. You know?
No, he's on the very dark side of this stuff.
Well,
you know,
it's not. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Give me my time.
yeah, it's like the ancient alien stuff. It's
Yeah.
Complaint about the ancient alien stuff has always been
It's deeply racist.
It's deeply racist because it's saying like, well, these people couldn't possibly have done this on their own.
Yeah, and you don't realize that you could, if you throw thousands of artisans and artisan slaves at something, and you don't have any sort of like workers' rights or any form of like kind of unions or anything like that in that way, then it's much easier to build those giant things.
They also had thousands of years to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, they had a very long time to do it, and also it's not like they needed to go home and like catch the latest episode of 90 Day Fiance.
Yeah. Oh, though. I wish they had. I wish they had that.
My mom was into that show for a bit.
Calm down. Calm down.
But even so, with
Yeah,
Himmler,
oh
it's not
no.
like he would watch Ancient
I hope they
Aliens
weren't
and think it's
like
aliens.
too
He would watch
bad
Ancient
of
Aliens
surgeries.
and think, oh, that's white people that did that. For example, Himmler was absolutely obsessed with the Great Pyramid of Egypt because he believed that it contained all forms of occult
Oh,
knowledge
God.
from various
Sorry, I'm
ancient
watching a
civilizations.
queso video in the background
Civilizations that were
as well.
overrun by the Aryan race. Basically, Himmler believed that the proof for all of his wacky theories about Aryan domination, these were always just out of reach. They were always in the next place.
Well, yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and if he could just read enough books and eventually investigate enough locations, he would finally discover that secret that's out there somewhere that would finally confirm all of his beliefs.
Dude, it's so Indiana Jones.
It is.
Oh, yeah,
It's
but-
so- I love how much because
He did his homework.
Another thing I noticed, like, is such a nerd side thing, but like Ravenscroft, the guy who like did the Spear of Destiny thing, Mary, that's supposed to be Marion's father.
No
because she's
shit.
Marion's Ravenswood, and so like, and that's why he's looking for the Spear of Destiny and stuff like that. So like, it's like they just changed the end of the name a little bit.
That's
Oh my God.
fascinating. Because no, but that's true. But it's works because it gives them extra zhuzh. It gives them an extra edge. It gives them something to be frightened of. If the Nazis are powered by ancient, unrecognizable German gods, then you can't beat them, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the idea.
Yeah. Now, Himmler was certainly not alone in his belief.
Oh, you
that the
smoked
Aryan
because they
race
were
had
bad?
created all of civilization.
Oh, God. So
Was
sorry.
incredibly confused and confusing in Germany during the mid to late 1920s. See, one of the interesting things about German and Nordic people when it comes to Christianity is that a lot of them never quite bought into the religion in the way that, say, the Italians or the English did. Like, you never heard of it, like, have you ever heard of it, like, oh, I'm German Catholic? That doesn't fucking exist. And all you have to do is, you want to see how the Nordic people never quite got into Christianity? Look at the fucking murderous Norwegian black metal scene in the early 90s. That's what all of that was about. Burning down churches in order to bring back the Nordic gods.
Well,
and
all
they
they-
got a lot of followers.
All they remembered about Christianity is how you fucking chased us around the woods for hundreds of years.
Yeah, and drowned us and all
Yes.
that. But the reason why Christianity never fully caught on is because the Germanic people hadn't quite let go of their pagan roots. They once had a whole pantheon of powerful gods, and many Germans saw their medieval ancestors as almost godlike themselves.
They talked to their ancestors. They were close with their ancestors, and they viewed that as their own. Like, families almost had their own personal religiosity.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Where it was like almost like your line was way more important than an exterior god or heaven.
Very much so. So, when writers like Alfred Rosenberg of the aforementioned Tula Society began releasing books that rewrote history from an exclusively white person perspective, a lot of Germans like Heinrich Himmler saw it as a confirmation of what they already secretly suspected, and they therefore added these claims to their own view of the universe.
It's all creating things that look like they're accidentally there. It's like this idea that it was always validated.
Yep. Now, in his best-selling book, The Myth of the 20th Century, Alfred Rosenberg claimed that the origins of Christianity were simply a philosophical interpretation of the eternal laws of the Aryans.
Whoa.
Those laws predated all other religions.
Who wrote those laws then?
The Aryans.
Who were them?
I don't know.
Who did it before?
Who was it?
The Aryans were the first. Someone had to be the first, and this guy said the Aryans were the first.
So I'm just asking questions.
By Rosenberg's reading of history, Jesus was either Syrian or Roman. Anything but Jewish.
Yeah, no way he ever said that or anything, or being a rabbi or anything.
Yeah. But that didn't really even matter because every bit of Christian dogma had been stolen from Eastern religions anyway and melded with evil black magic. But besides the pseudo-history, Rosenberg also suffused his book with philosophy. He only reinforced Heinrich Himmler's ideas that humanism was a dead end, preaching that life was nothing more than an internal battle between the manly honor of a knight and the effeminate weakness of love.
Well, I ain't heard no lies yet.
Hey.
Oh, I know how that fucking dog walks.
Yeah, no, that's you all over gallantry, knighthood. That's
Constantly fighting. The two wolves in me is the knight that fights for honor and the evil, wicked poet that yearns for love.
Fucking stupid ass.
Hate
love.
that guy. I want to fight.
Rise from your grave. As a small business owner, you know that change is the name of the game. Stayed the same.
Heinrich, I just want to say we are so happy to have you home, and it's been so wonderful. But we do wish, me and your father wish, that you would go get a job. From France.
I do have a job, Mom. I'm a researcher.
I know that you're very important, very important. But if you could do something that was real.
Right now, you're starting to look like the potato salad.
I realized you look like a prairie dog covered in shit.
Don't send my mother to the concentration camp. The first one and that's the one.
Well, while he was doing all that, Adolf Hitler was in jail writing a book of his own, a book that would incorporate many of the same ideas, but in a far subtler way.
I can see him writing loudly.
Well, it's written in all caps.
Well, Mein Kampf, technically, there was a rumor for many years that he would dictate it and
Yes.
someone would write it. But now we're like, no. He wrote it himself.
Mm-hmm. See, after the coup, Hitler
Oh.
wasn't sent to prison for 5 years so much as he was held in a building for 9 months.
Jeffrey Epstein.
The cushy treatment he received from Nazi sympathizers enabled him to write the foundational text of Nazism, the infamous Mein Kampf, or in English, My Struggle.
Oh my God, is that what it
I
is?
was trying to get out of the bath, but I'm too slippery from mommy's soap. Another one of my struggles.
It's a regular Adolf Mandela.
How
I was trying to put
pathetic.
my pants on earlier, but my hands are numb. I guess it was because my shirt's too tight. Struggle of mine. They took away my second pillow.
Actually, you know what I've learned too? Mein Kampf.
That? Yep. Oh, it sounds like a silencer.
It is.
Yeah. Now, My Struggle is an incredibly whiny title, but it's
Yeah.
Every time I have a problem shitting, I'm like, my God.
Oh my Same.
yesterday and now my poop's too hard and big.
Dude,
Far
I.
better than what Hitler originally wanted to call it. He wanted to call it Während halbjahre Kampf gegen Lüge, Dummheit und Feigheit, which is
4.5 years of struggle against lies, stupidity, and cowardice.
not a snappy title.
Okay, yeah, it's like,
Yes.
whatever.
Yeah.
Hitler's publisher, however, a Nazi named Max Mann,
Think about that. He had a fucking publisher
Yeah.
and an editor. They were all like, "Oh, Hitler, you know, like having a deal
I
with
understand that.
this guy, he also operated as
Except
the
for
Nazis'
it,
first
instead
business
of
manager.
big,
He's also
it's
the
very
guy that's telling
small.
Hitler's like,
Small
the overhead
pieces.
on armbands is a little higher than you think it
I
is.
think we might think about this. We really need 2 custom Mercedes.
What if we made it 1S?
Think about how much we'll save. Think about everything. That's just one route. That's one route. The route market's insane right now.
Well, he talked Hitler into the much snappier title that we know today, Mein Kampf. And of course, one of the people who absolutely adored Mein Kampf was Heinrich Himmler. Not because Hitler was saying anything new. Personally, I think Himmler loved it because it was proof that there were plenty of other people out there who thought exactly the same way that Himmler did.
He was just looking for the other ones.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. We talked about this. He's not inspired by Hitler. He was already there.
Yes, he was there long before.
I too also struggle.
I do not like things to be easy. I do not like things to be not a hassle.
It's just, when you go through life with a head like this potato head, you don't think of the struggles. It's
The
going to
more
be.
you point out to a potato like it, the more I realize that the Aryan blood in you is thin.
The struggle was getting out of the lederhosen.
Every time. It's leather, dude. Have you ever been in real lederhosen?
No, I haven't. But I know you have.
They're hard to wear.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
heavy. It's like being
Oh.
inside of a boa constrictor.
Oh, I just cracked my big toe. Oh, that felt
They
so
should
good.
be made for. They should be honestly more giving, because it's for big gutted men and big titted women.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts?
Oh, nice.
I don't know. It's
Your
my
place.
podcast.
Ooh.
Sounds
Talking
like
about lederhosen.
sounds like it's your struggle.
My struggle.
Now, even though the publisher of Mein Kampf was a Nazi, he had still expected a racy personal story from Hitler when he offered to publish his book.
That's the thing. He literally thought I love this breakdown.
Yeah.
He thought
Oh.
he was going to write a spicy
Oh.
insider's view.
Oh,
of the
so
beer
good.
poached.
Yeah, he thought he was at the very least going to dish like, what's the inside
Oh,
story?
just take the
How
whole
did it
thing
go
and then take a
down?
bite
What
out of
were you
it.
wearing that night? You know, like stuff like that. They literally thought they was going to be all because they never thought that the Nazis were going to come back.
Yeah.
They thought it was over. They thought this whole thing was done.
But I mean, this guy was still a Nazi. Like he was a
Yes.
Nazi.
But at this point, they're still super uncomfortable with being the bad news bears, right? They're
Yes.
super like we are underdogs, and we're like everybody knows everybody roots for the underdog, and we are we're like that. We're a fun band of rapscallions.
Yeah. But Hitler did neither. He didn't even mention the very thing he was in prison for doing, the thing that had made him infamous. Instead, Mein Kampf is more about how Hitler used to be totally reasonable dude.
Oh yeah.
Someone you might even call him a liberal.
Whoa, yeah, you that guy.
Yeah.
Hitler, when I first met him, I thought he was from San Francisco.
Oh, well, what happened?
The Jews.
Oh.
We should never let them in San
Francisco.
He ran afoul of the Jews.
Aw.
Covering a wide range of topics that nobody but other Nazis would find interesting, Hitler ranted for nearly 800 pages about imagined Jewish and communist global conspiracies, along with the need to destroy France and the Soviet Union so Germany had room to grow. Lebensraum.
Why is it always the Jews, man? I feel like in so many different things you hear about people just like hating on the Jews. Literally, like in the Bible or whatever, they have the whole thing about the like them kicking them out of Egypt or whatever.
Fucking 800 pages.
It's like, what did they do?
800.
Have you ever tried to read it?
No. Why would I do that?
It is like, why? Why would I put myself through that?
You know what's funny is that
I got a feeling I know what's in there.
dude, the centerfold.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ava Braun.
I'd read it.
You see, I'm looking at my background. You see the anime background with the bees and everything? It's weirdly
I have all the spoilers.
as if it has like a filter
Now,
on it.
Himmler, of course, loved all the shit about the global conspiracies and the Lebensraum. But the parts that really caught his attention were all of Hitler's nods to the pseudo-histories that Himmler was reading about how ancient Aryans were responsible for everything modern humankind enjoyed.
Oh, it might
and
be
that
because
all
of V2
humanity forever
Studio.
lay in their debt. But what's important about this is that Hitler is not coming out and saying this stuff so explicitly, and he's not going into all the theory. He's just saying it. He's just putting the ideas out there.
Because he doesn't really know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hitler, we have to remember.
Well, Hitler was he's reading the same books as Himmler, and actually Himmler's like, it's like, what is Hitler's reading list? I want that. And he actually did get a copy of Hitler's reading list, and he read all the same books that Hitler did.
Was it on his Patreon?
So basically just regular like war stuff, like they would go to war and be like, if a person takes over a place, they would be like, okay, you go, get out. Get out. This is my place now.
Not
Leave.
just that one. But no, Hitler, I still feel like, again, it's why we're now realizing that Himmler is the Nazi of all Nazis.
Ah, yes, it is VTube Studio.
Even Hitler had an idea of like, we gotta set as this thing.
Yeah.
We gotta set as this thing.
Yeah.
This whole thing's about presentation. We can't immediately do this. We can't immediately go into all this folklore. Like they know they can't do that.
Oh yeah.
And so he's just kind of like the way certain
Oh, there we go.
Just kind of says stuff that he's vaguely familiar with.
Just had to fix the
because he knows
similarity.
it rings true with a bunch of people.
Yeah, you let other people pick it up.
Yeah.
And
I messed up. Yeah, you know, I feel bad that. Can you ask me if I read Mein Kampf again?
Yes. Have you read Mein Kampf?
I struggle to get through it.
You've been thinking about this whole fucking time.
didn't listen to a goddamn word he
Yeah,
said.
I can check back into to you now, Marcus.
I need to turn my light on.
My struggles.
Well, the idea that Hitler was putting forth, that Aryans were responsible for everything that modern humankind enjoyed, this is exactly the same line of thinking used by certain right-wing commentators today. The ones who maintain that white people built modern society. It's the exact same myopic shit Hitler was spewing in 1925. It's just dressed up in a more acceptable package.
Is it? I actually don't think it is.
really
I mean, acceptable enough.
I guess.
Do they have the part with the white people killing all the dinosaurs?
And that was defeated the dinosaurs.
But yeah, now that I think
Wait a
about
second. Is this Rabbi-osaurus?
now that I think about
The
it,
uncircumcised, the penis of the devilic Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus.
you know, if there were dinosaurs running around, we wouldn't get anything done.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'd be chasing them.
Now, another concept that Himmler loved in Mein Kampf
Oh, yeah.
was the idea of the Third Reich. See, according to Hitler, the first so-called Reich was the medieval Holy Roman Empire, which lasted from the year 800 until 1806.
That's a big-ass Reich.
It's the biggest Reich.
It's the biggest Reich. Now,
Thus far.
that is like the idea of, like, that's where all the great guys came
Oh,
out, right?
I mean, this is where Frederick Barbarossa comes from. This
Okay.
is also where, like, Richard Wagner, Hitler's favorite composer, it's where he got a lot of his characters, like Parsifal the Knight, and the villain Klingzor, who becomes a hero just by virtue of being a villain in a Wagner opera.
Am I not allowed to like Wagner anymore?
Oh, you didn't know this about Wagner? Oh, my
You
God.
like Wagner specifically?
I'm a big fan of Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it
no.
got me into
No,
it.
it's- no,
listen,
objectively, the music is incredible. It's amazing.
It's
But
classic music. It's just know what it means. He just tried it. He was a super nationalist. He
Yeah.
was a big old German nationalist, World War I style.
Massive anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Huge
Man.
anti-Semite.
All right, I'll have to sell my records back.
Yeah, I mean, no, I will say.
It's like you can enjoy the music without enjoying the artist.
How do we put this? This isn't like Woody Allen movies. You know what I mean? Like, this is the classical music of Wagner's style is a part of history, right?
Sure.
You'd put it. You just don't play it at a bar mitzvah. Just don't play it at Hanukkah. Don't play it at, just it's Yom Kippur today.
All right, I'll take it off the list.
Yeah, honestly, that's the thing is I was listening to this morning and then I realized I heard the news that it was Yom Kippur, so then I did switch it over.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I switched it over.
Don't even tell me anything about Carl Orff.
Actually, I know nothing about him,
Good.
so maybe we're fine.
All right.
But yeah, the Wagner.
Like maybe.
Yeah.
pretty iffy.
It's iffy.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't believe you're a huge Wagner fan.
I'm playing with my
That's
ears again.
Surprise of the episode.
I used to be into classical music, and then I got out of it.
It's not that big of a surprise. Well, he likes music of all
Just the
kinds.
idea that he's like specifically said out loud into a camera. He's like, Wagner's? There's problems with Wagner? Hey, which I didn't even know. You know what I mean? Like,
Please don't say anything bad about Copeland.
I know nothing.
Good.
Oh.
Go ahead.
But the Second Reich was started in 1871 by Otto von Bismarck, who unified Germany into the country we know it as today, and he became Germany's first chancellor. This Reich was, in Hitler's view, disgustingly and dishonorably ended by the Weimar Republic and the Jews, which had erased Himmler's beloved aristocracy. What Hitler was offering in Mein Kampf, however, was a Third Reich, a Reich that would last for 1,000 years!
Oh!
Very, very long time.
The Third Reich would do what else but make Germany great again. And while Hitler never used that as a campaign slogan, he certainly used the phrase in quite a few speeches.
in Goring did? Definitely. Absolutely did.
Yeah.
So we understand why it was like the whole the Jews in Egypt and whatever. Why did Hitler want to go after the Jews?
It was not an actual it
They're
was
like,
not
why?
a slogan, but it was used
the
over
term.
and over and over again in speeches.
A good slogan would have been, when you're right, you're right.
I understand the different things like the
But they
like
covered all the Jews.
like getting all the gay people and then different minorities and everything, but it's like the
It's true.
Jews
Like,
it's just
that was
were the
like,
biggest group.
Yeah.
Why?
Shiver up my spine.
Now, I think it is extraordinarily important to note that the Nazis were not the only Germans who desired a return to the past. Many average Germans still held up Otto von Bismarck as an authoritarian hero because he ignored the law of other German states to do what he thought was best. They wanted a strong leader to come in and tell them what's what.
Yeah.
In fact, author William Shearer argues that the ideals of democracy, the will of the people, and a parliamentary system of government, these never quite took hold in Germany with the Weimar Republic. And of course, because it never really took hold, it's a new that was a new thing to them.
Yeah.
It made the Germans far more amenable to Hitler simply seizing power later on. This, of course, is one of the major differences between then and now, because in America, these concepts of freedom are so ingrained in our DNA that I'm only just now waking up to the extent of how much we take them for granted. This, however, is why I truly do believe that if a big power grab is ever made in this country, and I do mean big,
Oh, the big one.
it will not work. most Americans won't stand for, because that sort of shit, it tends to raise our hackles instinctively. I'm actually going to go ahead and say, as a moment of hope here, that after all the shit this administration just pulled with ABC and Jimmy Kimmel, people I know personally who were a little on the fence about everything, they're finally starting to wake the fuck up after 10 goddamn years.
That's because they know they say a lot of fucked up shit too. And if they they just start coming after him after, they all know that was piddly shit.
That was
what Kittle said. He said nothing.
That was
And
jack
so
shit.
they're like, oh man, I say a lot worse stuff than that.
Yeah, buddy.
It's like, oh no.
Those little jokes of yours are going to end up coming around biting you in the ass, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Now, after Heinrich Himmler read Mein Kampf, where all of his own beliefs and ideas were mirrored back to him so perfectly, he became fully convinced that the Aryans were the creators of human civilization and therefore the only ones capable of keeping it going.
Now, I also wonder whether or not he believed it or if he understood that's the line.
He believed it.
Himmler, in the end, he does, for me, I'll always talk about this. I always like the idea of how do they keep, how much of a foot in and how much a foot out these guys have. Himmler is standing fully within.
Himmler is a romantic.
Yes.
And Hitler is far more of a cynic than Himmler is.
Yeah. But Himmler also knows.
Even Goebbels is more of a cynic.
But what Himmler knows.
Not to mention Goring.
True. Yes. But history has to win.
Yeah.
History has to be written. History has to come in. So he also kind of knows, because he's a true believer, he understands that unless it becomes real, it never happened.
Yeah.
So he has to make it all real.
Mm-hmm. Well, here might be a good place then to talk about where the idea of Aryans actually came from, because it was not, as is often supposed, Madame Helena Blavatsky, the famous American occultist who first popularized the term. See, if you made it through our series on HPB, and thank you very much if you did, you'll remember...
It was worth it.
God, we worked so hard on that.
I read a quarter of the Secret Doctrine.
You have any idea what it's like fighting your way through that horseshit?
It's not that secret if you put a book in it.
But if you made it through that series, you'll remember that while Blavatsky certainly had some foul racial beliefs, she used the term Aryan to simply classify the current iteration of mankind. For her, Aryans weren't better or worse, they were simply next. They were the 5th iteration of humanity out of 6, if I remember correctly.
The key here is we can't entirely not blame HPB. She did write it into the Secret Doctrine. But there were people that helped this.
Well, there were many other people who talked about it long before she did, and in far worse ways.
The Secret Doctrine was just this little idea. She was trying to run her own grift.
Yeah.
Right? HPB was the Secret Doctrine was her take on a world theory that she was trying to bring forward. That was her proprietary storyline.
That she ripped off from the Hindus.
Exactly. That's what grifters do.
Yeah.
But the problem is other grifters started to arise. So a part of this Volkish movement, like when that really started, there was a guy by the name of Guido von List.
Yes, who was far more to blame for the Aryan thing than HPB.
He's a funny looking guy. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
Remember that he looks like kind of like Dr. John / the guy that he has like a beret on. Like he wears a beret. He looks like, what was that French chef? Proudhon. He kind of looks like Paul Proudhon.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like Paul. And he wrote these series of novels and these books attaching
Time
these
rating
thoughts of
science
this idea
fiction?
of the
What?
within the Secret Doctrine to this idea of naming Aryans.
Salami.
And he put the Aryans out, and he said the way the bridge is that yes, Aryans doesn't mean white necessarily or Germanic necessarily, but the Germanic white people have the most Aryan blood within them. So that's the bridge. That's the jump-off point that begins all of the rest of the thought, which is very interesting because it just took one guy. It's like, it's white people. And everyone's like,
cool.
Yeah.
It's just basically because they can handle the cold.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I do feel like they always talk about that. But the problem is they always bump up against this thing of the main issue with all of the greatest, biggest works of humankind is that they're all built in these super hot places by brown people. Yeah. And so they keep having to figure out, well, what do we do about this? How do we get white people from here to there?
That's the biggest question. It's like, how do we make it where white people are the sole proprietors of all humanity?
And you know how he did that? Tied it to Tibet.
Yep. Because that's the thing, is that Blavatsky, the only connection she has to the Nazis is that she's the reason why the
Three of
Nazis
their-
later
ah.
became obsessed with Tibet. If you'll remember, the swastika is a Buddhist symbol, and Blavatsky claimed that the Aryan race had its origins in East Asia.
Yes.
So, since the Nazis
Where?
took a piece of everything that even mentioned Aryans and added it to their own belief system, Blavatsky got lumped in with all of the purely repellent writers who used the term Aryan. Those men were, of course, mostly homegrown white supremacists.
Also, they talked about this idea of, which I think is funny, you know, that the idea that the original Asians were white.
Oh, yeah.
They became Asian. Somehow,
Yeah, I was like,
the white
where?
people there first.
Yeah.
They built everything, then became Asian. Then they got super lazy. It's like, understand, when you start breaking down the ideas granularly, that's what they amount to.
Always.
Is this how they were able to like rationalize like becoming allies with the Japanese?
Partly.
Oh yeah, because literally they talk about that used to be us.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah. Now,
And also, they just were fun guys, and they got along real well. they really got along very well.
Now, as far as origins go, the concept of Aryans as blue-eyed, blonde-haired Germans had been invented in the 1700s by two men with oddly similar names, Johann Gottfried Herder and Johann Gottlieb Fichte.
Very Jewish
Oh.
names. Every Gottfried and Gottlieb I've ever met is extremely Jewish.
Which
Very
because
much
they were German Jew.
No. Who? These? Oh, the guys that Edward knows. Yeah. Oh, yes. No, these guys were not. The two Johanns had noticed some linguistic similarities between contemporary Germanic languages and ancient Persian languages.
They both use letters.
Oh,
the coincidence.
You ever notice how we all use the sound
Yeah. Oh my God, everyone's like.
Well, both being extreme nationalists, the two Johanns greatly extrapolated from that coincidence by claiming that northern white Europeans had been the creators of all civilization, and the classification they gave to these Europeans was the Aryans.
Oh, sit down, child. What you mean you're talking about? You talk about all this whole. You making all this stuff up about white people. Have a piece of pie, child. You look so thin. You just look so pale.
I suppose maybe I could just have some pie.
You want some sweet tea?
I have been working very hard.
That does sound like, actually sounds like a very nice treat.
Now, you sit down here. Now, let me fix that jacket of yours. Most of the time I spend mending.
Okay, thank you.
You ever heard of Little Richard?
I have not, but it sounds very nice. And
Wop, bop,
perhaps
bop,
very.
wop, bam, boom. You're
Yeah,
gonna love Little Richard.
He sounds, sounds very manly.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Now, of course, all of this begs the question as to why it isn't common knowledge that the Aryans created everything. Why everybody doesn't know that white people were the start of every single aspect of civilization.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, why has this earth-shattering fact been buried over millennia? And more importantly, who?
Oh, Marcus, I don't know if I want.
It's like, who buried it?
It's the Jews!
Oh, actually.
Oh.
Always. It's the answer to everything.
Everyone. Because honestly, how easy is that for them?
Yeah, it is. No,
They do make the Jews sound extremely successful.
But
we're going to get into that later.
Jews are both the most powerful cabal that run everything, and they're slimy, pestilent rats that need to be destroyed.
There is an absolute reason behind that, which we're going to get into later on.
Hell yeah, and we're gonna isolate that and ruin Henry's
If we
life.
could, yeah. If we could put that Henry Zabratlik as a quote, that'd be great. Honestly, thank you. If we could send that to our agents, that'd be great.
And make sure they knew he said it on Yom Kippur.
Yes. I am trying.
Now, the Aryan idea was reawakened in 1919 by the writer Hans Gunther, the author we spoke of last episode, who wrote one of Himmler's favorite books, The Night, Death, and the Devil. Gunther came up with 5 human races based on physical, intellectual, and emotional traits, and he placed the Aryans on top. Gunther was also a staunch conservative who despised the Weimar Republic, and he believed that the Aryan race was so advanced that they might as well be their own species. Like, you wouldn't, let a dog be president and expect him to do a good job, would you?
Wait a second.
So, why would you do that visit you?
Is he guessing about my Air President script that I just wrote? Air Vice President?
where everybody in the government dies except for Airbud.
What?
Happens to be president of the United States of America. And then he goes to war with Iran. But then the guy finds out he's a good boy. And then everybody hangs out and it's fine. And then Iran gets a cat. And then they fall in love.
Brilliant. Have you sent that off yet?
No, mostly it's all in old notebook paper. I wrote it in my dookie.
Copyright. I say copyright. I got it. It's mine. I say copyright.
No.
Another struggle. Golden retrievers, also the Aryans of dogs.
Wow. Who's the Jew of the dog world?
I'm not gonna answer that. I refuse to answer that. Stop the Irish Center.
Yeah. Now, Gunther's books and other romantic tomes in the Völkisch vein were runaway bestsellers. Many used the central idea that the so-called sick and impure races had to be exterminated, while the remaining pure-blooded Nordic stock must exclusively procreate with each other. It is, I think, important to note that these books outsold Mein Kampf by incredibly large margins, meaning that there were a lot of people in Germany who dug this stuff even before Hitler amplified it. Heinrich Himmler, however, was the one person in Germany who read all this garbage and began giving serious thought as to how one could actually pull all this off. And he started thinking about it long before the Nazis rose to the full height of their powers.
Did Himmler ever write a book?
No.
Those who can't do, teach.
He had his diary. He had
We
his
didn't do
copious
anything,
kept diary.
loser.
Oh, man. You got a diary now.
I have a little journal.
Yeah. The poop diary.
Oh, well, I have to. I do. I am on it.
Yeah, but script.
I'm
You
dealing
know?
with I'm literally dealing with a doctor right now in which I'm going on this. I'm trying to figure out stuff about my diet, and I have to keep a diary of my bowel movements,
Cool.
and I have to describe them. So, like, stuff like,
2 paragraphs, 3.
like, I'm shooting for longer. I'm shooting for page, 2-page ink. Just stuff like.
I sat down to poop.
Well, you gotta be descriptive, man. Is there stuff in the poop?
I love you. Good night.
Are
And
you
then
having
doing-
mucus?
P.S. Ed was so mean to me today.
It was mean today. You look like a bunch of raisins. Thank you.
I never had any instinct to read anyone's diary. But
Are
I
you
would love
coughing
to
up
get my hands on that.
No stuff like I am?
Chrysanthemum. How does my poop find you today? I hope well. The brown today was most surprising. A serene mahogany, like an old woman's chair.
You know, I know exactly
my
the
God.
poop you're talking about, and I feel good every time I see it.
Every time.
Serene mahogany is the perfect color. That's
It's
the
like,
perfect description.
yeah, it's delicious. Like it looks like a chocolate mare.
Well, with a head full of ideas, Heinrich Himmler rejoined the main Nazi party officially in August of 19...
Sorry, was the... There we go. I just wanted to see this. I was going to a different website. It's like, no, please, what? I like that. It's like, what?
Why is she towering? Don't do this. Don't do this.
It's dangerous. No.
Bow to you. Why is she towering? Don't do this. What's the matter? I can't. Bow to you.
Sorry, that's so cute.
1925, just weeks after the publication of Mein Kampf. Himmler brought the lower Bavarian Nazis he'd been hanging out with while Hitler had been in prison. So he essentially came bearing gifts.
Whoa, it was a bringer.
Yeah.
Oh.
But by the time Himmler joined back up, Hitler had been out and about for a while after spending only 9 months in so-called jail.
Wait,
The
I'll
ban
put
on the Nazi party had
put
been
myself
lifted,
over here.
and 2 brothers named Gregor and Otto Strasser were doing everything they could to reconstruct the Nazis into a functioning political party. See, Hitler and his fellow Nazis
Just so we're
had
actually
realized
doing
after the
something.
failed coup that the path to power was not through sheer brute force. In order to destroy democracy, they had to first use democracy, and Heinrich Himmler was just the type of stooge to help do it. Once he rejoined the Nazis, Himmler began working as a secretary and assistant to Gregor and Otto Strasser.
Oh, the
they took a
musical
shine
clash.
to Himmler because one, he owned a motorbike.
It's like another
which
idle
was super
game.
cool and useful.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
And he could type a lot of words a minute.
Yeah, he could. But more importantly, Gregor and Otto Strasser recognized Himmler's frustrated ambitions to be a soldier, which was certainly something they could use to the party's advantage.
I want to go boom boom. I want to go bing bang boom.
It's like,
Shoot,
I
shoot.
want to kill people.
Oh, wish I could fight.
I want a fancy gun.
But in 1925, Himmler became briefly distracted by his old fantasy
wait.
of being a warrior.
Where'd I
fighter.
go?
That year, Himmler resigned as Gregor and Otto's secretary to devote time to his brand new chicken farm.
Oh, yeah.
This is what when people describe Himmler in derogatory terms as like, oh, the chicken farmer. This is what they're
Oh,
talking
I did it to the wrong
called?
thing.
Pluckout?
Put it on top of the wire.
That-
All ye who enter here, abandon all eggs.
I actually weirdly think. I mean,
Huh.
this is really fucked up.
Oh,
But
did I
do
put the
weirdly
thing-
think that being a chicken farmer is actually quite similar to the way he viewed human beings.
Possibly. I mean, at
I
least
think that
viewed human beings that
There
he
we go.
considered
I'm like, why
Which
aren't
is everybody.
Yeah.
It's like, where?
Now, 1925 is the year that many Nazis found, for lack of a better term, their groove.
Let's groove tonight.
Boom.
It's a Nazi night.
Night.
And right now, they're starting to get their groove back.
Let's groove tonight.
Around,
It's a Nazi night.
around this time, future propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels found
like,
his
why
talent
can't-
as a speaker. And since Goebbels was an up-and-comer, he ended up replacing Heinrich Himmler as Gregor and Otto Strasser's secretary, which put Goebbels in the position to truly shape the Nazi Party's politics.
Now that guy sucked.
Yeah. But as it was with the farming apprenticeship, Himmler discovered that being a chicken farmer kind of fucking sucked.
What?
And Himmler had no instincts for agriculture despite having a degree in the subject.
None of these.
Ha! Loser.
Not a one will salute. And they all know what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to stick your little wing up. Stick your wing up.
All of his chickens only had right wings.
That's hilarious.
So, Himmler's attention slowly began to return to the Nazi Party. Before long, it was discovered that Heinrich Himmler had an almost uncanny talent.
Oh, I finally
for
understand. What's
mundane
this one? It's just
administrative activities and desk work.
Were you there
i.e.
when I was
the shit
playing
that
Tower
nobody else
Wizard?
wanted to do.
Because what did he realize? That hate ain't hitting the table
Nope.
unless somebody fills out the Excel sheets.
That's right. Now, this admittedly doesn't sound like an exciting turn of events, but it was this talent that enabled Heinrich Himmler to conceptualize, organize.
It's
and
basically
carry
just
out
a
the
cool
Holocaust.
looking
It
idle
can't be
game.
overstated that it was as organized as it could possibly be.
Nope.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
So
the
yeah, it's
reason
just an
why we
idle
know
game where
so
we're
much
playing a
about it, because
witch.
even though
She has a cauldron
they
over here,
spent
and then you're
weeks
just
trying to get rid of all the
upgrading shit
documentation,
to try to
weeks
make
upon
it
weeks
better.
trying to get rid of it. But the thing about something like the Holocaust is that
I
it
actually,
requires a lot
unlike
of
Tower
people,
Wizard, I
and
don't
you're
know
not
the
gonna
goal
get
of
rid all
this.
of it.
The supplies moving around, concrete, and making rail lines, and building all the buildings.
Work
and
orders.
And then that's just the non-human side of it. What about the 6 to 10?
Oh yeah,
million
you
people
came
that-
after,
listen,
like you
that's-
literally came at the end of
How do
Tower
we not
Wizard,
know how many
where we
people were actually
started.
killed? If they kept such accurate.
When we
It's
did
'cause there
the
was so many killed.
Well,
And,
because
and some was official and some was off the books.
yeah,
I
they all
literally
didn't
like
necessarily
just
keep
finished
records of,
Tower
like, this is
Wizard
how
and
many
like
people
was
were
like,
killed.
okay,
It
I
didn't
needed
go
something
that
else to
far
do, and then I
necessarily, not
because you
always.
mentioned
No, 'cause
Power
once they were
Wash or
dead,
whatever.
They were dead.
I was like,
Unfortunately,
why
they didn't
not?
treat them like people.
Yeah.
The idea was that it was really all about capacities. What we know is stuff like the fuel that had to go to run the crematoriums.
Yeah.
That's how we know how often they're running.
How much,
And then-
how much Zyklon B they had to order.
Yeah, and then like how many people can fit in by how long. were
Yeah,
they
so
running,
it's
and
just
then-
it is. It's nice,
Yeah,
cool
yeah, and then when you
pixel
go
art
start
style.
going
I
into
like it.
Eastern
It's made by
Europe,
the
like
same
when you start
person who
doing
made
the
Tower
Einsatzgruppen,
Wizard.
it's like
I was
the
literally
how many
like, does he
bullets
have more
are
games
they
on Steam?
ordering?
And he doesn't have any
They
other ones
could
on Steam,
actually go there
unfortunately.
and dig up
But then
some
I
of
saw
those
he has a
graves and maybe count some of the
an
corpses.
itch.io page or whatever, and I saw he has games there.
Super curious.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw this one, I was like, oh, it's like, it's basically just Tower Wizard. Yay, give me more.
Incredible.
No, I want to go. I want to go. I can't wait to go to Krakow.
Now, I could be wrong about this because I'm still very much learning about Heinrich Himmler. But when they captured his home in his safe, wasn't it just filled with paperwork?
Yes, we'll
and
get
not
to all,
money.
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll get to all of that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, Himmler putting together the Holocaust, this was of course in addition to Himmler's construction of a network of terror and brutality that tormented, intimidated, and oppressed the whole of Europe. It didn't matter if you were Jew, Gentile, or even a fellow Nazi, you were scared.
I've heard of Loop Hero.
Who he now knows too. He understands that the most powerful fear is the stuff from inside the party.
Yes. Now, eventually, Himmler's ambitious diligence was noticed by Adolf Hitler, who made the decision to make Himmler second in command of a small corps of men known as the Schutzstaffel, which in English roughly translates to the Protection Squad. Basically, these men began as security guards, the ones who tried to prevent assassinations and attacks carried out against Nazi leaders. History, however, knows them better as the administrators, guards, and executioners of the concentration
Decided to
camps,
look it up. It's
the
not at all what I thought.
SS. Now, the SS was only 200 men strong when Himmler was put second in command. But while he was
It's a
half-assed at
roguelike?
his chicken farm, he was also spreading his occult beliefs throughout the SS, which basically made the SS an occult organization.
It's so hard to get all those chickens to sit at a round table. They don't even understand what a grail is unless you fill it with feed.
I can't believe he was bad at it. I mean, he already looks like an egg.
I know, but that's the problem. I actually think that
Yesterday I was potato, today I'm egg. Which one is it? Make a decision.
But then you being like, you're just a baby. But I find it's not just the point of the SS was the occult angle.
Mostly an L game. Oh,
because
okay.
It was an exact opposite vibe of the stormtroopers.
Oh yes, which we're gonna get into.
Yeah, so the idea was that he made the SS specifically to house this philosophical viewpoint.
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
And I didn't know it was Schutzstaffel. I always thought it was shit suckers.
They are. That is actually
Base camp. Ah.
how it's actually pronounced in Detroit.
Well, as far as the SS being an occult organization, Himmler did his level best to spread his beliefs into every single man who became an SS member. See, Himmler had cobbled together a Nazi-approved version of history that began with the Aryans living their best lives in a mythical land called Hyperborea, which was supposedly located in the far north of Europe and sounds quite a bit like Atlantis.
No, but it's cold.
Yes. See, like Atlantis, Hyperborea sank or disappeared, but there were survivors. Supposedly, the survivors were made up of the ancestors of Aryans, Jews, and the Romani, who often get overlooked when we talk about the Nazis.
Yep.
See, the Romani played a central role in the Nazi myth, acting as the evil turncoats who had betrayed the Aryans on Hyperborea. Himmler taught his SS men that the Romani were deeply antisocial, treasonous, and ultimately responsible for the flood that had destroyed most of the earth 12,000 years earlier.
Honestly, Romani just mostly have some of the most entertaining weddings I've ever seen in television history.
Indeed. This myth was the justification behind the murder of between 300,000 and 1.5 million Romani during World War II. These murders were perpetrated by the Nazis and specifically Himmler's SS, either by simply executing them where they stood in their homelands or, later, by shipping them off to be killed or worked to death in Himmler's concentration camps.
300,000 to 1.5 million is a huge gap.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it is with every single number in World War II. Like,
Yeah,
unless you
because it's
have-
like they didn't
because
catalog
there
everything,
weren't-
of
the records
course.
didn't necessarily exist in the way they do today, unless it's like a military operation. Like every military knows exactly how many men they lost. But when it just comes to people, like, you don't really know exactly how many Romani were out there. You have an idea, and then not only that, you don't know some of these people. You don't know some of them might have just moved somewhere else. They might have just been they might have just ran away
Chased
and got away, chased up, or they could be at the bottom of a fucking pit. You just don't know.
Yeah.
Also, the key here is to remember, the SS is a paramilitary group. So it's another interesting factor that Hitler did, that he understood to separate things from the main body of the official governorship and the official military of Germany. So a paramilitary group doesn't necessarily have to follow all the same regulations and all this kind of same thing as the military, and they can go do a bunch more off the books.
Yeah, I mean, they're just guys.
They're just guys. Like, they're not, like, the SS are not soldiers. They're just men in uniform.
Yeah, they're just guys. They're just seriously. The SS is guys that Heinrich Himmler, who himself is just a guy, they say like, "You look good. Come on."
Yeah, you're tall.
Yeah.
You've got a scary look. You got blue eyes.
Yeah. But according to Himmler's myth, the Romani's treachery on Hyperborea was nothing compared to that of the Jews. See, the central tenet of the Nazi story, the thing that answers the seeming contradiction between the Jews being simultaneously all-powerful and subhuman, was that the Jews and the Aryans were locked in a never-ending battle of domination over the earth that could only be won if the Jews were exterminated and their religion destroyed. It's not that the Jews
Okay.
were like, that's the thing. It's not that they were not. It's not that they didn't have power. The whole point was like, no, they're very powerful. They're just evil, and they must be eliminated. But this was not necessarily just so the Nazis could spend all their time as warrior farmers, because one of the little spoken of aspects of Nazism is that it was ultimately an apocalypse cult. They believed that another great cataclysm like the Great Flood was coming, and the reason why they had to sweep away all of their rivals for earthly supremacy was so the Aryans could survive to lead human evolution to the next level.
Again, the worst villains of history believe they are heroes. Himmler believed that putting all of this together was going to save the world.
The greater good. Always about the greater good. Interestingly, though.
But at that point, on to that level, I don't think he believed in that. I believed he was just like, once the Nazis are in power, we'll see. I feel like once we've achieved world domination, there's the ceiling. There is no ceiling. We could do whatever we want. You know.
Maybe. Interestingly, Himmler did not keep his historical fantasies to just Germanic origins. Just like it was portrayed in the movies, Heinrich Himmler really was obsessed with finding the Holy Grail.
It's still white people shit.
Yeah, he believed that the inevitable path to domination over Europe would lead to the acquisition of the Grail, and once found, it would be placed in a castle where it would be guarded by Himmler's modern medieval knights. These knights, of course, would be the men of the SS. Now, Himmler made a name for himself throughout 1925 in the Nazi Party by fundraising and organizing, but he also gave dozens of speeches at various regional Nazi headquarters across Germany.
God, how sad it must be to be a regional Nazi headquarter, like being out there in the middle, just being like,
I'm the leader of Heidelberg.
I'm the most evil man in Heidelberg. You know what I mean? Like, they're all having to deal with all these idiots. God.
Well, the topics of his speeches were, of course, all anti-Semitic. And
No way.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Himmler sort
like,
of became
no.
the guy who really didn't like the Jews. He's the guy that other Nazis would be like, all right, like, calm down a bit.
But
Like,
then, when you talk to him, you'd know, oh, you'll be on the list as well.
yeah. In speeches that were often over 2 hours long, Himmler would openly complain that if Germany had gassed more Jews during the Great War, then maybe Germany would be in a better position than they currently were. But judging from Himmler's speeches, top Nazi Joseph Goebbels took notice of the 26-year-old hate bug. Before long, Goebbels had made Himmler the Deputy Reich Propaganda Chief, writing, quote,
Himmler's a good fellow, very intelligent. I like him.
first time anyone had ever written that about Himmler.
And
I
who-
like him.
And guess who it was? Joseph Goebbels. That's who likes you. You know what I mean? Like, it's,
But then
it's all
again,
like,
you're Heinrich Himmler.
yeah,
so
exactly.
it's
It's just, like,
It's fucking 26.
26.
That
That's
makes
the,
me so crazy.
the and and he looks 45
Yeah.
when he's 26.
he didn't moisturize.
Oof.
No. But one thing that set Himmler apart
I mean,
from
that
other
does
Nazis
happen to
was that
people.
Himmler was
I
not
mean,
brought into Nazi
Again,
leadership
Migo doing the whole journey of what was I gonna do? Of doing dating apps and everything, of seeing people and everything that are seeing people that are close to my age or even like a couple of years younger than me, only like 3, 4, and like how old they look. I'm like, man. Like you already look like you're in your like 40s and you're only like 20 something. Oh, they were talking about, again, talking more stuff, Hitler, Heinrich Heimer. They just mentioned about how old he looks, like he's only 26 and he looks like he's already 40. So I mentioned my thing of like, yeah, I mentioned about like, going on dating apps and seeing people that are supposed to be like only like a few years younger than me or like a little bit older. And they're like, man, they look old. like again, to people that are like 26, 27, 25, and they look like they're in their 40s. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to do that.
Adolf Hitler's charisma like so many others. In fact, Himmler never spoke
It's not a
about
lot
Hitler
of people that
directly in
like
his
I
speeches,
see like when I'm
'cause
doing the
Himmler
whole
was playing a
swiping thing.
different game than most
It will
other
happen when I'm like,
Nazis. Many
man.
Germans have been swayed far more by Hitler's promise to return Germany to its former glory than they were by all the Jewish stuff. In fact, the race talk, that was sort of waved off. Much like that sort of thing is waved off today. Like fucking so what? Like, Hitler, he might say some stuff about the Jews that goes further than I might, but, you know, Hitler just, like, says stuff, you know? Like, he just says whatever comes to his mind. He's crazy like that. I love him for that.
And they're all, like, literally, and again, it sounds familiar in that way, where they're like, he's just fucking spouting off, and he's just saying, he's just trying to get attention. You know, he's just like, it's all just his personality. That's just him.
He's just playing to his base. I mean, the more important thing is that Hitler is going to give us jobs. He's going to take care of the farmers again.
I
And
mean,
also, aren't Jews kind of annoying anyway.
I don't know now, but like when I was younger, I guess because I hit puberty early, people thought I looked older than I was.
Are you calling Gilbert Gottfried annoying?
Himmler, by contrast.
Honestly, God help us, them if they had met Gilbert.
I think I do personally like I am 30 right now, and it's like I feel like I still look like early, like only 20. Like I feel like I haven't, like I look in the mirror and I'm like, I feel like I haven't aged at all, and it's been like 10 years.
We all know all the stories about Hitler bringing Jewish entertainers into the castles. And he was obsessed with Jewish singers and comedians, and he would play movies and Wizard of Oz and all that shit. It's always everybody's, again, hypocrites.
Yes. And is
Worst
there
crime.
anything worse?
Worst crime.
Yeah. Himmler, by contrast, he came to the Nazis with his beliefs fully formed. The Nazis were simply the ones who were saying in public what he'd already been saying in private for years. And Himmler saw in the Nazis, and therefore in Hitler, a path towards actually making his horrid dreams a reality.
The key is, remember, he's not here to make Hitler in charge. He wants to make Hitler in charge only because it's going to give him license to spread his hatred on everyone.
Yeah.
Gotta
Now,
wait
once
for the
Nazis
second
really
prestige.
started cooking in the mid-1920s, Himmler immediately saw how he could rise in the ranks. He would sit back and watch the other Nazis rip each other to shreds. And when one Nazi fell, Himmler would pick up
It's like
the
I hit
responsibilities
puberty
left
super
behind. He was
early,
sort of a
man.
power scavenger.
My
Himmler
boobs,
also
my
knew
boobs
that
were
leverage
coming
his
in like
confidence to get support
8
from
years
Hitler
old.
indirectly. By concerning himself with organizational matters, communication and propaganda, and endless reports, Himmler made sure that when people spoke about him to Hitler, it was only to say how amazing and capable Himmler was at everything he did.
It also shows that Hitler was like, it's more just him seeing all this paperwork and going like, oh, he's very busy. And it's like, he's just not, it's all of this, it's all.
Says one thing I love, it's a busy bee.
It's the truth. It's like, dude, I got my period when I was 9.
Like they're all like
Yeah.
lying to each other.
But the other side of Himmler's rise to power was
Super
that he
early.
knew how to set up the rules so that other people would be sure to break them. And when they did break them, he gained only further opportunities to gain influence. Once Himmler got a little more responsible and trust within the party, he put together a pamphlet which laid out guidelines for all Nazi administrators.
Not really a
This
shock.
was
I mean, they
basically the
started
beginning of
growing.
Himmler
So it's like I
practicing
just
today when
started
Nazis
wearing
were in
sports
power
bras.
and his view of
Or like
humanity
the
could be
training
forced upon
bras.
the whole of Germany. Keeping with the strict guidelines set out by his father when he was a child, Himmler wrote that failure to keep deadlines would result in a stern warning, and when necessary, these failures would be
It was so
reported
sad.
directly
Not sad, but like
to
my
Fuhrer.
Don't want me to tell Daddy, do you?
we have the local like soccer
sound like such a
league
big
where it's
deal,
like, oh, you
but remember
sign
that
your
the
kids up and
Nazis
they
were at
play
this
during the
point
summer, they get put on a team
basically
or
a
whatever.
bunch of dudes
My
in their
parents did
early
that for me.
mid-20s. That's a fact that is often
And my
forgotten by
siblings.
history.
And it's like I
Heinrich
literally
Himmler
like
himself was
grew
only
so fast, and I guess a
years
year or
old at
something
this
because
point.
of hitting
So he
puberty
knew
that I
placing
literally had to be
extreme importance on
moved up
deadlines was gonna get a lot of Nazis in trouble with
a higher grade or
Hitler,
whatever.
ironically, was himself
Um,
famously lazy.
I don't think
in
it's
the
ironic. I
sports
think it's
league,
built in. I think it's the idea
in
that
the
he
soccer
can.
league or whatever, because I couldn't
he's
play. Like I was too
So you
big
can
compared
use
to
it.
kids
The
my own
rest of them
age.
can't. The rest of them, God forbid, they're lazy.
Yeah. And Himmler does have resting tattletale face.
He does. Well, then again, Himmler was working when Hitler wasn't working.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Himmler knew. And I like the idea of
Hitler
power.
was never working.
You never. And I love the concept of power scavenger.
Yeah.
Because it's a
Can you
corporate-
play? No, that's
If you know
it.
these guys-
Well, it's how fascism works.
Why do you think we
I
have
was
David
hoping there
Zaslav,
was
who's never
more.
made a fucking movie,
No.
in charge of one of the most important show business pillars right now, right? Economics.
That's all of the
But
content.
he's good at all the
No.
other dumb shit except for making movies.
Yeah.
And so someone likes that. There's somebody they understood at some point. Oh, we're sitting here all day making movies when we should be making.
That's probably
money,
why there's
and
no
this is-
blessings.
That's how you find yourself in a corporate idiot running everything.
Is it
This guy
free?
just great. He's great at the corporate edge, and that's exactly how the Nazis are gonna make it to the top.
Yep.
All I know is someone who's got a Kickstarter for their movie shouldn't be talking shit about David Zaslav.
UFO.movie. Honestly, if you can check it out, I just got. I'm going to Marvel.
I mean, it's on sale. It's a big sale.
But within this pamphlet, Himmler also began giving explicit instructions on how Nazis could purposefully target Jews. He wrote that it was a Nazi's duty to document all relevant information about any Jew that a Nazi might come upon.
I don't like the look of
Information
it.
like ages, jobs, and addresses. Any person who refused to work with the
I'm-
Nazis
I'm
or
literally on the
was to be
Steam
fined,
page and I'm
imprisoned,
looking at
or
it and I'm
when
like,
deemed
I don't like
necessary,
it.
Killed. This was all before the Nazis had any actual governmental power at all.
Nope,
Because at this
don't
point,
like it.
the Nazis were more like a street gang. They're more like they're something like the Proud Boys than they were an actual political party.
So they're actually killing people at this point?
Very much so. Yes, they've been killing people since the 20s, or since the early
guess the
20s.
Bush.
At that, but even before that, they had killed a couple hundred people. Like they're just street gang. Like they are
Killers.
an extraordinarily violent street gang.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they actually killed enough people where I think I mentioned it last episode. It was a plot line in Downton Abbey where one of the girls' boyfriends goes to Germany and he is killed in 1924 by this horrid man, Adolf Hitler. I believe it's his name. Oh, I don't think that's the last we'll be hearing of him.
I hate that fucking shit. That shit makes me so angry.
I love it so much.
I hate the
You're not
fucking
going to
show.
go see the wedding one in the theater?
I love it.
No.
So much.
I'm gonna make it a red wedding.
Perhaps because the Nazis gave Heinrich Himmler a bit of street cred, he was, in 1927, finally able to convince a woman to marry him.
Wow. Yeah. Because
surprising.
She's like, honey, you need to get a job.
Something
Himmler's
about it
bride was a
doesn't
large,
appeal.
humorless,
Too complicated.
divorced woman with a noticeable
Too
facial
complicated
head,
looking.
8 years older than
Something's
Himmler,
not getting me. I don't
named
like it.
Marga.
Handsome name.
Yeah. I don't get the full name of Margaret because I was already so big.
As far as we know, Marga was the first woman to ever take a serious interest in Heinrich Himmler, who had little, if any, sexual experience. He may not have even kissed a woman before Marga.
No, I honestly don't think. Yeah, I don't think he did.
Yeah, Himmler was the soul of prudishness, and Marga was a domineering woman who did all the seducing for him.
Show me your
Ooh.
Now make pickle big. Oh, I show you how to make pickle big. Oh, yo. Now put the milk in my craft. Put the milk in me, you little bitch.
What?
Okay. Put the fucking evil milk filled with your little squids in my fucking cleft.
What?
Very, very dirty. Fuck my horse. Fuck my horse.
What?
With the little lips.
Yeah, which he thought were very nice. He loved
Honestly,
little lips. He loved
that's art.
thin lips.
Yeah, teeth just keep hurting you.
According to Himmler's diaries, he was terrified to take Marga home to his father, writing that he would rather clear a hall of 1,000 communists single-handedly rather than try to get approval for a marriage to an older Protestant divorcee. But in the end, Professor Himmler said, fine, whatever, because Heinrich and Marga seemed to be a good match.
He's just like, get him out of my fucking house.
Oh, he's out by this
just like,
point.
just do whatever you want. I'm fucking
It's like gods.
Both,
please have
It's like, I don't care.
Fuck my son.
both of them worshipped efficiency, thrift, and rigorous neatness. And Marga would call Himmler her, quote, naughty darling.
Oh, man. She also called him Heine.
Yeah.
Heine is just the Jewish name for ass.
Heine. Heine, oh my naughty little darling.
Well, she also, she was just barely a human being.
Yeah, well, she was the owner of a homeopathic health clinic.
Yeah,
which
very
shows,
Volkish.
Which shows you.
I don't know,
Volkish, but,
something
it
like-
touches the whole natural healing phenomenon touches tips with fascism quite a bit.
Always.
Always.
We've discovered, that's
It
why I learned-
always has.
It's so
I don't like
funny,
seeing
so
combat.
Yeah.
I saw like the little window pops up and they do the fighting. Like I don't care. I mean, I don't like it.
I'm just saying, when someone's really into crystals, there is a better than not chance that they might be a Nazi.
It's weird.
Like it's weird, but it happens.
It's always about if they have crystals and a bra, they might be a Nazi. I view it that way.
Yeah. Well, Heinrich and Marga were married in July of 1928, and shortly after took out a mortgage on a small chicken farm outside of Munich, where they kept 50 chickens and grew produce. The next year, Marga gave birth to their only child, a daughter named Gudrun. And true to Hitler's nerd nature, his daughter Gudrun was named after the wife of the Germanic folk hero Siegfried. It's like the modern equivalent. Like if you named your daughter like Katniss or Hermione today, it's the same fucking thing.
Oh God.
Himmler deep in Funko. He would love Funko Pops.
But to show you that all these dudes hung out, I've got to drive to Dragon Con.
There is a limited edition female Silver Surfer from Fantastic Four First Death. There's only available there. I must acquire my Doctor Who Funko Pop, or there will be vengeance.
He was kind of like his own Funko Pop.
Yeah, he was.
Tiny, big-headed piece of shit.
Thank you.
But to show you that all these dudes hung out together and formed their own little world bit by bit, the man who delivered Gudrun Himmler was one of the great villains of Nazi Germany, Dr. Victor Brack. About a decade after delivering Himmler's daughter, Dr. Brack would lead Himmler's euthanasia program. Acting
Oh, nice. Keep it in the family.
The youth in East Asia.
You know, like, you know who'd be
I'll
great
look
for
into
this?
some
Remember if they
gameplay.
delivered Gudrun?
Yeah, he would be great at annihilating the Jewish race.
Well, actually, Brack was in charge of Action T4, in which the Nazis murdered 300,000 people with disabilities and supposed mental illness. In essence, Dr. Brack oversaw the dry run for the Holocaust. Like, the Action T4 was like, let's try this out, see what people think of it.
Just so you know, in the industry, we call it, it's Tech Week, but we call it Hell Week.
And actually, that was a good run.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good run. Good run.
It's a lot. He is just a Jew.
Now, when Gudrun was born in 1928, the Nazis had made some slight gains in Germany's parliament, known as the Reichstag. They held 12 seats, just 2% of the vote, and Hitler had no official standing. In other words, they were not popular, and it seemed like the Nazis might peter out.
I think that's what people thought in general.
That's 100% what most people thought.
They're like, okay, these, he had a moment.
Yeah, those are the
Yeah,
only
But as
blessings.
we mentioned last episode, the Great Depression swept through Germany in 1929 and erased any economic gains the Weimar Republic had made since the years of hyperinflation. Hitler and the Nazis therefore leveraged the economic turmoil into massive support amongst people who were looking for simple and comforting answers to complicated questions. As such, the Nazis took 107 seats in the next election, giving them 18% of the vote. This made them the second largest party in the Reichstag, although Hitler still held no official position. While Hitler had no power in government, he was still making moves within the Nazi party to prepare for the day when he
Good
did
job,
seize
yeah.
power. In 1929, Adolf Hitler made the fateful decision to appoint Heinrich Himmler as the sole commander of the entire SS.
So, how did Hitler fit in if he had no position? Was he just like a mouthpiece?
Yeah.
You'll
like
see.
a Tucker Carlson
He's
type
the-
of deal?
No, he's just the guy. He's the guy behind the guy. He's the guy that's telling you, "Hey, we're here. We're getting there. We're going to take you where you need to go. vote my people into power.
Well,
I need to get there eventually, but vote my people into power.
You put this correctly last time. It kind of feels like he's like LeBron James of the Nazi party. All these other guys, they're waiting because they know he's not going to be some little guy. He's the team captain.
Yeah, you don't, like, that's the thing. You don't put him as like a Reichstag member. He's too big for that.
Yeah.
He's too important for that.
Yeah, they're aiming for him to be chancellor, which is their version of the prime minister.
And it's more Jordan because of the tiny mustache.
Yes. Well, that's after the fact. That's what they really. That was that Hanes commercial where he
was trying stuff out, and
If there was one man that is allowed to take back the Hitler mustache, it is the true goddamn American Michael Jordan.
He tried.
He's allowed to try.
He tried, and he failed.
Yes, but he's allowed to try. And he took that first.
Rise from your grave.
It's come to our attention here at Snapple that drinks these
Ooh,
days
ad.
are supposed to have
Okay,
a
good
job.
opportunity. I need to bring my
Probiotics for your
plate
gut,
downstairs.
Prebiotics for your pre-gut,
I'll be right back.
adaptogens, and even sea moss, which sounds like something you scrape off a rock, but might be the secret to immortality? The thing is, when you've been around as long as Snapple has, you know the most important job a drink can have is tasting good. Like Snapple Apple or peach tea, because flavor's kind of our thing. Refreshing, right? Snapple. Real tea, real juice.
With snaps is really refreshing.
You know what's really hard about keeping a bowel movement during all this is starting to realize like how many times I really shit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you write that down in your log, the one you just took?
I looked at it.
Oh, it's funny that it is a log.
Yeah.
It's a log.
Log.
I looked at it. I noted it.
Nice.
It was
Do you take pictures?
solid. No, not yet. It was solid. It had frayed edges. I would say it was more towards a ceramic tan.
Yeah, in the days of the camera, like the camera phone, isn't it far easier to just take a picture of it and send and text it to your doctor than it is to describe it with words?
It seems that this woman doesn't want
Pictures
that.
of your feces.
Yeah, it seems that she'd prefer my attempt at explaining them. I am going to start taking pictures. So like when we have the one-on-one, I can show them.
Maybe the problem is that she would get so many pictures of feces that she would lose track of whose was whose.
Who's whose?
So you should probably start writing your name down and the
Next to
date
it, yeah.
and taking a picture of that.
Or let's put a little clown face at the edge of your toilet so she knows who's
So
who.
you know it's you, yeah.
Have Henry.
Back to Himmler. Now, even though Adolf Hitler was famously lazy and spent much of his time when he did finally get into office reading right-wing newspapers instead of listening to briefings or actually governing,
God, who does it? Just so fucking.
he did have a knack for placing people where they could operate at maximum efficiency, which fortunately is not a skill that the current administration has.
He really was, unfortunately, super good at delegating authority.
He was.
Yeah, it's like a Chili's manager.
Yes. Yes, especially like the one in Toledo by the 145. That's a high volume.
See, Hitler recognized Himmler's incredible administrative skills, his perfectionism, and his self-discipline.
Yeah, he's willing to do all the fucking shit work that nobody else wants to do.
But more importantly, Hitler recognized Himmler's military ambitions. And since Himmler had so desperately wanted to play army his whole life, Hitler figured that Himmler was the right guy to turn around the SS.
Ooh.
See, at the time, the SS was sort of a disappointing
Dude, I went to pee
younger brother
also.
of the SA, the Stormtroopers.
My pee was so
the SA,
warm.
they've been causing havoc all over
It was hot.
Germany. They were doing fucking great.
Oh, yeah.
At least when it came to, the Nazis.
But they were like scruffy and like.
There was like tens of thousands of them, and they were very, very dangerous.
But the vibe was distinctly one way.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Well,
it
it's
was
street
like
gang vibe.
Street gang, young guys, high energy, lots of violence, but largely like they were sort of like kids. Like they kind of feel like droogies. They reminded me of like Clockwork Orange, where they're running around doing chaos for chaos' sake.
Less drugs, though.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. And the SA were starting to become completely out of control. People were starting to complain, like, you created this monster, you need to get a handle on this shit,
And
Mr.
they're all
Hitler.
like, oh,
Well-
the thing is, I don't really get a handle on things unless I'm killing it in a mass state.
So Himmler's 26 at this point, or like 30 maybe.
He's about, we're at 1930 now.
Is Hitler the same age?
No, Hitler's a few years older.
Okay.
Yeah, Hitler,
He's from senior class.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know exactly how old Hitler is at this point. I think he's maybe like 5-6 years older.
Okay.
But yeah, Hitler died in his 50s, so he really wasn't that old either.
He didn't look good, buddy.
Well,
He didn't look good at all.
He's gonna run one of his other games.
He was 41
Right.
at 1930.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Oh,
the
this
SA
one's
had been
in this
causing
one
so
menu.
much
Good.
havoc, Hitler called up the corpulent, openly gay World War I veteran known as Ernst Röhm. Röhm had actually been absent from Germany for the previous 6 years, which is kind of how the SA had gotten out of hand, because he'd been spending his time as an advisor to the Bolivian military in South America. And you'd think there'd be like a massive story there. There ain't. Like, he just hung out in South America for 6 years, kind of doing stuff, kind of not, had very little impact on the affairs of South America.
But it does seem like it's a little eerie in the fact that they all went to South America. So there must have been like not anything, but there must have been like that idea at some point must have at least been like tacked on a wall somewhere in a Nazi idea of like retire to Bolivia. Like,
Yeah, it was just like, it just started with one guy's like, you remember Ernst? Like, and before we killed him, you remember he said Bolivia was really nice.
He said it was like very cool for us.
It's so great. So it's
Very cool for us. And the pork was unbelievable, honestly.
Well, when Adolf Hitler called Röhm and asked him to return to Germany to run the SA once again in 1930, Röhm came running. Now, Himmler knew that as soon as he was put in charge of the SS, that he was going to have to break
also,
away.
please, prancing.
But Himmler knew that as soon as he was put in charge of the SS, that he was going to have to break away from the SA eventually. At this point, the SS was a part of the SA, which meant that Himmler was beholden to Ernst Röhm. Himmler, of course, saw Röhm as a filthy degenerate due to his homosexuality. Himmler believed that he could transform the disappointing SS into the pride of the Nazi Party, so he imposed his own brand of discipline and order onto the group while also passing down his techniques for gaining power. See, Himmler thrived on information, so he instructed the SS to gather information not just on prominent Jews, but on the leaders of rival political movements, in addition to well-known Freemasons, because Himmler was nothing if not a conspiracy theorist.
Well, Freemasons, so remember we talked a little about it last time, it's the same groups of people that these secret society places became hubs of international espionage. So he viewed that as, because he knew it was going on inside of the Tula Society. It's like, so he just, again, like all Nazis, they commit crimes against people committing their same crimes.
Indeed. But once Himmler was fully given the SS, he lost all enthusiasm for his wife Marga and their chicken farm, which was failing just as badly as every other agricultural pursuit Himmler had ever attempted.
Where's my husband? All I have is all these feathers.
Imagine going to school for agriculture and then you just awful.
Honey, your neck is getting very big.
Shrines of Wrath, as it's called, made by the same person.
I'm sick of it talking.
See, Himmler had been appointed a spot in the Reichstag, a position that paid far better than chicken farming. Himmler was the type of guy that you put in the Reichstag. You don't put Hitler in the Reichstag. So Himmler, therefore, all but abandoned his family and his farm to devote himself fully to remaking his section of the Nazi Party in his own image.
Ew.
Yeah, right?
Oh, ew. We don't want that.
What an image.
Now, with the SS, Himmler could truly bring his fantasies to life. As opposed to the street gang vibe of Ernst Röhm's SA, Himmler saw the SS as an elite band of warriors who would eventually become Hitler's Knights at Arms. Following this line of gallantry, Himmler demanded that every SS leader follow and enforce Himmler's brand of strict discipline. SS men could not drink alcohol, they were required to get plenty of sleep, drink plenty of water, and their clothes were required to be clean and properly ironed at all times.
I do believe there's a little bit of this, that we've seen this new kind of, this sentiment I keep coming about, of this idea of like, civilized ways of doing things.
Yes.
And this is a civil way of doing things. We're doing these things right, proper way of doing things. And it's, you could see that that's what he did with the SS, where he started to understand, being like, we will make them a fearsome group of serial killers. They will be very neat, so that people will at first think they're official and they're real.
Yeah, they'll look up to them.
They'll look up to them.
Well, in other words, Himmler demanded that everyone beneath him be as exact, scrupulous, and pedantic as he was in all respects. This meant that Himmler's great obsession was the elevation of his men, so he had little to do with the day-to-day strategy of the Nazi Party. He wasn't in the meetings with Hitler and Göring and Goebbels. To build out the ranks of the SS, the most Nazi of the Nazis, Himmler purposefully sought out disaffected middle and upper middle-class young men like himself, as well as the sons of former nobility. These were the men who had a specific nut against the Weimar Republic and the communists, and bonus points were awarded to those who had formerly served other paramilitary organizations or had served in World War I, unlike him.
Because you know it's nice. Don't got to train them.
Nope. And they can actually tell you what should be done.
Yes.
And then you can make it seem like it's your idea.
Because that's what Himmler was doing, because he had no idea what he was fucking doing.
Well, I mean, he'd gone through officer training school. He knew everything from an
It's just
academic
like he went to
perspective.
officer training school
Again,
and
it's also
complained
an
to his
example of
mom.
Somebody that is still largely, he's not a professional soldier.
No.
He's not an amateur, and then he's an amateur.
He is.
And he is put in charge of an extremely important part of the government.
Yeah.
He's a super fan.
Yeah,
Yes.
he is a super fan. But at this point, like, he's not in charge of. He's just like the SS is still not a part of the government.
No,
They're
yeah, it's just its own crew.
There's still a bunch of guys. Now, a somewhat underrated aspect of the SS in terms of importance is their now infamous uniforms, which, contrary to popular belief, were not designed by Hugo Boss. What? They were manufactured by Hugo Boss.
The seamstresses worked at Hugo Boss.
no, Hugo Boss did make that. They took the contracts to make the SS uniforms.
Okay, so I can still be mad at them.
Sure, yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the designer of the uniforms was none other than Heinrich Himmler.
Yeah, you know
Oh.
what's nice about that guy? What a multi-talent.
Well, to further separate the SS
Is
from the
it?
SA,
It was for
Himmler
most of the
designed
day.
a
It was
uniform
surprising,
consisting
raining
of a brown
all
shirt,
day,
an
but then
SS
it's actually
armband
like
showcasing
around
the
afternoon.
goofy
It's
double
like the
lightning
clouds
bolt,
cleared
a
and it got
black
blue
tie,
sky.
Black pants, black shoes, and a black belt. See, Himmler actually knew the power of branding, and especially the power of conformity. And he became so obsessed with the SS uniform that one could be dismissed from the SS or even the Nazi Party itself for wearing the uniform outside of Himmler's exacting standards.
This has a psychological effect as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like
No.
this idea of making these rules that you almost can barely follow. It's a way to it keeps you on the line,
Well,
right? It's the same with all the other stuff. It makes you feel like you are a part of an elite group.
Yeah, and but it's also the idea of knowing, like, I gave you all this, I put you in this position, and I can take it away for the tiniest reason. So
Yes.
be on your fucking toes. Now, once Himmler got the look under control, he began implementing his foul racial theories by crafting policies within the SS itself in anticipation of one day implementing these rules worldwide. In 1931, Himmler formed the Race and Settlement Office. In German, that's called Reichssicherheitshauptamt. But we'll call it Russia.
Oh, I thought they were against them.
Well, Russia developed a racial grading system that weeded out men who would not serve Himmler's vision of the SS or his vision of Germany's future, because remember, they're one and the same. By investigating the physical characteristics of each applicant and grading them on a 5-point scale from pure Nordic to suspected non-European blood components, Himmler whittled down applicants to construct a group of perfect physical Nazis. Amongst the most sought-after characteristics were long heads, narrow faces, flat foreheads, angular chins, thin lips, tall, slender bodies, blue eyes, and fair hair.
Whatever, man.
So I mean, I've got
Some of
4
them.
out of 6, 4 out of 8 there.
That's just because you're mostly British, but
Yeah.
your hair and honestly your eyes.
Well, I got the angular chin. I got the thin lips.
thin
I got the
lips.
slender body, tall, slender body.
Yeah, it's
Nope,
still-
not blue eyes, kind of.
I don't know. If I was Himmler, I still might just shoot you in the head. I'm not certain. I gotta think about this.
Think about it.
Hey,
think about
hey,
it.
let me think
Think
about
about it. Yeah, get back to me.
But didn't they need everybody?
No.
Well, that's the thing. This is the SS, and that's actually a really important thing to remember, and that's a really important distinction. This is not the army. Like that. This is the elite group of Nazis within the Nazis itself. This is the most Nazi of Nazis.
And this is before they became the Nazis that ran Germany. This is the beginnings of all of this.
It's like they're Marines? I'm just
No.
trying to equate it to something I understand.
Dude, it's like their royal guard. It's like the Pope's guard, like the Swiss guard.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like that, but for Hitler, and then he's going to turn them, but he's going to expand it.
Yeah, because right now these are supposed to be Hitler's guards. They're knights. Like
Okay.
that. These are, think of them as knights. Like,
Okay.
you have a king, and the king has his knights. The SS are supposed to be the knights. That's how Himmler sees them, at least.
But then his goal probably is to turn the SS into the actual government.
Yeah. Well, once inspected and deemed worthy, Himmler would keep a so-called stud record of the SS officer, proving that the man had what it took to breed Germany into Aryan superiority.
Yeah, they were obsessed with babies.
Yeah. But the great irony here is that everyone who worked at Russia knew that Heinrich Himmler himself did not in any way qualify as pure-blooded Nordic. In contrast to the ideal, Himmler had a small, pigeon-chested body, a round face, sallow skin, dark hair, and a receding chin, which were all signs of so-called non-European blood. After the war, one Russia examiner finally let his frustrations fly by openly saying that Himmler was, quote, an unassimilated half-breed. Unfit.
Them's fighting words.
Oh.
Unfit to be even a member of the organization that Adolf Hitler, another obvious non-Aryan, had actually put him in charge of. But while Himmler was still alive, no one dared say anything about this to his face, save for one man. Dr. Werner Best, eventual organizer of the Einsatzgruppen and the creator of the Jewish registry in Germany. He did actually confront Himmler about his non-Nordic appearance. Himmler, however, was completely unfazed. He already knew he didn't fit the mold, but he had an answer all ready to go. While he didn't have an Aryan body, Himmler said, he did have, quote,
A Nordic brain.
yeah, his brain was Nordic.
See?
You can't check that. Fuck you.
It's like a lot of people. A lot of people assume just by looking at me, I'm white.
So what is your brain?
No, I'm Polish. Well, my brain's white. But my body's Polish.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
Yeah,
I
you see,
gotcha.
like that's the thing. Again, I'd be in a concentration camp.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, they would.
No.
Simply just because I'm too great.
No, because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. That's why, not because you're Polish.
I mean, they would have been happy about it.
The only person who in my
You would have been
family-
higher on the list than me.
Yeah.
So half my family
Eat the
is Jewish,
candy
half my
tonight.
family is
Oh,
Catholic, and the
oh,
only
you just made me
person
think
in
about
my
it. It's like,
family
oh,
that went to a concentration
Halloween's gonna be
camp
ending. That
was
means
Polish
candy's gonna
Catholic.
be on sale at the
Wow.
store.
What for?
Yeah.
She was hiding Jews.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well.
Get
I
some
thought-
Snickers.
I was really afraid you're going to be like, she was catering.
She worked there.
She cleaned on like Mondays and Fridays.
No, that's my dad's that's an old dad joke. It's been like his grandfather died in Auschwitz. Yeah, he fell off one of the gun towers.
Yeah. Now, Himmler wormed his way into the lives of the men of the SS in far more ways than just examining their physical characteristics. In an attempt to control every aspect of their lives, Himmler decreed that the potential wives of any SS officer had to also undergo racial screenings and medical
No, no one at all.
Incredibly, these women, who today would be put into the trad wife category, they were fully willing to submit to these tests, because Nazism had, by this point, begun to move from the lonely loser space into mainstream German society. That's when you really have to watch out, when the ladies are starting to say, okay, I'll do it too.
Well, they're also, remember, because they're white ladies and they're getting the same privileges. And they also know this is actually kind of in the, for me, it's in the function of why people have sex with serial killers, like why they are attracted to that style of thing, is that a lot of these ladies are starting to see the very cynical writing on the wall of, oh, I better catch some gunk for some Nazis because that's going to keep me fed in a really nice lifestyle. My life won't change. Like nothing about my life will change. I actually maybe will live like a normal life in this world.
Yeah, there's certainly some of that, but
Sure,
you
but
really...
also just pure hate.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't discount the fact that there are also plenty of women who are just filled with hate, just as much as men are.
Oh, they're responsible, man. There's a bunch of them. You ladies, you guys got it.
Yeah.
You
Ooh.
guys know what's going on.
So before this, they all looked like Marga, but then they started looking a little better.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the SS ones specifically.
Yeah, because the SS guys were supposed to be handsome, so they're getting more.
I'm,
handsome
okay, enjoy your
ladies as well.
This is the
sleepsy.
beginning of also like their views on like this is like a vaguely like eugenics like programs.
It's not vaguely. It's 100.
Oh, yeah.
It is 100% inspired by eugenics. Like the eugenics, because eugenics, that's an American creation.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh yeah, they were
Oh, yeah.
inspired by that.
Yeah, eugenics is American creation. It was created here. It was developed here. And the Nazis, Himmler and Hitler both loved eugenics. They thought it was
loved it.
incredible. Yeah, Hitler was actually kind of surprised. He always expected America to like come around. He's like, they'll get into it eventually. Like, come on, like, I mean, the Manifest Destiny, love that. Based my entire Lebensraum on that. That's awesome. Eugenics, they're super into that. I'm super into that.
Well, to be honest, that's what once we get later on in the series, we'll talk about that. But
It's like, you never know I'm live, Vettel.
like hitches in all this is that these guys really do believe on some level that when we get the Third Reich up and running, the rest of the world is going to be into it.
Yeah.
Like there is like this kind of almost thought of like once we get it all set, the rest of the world's going to be like, okay.
Yeah, that looks cool. I want that.
Yeah.
We fucked up by not.
Yeah, that's your own fault.
And it just turned out that like what's really probably good to hear is that a lot of these ideas aren't super popular across the world, and eventually you're gonna end up in a trench covered in gasoline on fire.
Concerning, Himmler's search for the perfect Aryan bride, if any fault was found in a potential wife for an SS member, Himmler had the power to deem the woman unsuitable for marriage. And if Himmler thought the woman was offensively unsuitable, he reserved the right to kick the man who brought her out of the SS altogether for even suggesting her as a potential mate. But once the woman was deemed suitable, Himmler would put her through so-called bride schools of his own design. These taught future SS wives the principles of both tradwifery and the principles that needed to be taught to their children to ensure that they were brought up in the proper Nazi fashion.
Because the Nazis were very invested in children.
Very much so. Yeah, well, I mean...
They had to have 4.
Yeah.
That was the rule, right?
Yeah. And eventually it got to be where children in Nazi Germany were the most terrifying people of all.
Watch the white ribbon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, because the children were the ones who were telling on their parents. They were completely out of control, and parents everywhere in Germany were absolutely terrified of what was going to happen.
Oh yeah, because kids they'll tell the truth and everything. They'll see their parents doing something wrong and be like, "No, my mom's doing
Every
this."
SS man had to be extremely disciplined in every way, because Himmler believed that it was that discipline that made them good Aryan examples for the German.
Do you have a job?
Good excuse for him not
Fennel?
to fuck his own wife.
I mean,
no. You see, the rules. It's the rules.
a real man only has sex once a month.
Yeah, and I made the rules. Yes, I made the rules, but this.
Do you have a job?
I can't have sex with you, Marga.
He just.
With that neck.
Do you think that was Marga or was him?
Nope, get a job.
Sometimes I really wonder how much.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, it's like, get a job. That'll help you get onto a better sleep schedule.
Measuring their bodies and taking pictures of their naked bodies and making sure they're fucking right and eating right. And all he's doing is watching these big alpha Germans that are taller than him, wider than him, stronger than him, and he's getting to like lord over them and like, look at their piss and shit.
It's an interesting theory. It's possible. But I think that, honestly, I
Have you
think
talked to
Himmler was asexual.
a doctor about it?
I mean, he's a Nazi first.
Yes, he's a Nazi first.
And a lover third.
Yeah, I don't think Himmler...
Administrator second.
Yeah, I don't think Himmler really had... If he did have sexual feelings, he didn't like them, and he didn't really want them. Like, he didn't say... Like, sex to him was useless.
That's my
It was
dinner
a
time,
nuisance.
oof.
It's kind of like how I look at eating, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, it's a pain in the ass.
I get it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Honestly, no, I'm full bourgeois de vivre.
Now, what Himmler put the men of the SS through in order to be a part of his medieval night revival
You see,
society
it's like,
was
why
just the start.
you say, why
Essentially,
can't
what
you
Himmler
bring
was
yourself to
doing
do
with
it?
SS was merely a blueprint that he planned to use for all society. He and he alone would decide who the ideal human should be. And while he knew that the creation of that ideal human would cause suffering on an unimaginable scale, he believed that any sacrifice was justified in the pursuit of that goal. In incredibly short order, though, Himmler's obsessions would catch on first in the Nazi Party and then throughout Germany, to the point where if you wanted to be a part of society, you had no choice but to believe in or at least accept the same things that Heinrich Himmler believed.
It sounds like a silly term, but it's called Nazification.
Yeah.
And they say it a lot in historical context, and I did not know that actually really was that. And they talk about it. They talk about like the idea that, like the boiling frog allegory, like this idea that you don't really understand quite how fast it's going, and then everything becomes Nazified. The judges become like every single layer become infused with this fake thing everybody has to like walk through to like, you know, like all of the ritualistic behavior, all the Zigheiling and the things you have to do, and it keeps people like locked in.
And it just becomes a part of society. It's like, it wasn't Like, it wasn't necessarily illegal to not Zig Heil people.
Oh, but it was frowned upon.
Well, you would get the shit beat out of you. Like, you could be beaten half to death for not Zig Heiling someone.
And it probably get beat the shit to death by a lot of things.
Oh, many things. Yes, there's so many faux. Like, that's the thing. They created a whole new system of faux pas and a whole new system of things they could get pissed off about. Well, basically, Himmler was creating.
Yeah, that's true. It's like if that's
aristocracy
just
from the
how you're
peasantry,
living and
the
whatnot, then
aristocracy
it's
of
like
the
just
Third Reich.
yeah.
And it's a part of the egalitarian nature of the Nazis, which is very true. They understood a little bit about the class war stuff that Russia was talking about, and they understood that if we make this if we make this about the quote-unquote little people at the beginning.
The Volk.
Yes.
That was the whole point. Was the Volk? It's all about der Volk, the people. In the existing aristocracy of Germany, however, the wealthiest people in the country, they believed that they could use the Nazis for their own personal gain.
Oh.
Yeah, this same thing is happening with rich men today.
Ooh.
Like Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg changed his entire personality to better fit in with this administration.
There is no Mark Zuckerberg.
Grilling these meats.
Yeah, there is no Mark Zuckerberg. There is no Peter
Smoke these
Thiel.
meats.
Yeah, they're all. I'm starting to almost believe that they believe that. Do you know that that's the big thing with Peter Thiel right now, right? That he believes that AI is God. But he's saying this. He's saying it because he knows he's going to be in charge of it. So this is the new thing that they're doing is acquiring Christianity. It's this whole creating frameworks around Christian thought because they're reacting to our current government.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's all about molding to fit into the government, so you can get what you want. You can get your law pushed through. You can get your favors. You can get whatever you want.
And guess what? Peter Thiel and Mark Zuckerberg also think they're smarter than everybody else.
Yes.
And everybody's going to fall in line with whatever it is that they do.
But the problem with pretending to be a monster is that both the pretender and the believer end up in the exact same spot in the end. Yes, be careful of what you pretend to be. Now, while Himmler was constructing his racial hierarchy within the SS, he met what could essentially be described as mini Himmler in terms of brutality and cruelty. A man who doesn't quite reach the heights of the Mount Rushmore of evil, but certainly has an honorable mention. That man who joined the SS in 1931 was Reinhard Heydrich.
I got to say, he's alright. It's nice to see you, Mr. Himmler. I am a small version of you. He's so small. I have a peanut.
Isn't this the guy we were originally going to do the series about?
No.
Oscar Derlewanger.
Yeah,
Okay, all
yeah,
right.
that's where. Yeah, this started with Oscar Derlewanger and turned into Himmler.
Okay, cool. All right.
See, Reinhard Heydrich was damn near Himmler's physical idea of what a Nazi should be. Heydrich was tall and blonde-haired, with a model physique and piercing, hypnotic blue eyes.
God, Himmler just wants to be fucking ass full of it.
Heydrich, however, wasn't perfect. He also had very wide, very feminine hips. His voice was far too high for a man.
Oh.
And he spoke in a nervous staccato.
Men with big butts are weird.
I have a big butt.
No, but big butts.
Yeah,
got a bubble butt.
I got a bubble butt.
You have a
yeah.
nice butt. I'm
Yeah.
talking about big butts.
Yeah, big wide butts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like my big white ass.
Extremely sport. Yeah. But Reinhard Heydrich, he was alert, filled with nervous energy, hardworking, and above all, extremely intolerant to anyone who wasn't just like him. That's what you call a perfect Nazi.
I've got to say to you, Heydrich, I love your tolerance for intolerance.
Oh.
That's your attitude I like.
You not like me, but you like me.
Okay, I'm already annoyed by you. Now waggle your fat ass out of this room, please.
You like it when I
He has a big butt.
watch me go.
Ooh, shites and hiking, schniken. I want to put my strudel in that. Carl, fucking click, clock, clock.
Oh, I dropped me pencil.
I just dropped mine.
Ooh. Oh, I'm getting distracted by
Personality
this. It's like,
Heydrich
we're
was
almost
the
done with
perfect
it.
match for
Again,
Himmler's
as soon as
cunning,
we're done with
an
this podcast,
astute
I'm
and
going to Ed
calculating
stream.
Nazi who surrounded himself
It's
with
like, I
men
gotta get.
compensated for his
I'm
failings
still
while
here.
remaining
I just need to
subservient.
start getting ready for
But
bed.
the problem is, those constantly knocking things over with his big old butt.
That
That is like a thing that allows. It doesn't allow you to go to management.
See, Heydrich was the one who came up with the idea that the SS should have an intelligence service specifically to secretly investigate other members of the Nazi Party. Every member of the Nazi Party. And any Nazi whose ambitions didn't line up with Hitler's, Himmler's, or Heydrich's would be identified and eliminated at the proper time.
I will kick them out. We will get these bad Nazis, the bad Nazis for being not bad enough. I will kick them out. You, oh.
Mostly it came down to, like, do you believe that Adolf Hitler is the one and only Fuhrer?
Oh,
and if the answer was anything other than absolutely,
Or just the idea that any Jewish person could be saved.
yeah. But these sorts of ideas created a mutual respect between Himmler and Heydrich over the next 10 years. Until, of course, Heydrich was killed in 1942 while he was plotting to surpass Himmler and even Adolf Hitler himself.
And that's the
Open
key.
new bag of hay.
That's Himmler in a nutshell.
For the
Himmler
blonde
knows
ass.
that he also wants to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But a guy like Heydrich,
What does that
he
get
just
me?
doesn't do it right.
No.
Himmler knows you gotta very patient.
You gotta wait for just the right moment. And even when he had his moment, he was still stupid terrorist.
That's what happens when being a fucking Nazi apparently means that you're not super good at many things.
Yeah. But even though Heydrich was close to the Aryan ideal, many of the other men that Himmler chose as leaders in the SS weren't. Rather than enforce extreme strictness when choosing leaders, Himmler chose men who would be loyal to him, although that wasn't the main requirement. Perhaps even more important than loyalty was an inability to live in German society as it existed. Same problem that Heinrich Himmler had himself. See, many of the SS leaders had served in World War I, and they had not adjusted back to civilian life at all. And others were just dickheads, like Heinrich Himmler. Himmler, therefore, chose men who otherwise would not have been able to hold positions of real power, like, say, making a podcast host, the deputy director of the FBI. And it was the elevation that created the loyalty that Himmler needed so badly.
I also think it serves as a function when somebody doesn't know quite what they're doing and they're put in a really perilous situation that requires a lot of attention, and then you can get quite a lot out of that person.
Yeah, you can.
So you kill him?
Yeah.
Or until something bad happens.
Yeah, or they self-destruct.
Yeah.
Now, while it sounds like the SS was nobody's idea of a good or even tolerable time, Himmler's ideas were attractive to a lot of young Germans. See, when Himmler took control of the SS in 1929, he commanded only 280 men. By 1932, though, the SS numbered 30,000.
Fuck.
280 to 30,000 in 3 years, and this is entirely under Heinrich Himmler's control.
Hard worker.
And they had specialist departments, they had administration, training, discipline, intelligence.
Generation skill?
But even though Himmler was extremely important within the party itself, he somewhat operated outside of everyone else. Heinrich Himmler and Adolf Hitler never built an intimate relationship with each other, like, say, Hitler and Goebbels or Hitler and Göring. Those guys, they all stayed over at each other's houses. They had big Nazi slumber parties all the time.
Oh, that's so cute.
Very
Them, like,
cute.
doing makeup and playing, like, that dating game with the phone.
Yeah, who do you the mystery date? I'm the mystery date.
It's me. Yeah, let's go to the mall.
In the rainbow game?
I know that game thanks to Smosh. They played it on Smosh Games.
But Himmler was always sort of the cheese that stood alone. Instead, Himmler made connections with everyone around Hitler, which kept his name in good standing with the Fuhrer, and it kept Himmler out of Hitler's crosshairs when something went wrong. This also kept Himmler in the perfect position to scavenge power when a fellow Nazi fucked up.
And the perfect position to scavenge power for even if Hitler fucks up.
Yes.
Because then you're you're not right next to him when that man eventually goes down.
Well, Hitler's the ultimate carcass. Like, that's the big one that he's waiting for.
Oh.
As it turned out, Himmler had backed the right horse when he chose the Nazis, at least when it came to power. The party
Yeah, not when it comes to, like,
the ideas.
hanging out.
Yeah.
Creativity.
Yeah, the parties.
The Nazis did even better in the election of 1932, doubling their wins to 37.4% of the overall vote. And that doesn't sound like a whole lot in our two-party system.
That's more than what Trump fucking won with. It's like literally like the amount of people that abstained from the vote.
Yeah, but that was a massive show of support from the people in a parliamentary system like Germany's. As such, the day after those elections, both Rome's SA and Himmler's SS launched a series of bombings against Nazi opponents in the city of Königsberg. Several elected communist officials were straight up murdered, and socialist newspaper editors were injured in a campaign that had been masterminded by Heinrich Himmler himself. But within the government, Himmler was simultaneously working alongside Hitler and the German vice chancellor, a sniveling little
Ooh,
fucking weasel.
suddenly
He's one
very
of
windy.
History's great villains, Franz von Papen. But-
His lack
but-
of cowardice is
No,
like
it
his
is not-
lack of strength.
Yes.
is the exact reason why. And like this is the thing.
He's
It's what-
why Hitler got into power. He's the guy he is the man who opened the door for Hitler. Because together, these three men formulated a plan to fully integrate the Nazis into government. Even though Franz von Papen knew that the Nazis were dangerous, he just thought that he was smart.
Well, they also knew that the Nazis wouldn't be able to be the governmental body that they need to be, right? Because that's the other thing too, is that when the Nazis come together, like this is the type of thing where they have to build a coalition government. They have to build a government out. It's very complicated. So, and these guys don't have any administrative experience at all. And so these guys all think like, we're gonna ride these Nazis and then we're gonna ditch them.
Yeah.
Now, when they killed all these communists, did they just replace them with Nazis?
No, they just died. Everybody just died. It's all happening so fast.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen very, very fast. Now, von Papen was not the only conservative who believed he could use Hitler for his own purposes.
Everybody thought.
Everyone thought that they could use Hitler. See, after the Great Depression, the Nazis became the most popular conservative alternative to the Communist and Social Democratic parties, and the capitalist conservatives of Germany wanted to do anything to keep the left wing out. So, seeing how popular the Nazis were, and thinking that Hitler was sort of a useful idiot, the conservatives began machinations to install Hitler as Germany's chancellor, which was the highest position of power in Germany, right under the president. They think, all right, we get Hitler in there, we can ride this fucker until the wheels fall off, just so long as we don't get anybody in government that might actually, I don't know, tax us or like help people or anything like that. Now, fuck that.
Yeah.
We want to keep all of our money, put Hitler in. We can handle it.
Take a chancellor on Adolf Hitler.
Wow, you should have been there.
Yeah, when you're right, you're right.
Dude, they needed
Oh my
you then.
God.
Oh my God! If they had just let one Jew in, you would
Really?
have been the perfect one for Hitler. God, he needed you.
To the detriment of the entire world, those machinations became a reality in January of 1933, when Adolf Hitler, having never actually been elected to office, was appointed Chancellor of Germany under the elderly, barely cognizant president, Paul von Hindenburg.
Oh, that's what a great name,
Yes,
right?
I know.
But
Yeah.
also, I will say this is one of those things where we can't get into the nuts and bolts of how it happened. But just understand that they all negotiated a way to create a coalition government. They needed the Nazis to create a coalition conservative government, and it was involved all these guys negotiating. And one of the final negotiating point was like, okay, we just give him the chance. He was like a co-chancellor, right?
Yeah.
Isn't the thing? It was like him
Kinda,
and Van
sorta.
Papen, kind of. They were like, well, he's just in there nominally. He's
It's
not
very
really-
complicated,
Yeah.
but they didn't. But they did. The point is that they all thought that they could control him.
Yeah.
And von Hindenburg at this point, he's in his 80s. He's fucking barely there, and he's also very tired.
Yeah, and they're all telling him that the other parties are going to destroy the concept of the aristocracy, and they're going to pull these things, and he's like, I can't have that happen. And then he also was having problems with war outside of Germany, and they said, what if we give you the stormtroopers as German soldiers?
Yeah.
And so he was like, all right.
All
Now,
right.
once Hitler was made chancellor, his man Hermann Göring was immediately placed in charge of the police forces. Göring ordered about 35,000 SA and SS men to supplement the Nazi actions to come, and in short order, massive acts of violence and terror became the norm, where leftists were murdered by Nazis en masse. And then, in the midst of the chaos, came the Reichstag fire. On February 27, 1933, the German parliament, aka the Reichstag, was engulfed in flames, burning half the building down. The blame, conveniently, was placed on a Dutch communist named Marinus van der Lubbe. Now, Hitler immediately declared that the fire had been a communist conspiracy, where leftists had been working in tandem to destroy all of Germany. In reality, though, Marinus van der Lubbe was a half-witted bricklayer who simply had a passion for arson, and by all evidence and accounts, acted alone.
This is a big question I had that I actually didn't understand. I guess for a long time we keep saying this idea that the Reichstag
Yes.
fire was this inside job
In a way, this will be
It wasn't.
our model. She's called Silent Lamb.
It was spun.
On days when I'm
Well,
feeling down and
was
don't really
spun- it
feel
was
like
taken
talking or
advantage of.
whatever,
Yeah, well, I just
Lammy
didn't know.
will
It was like
take
one of those
over.
where I was like, I always assumed in my head that the Reichstag fire was an inside job, but now it just seems like he did just happen to set fire to the Reichstag, and then he's like, great.
Well, kind of, sort of. Like, I mean, yeah.
it's an idea I had from seeing from an
No,
artist's
I mean, I was about to say, I'm about to
design
tell you.
that they literally came up for like as an adoptable that someone could buy to use for whatever as a character or VTuber or whatever. And I saw it and I was like, oh, I was actually almost gonna buy it, but it's like I was too late. Someone else bought it.
But half the Reichstag was on fire within just 2 minutes. And expert witnesses testified that the fire was ignited by vast amounts of chemicals and gases.
Maybe it was maybe the shirt was made out of polyester.
Well, what actually happened was that days before, some
Oh,
Nazis
nothing.
had
You know, you've been to
overheard
streams
Lula
and
in a
stuff where
bar
it's like I just felt
bragging
shitty
that he was gonna set fire
for
to
like no
several public
reason.
buildings, and the
And it's like I
Reichstag
just
was next
like
in line. So, seizing the
just
opportunity,
played something
the
chill or
Nazis
whatever.
set
It's
the
for those
Reichstag on
streams.
fire themselves. Then they used Luba and by extension all communists as scapegoats. So it's both. Luba did start the fire, but the Nazis helped, and they made it bigger and far bigger and far larger than it was going to be if Luba would have done it on his own.
Oh, so they're kind of like the Great White.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just surprised that Nazis would lie.
Yeah, right? Now, the Reichstag fire was truly the beginning of the end for Germany. Hitler pressured the alien.
Oh, and then also the Hollow Knight model was the one I was using before I said, well, it was the one I was using while we were customizing this one, because the one you see, Lammy, is the customizable model. I thought I would use the Hollow Knight one first because it was the Halloween. It was like a Halloween outfit.
They're going to destroy us all. They're here to destroy the country. So you need to give me all of the power so I can protect you against the leftists. And the Nazis claimed that they had found documents, which those documents have never been seen. But the Nazis said that the communists were planning to burn down government buildings, museums, and mansions. Women and children were going to be executed, and the communists were not going to stop until every wealthy German was dead.
Well, thank God they stopped those communists.
Using President von Hindenburg's powers, Hitler suspended all constitutional civil liberties the day after the Reichstag fire, which meant that anyone could be arrested without trial. This was very good news for Heinrich Himmler and the brand new prison he'd just built outside of his hometown of Munich. History knows this pit of despair
Let me
as
just use the
the first concentration camp. And that's where we'll pick back up next week for part 3 of our series on Heinrich Himmler.
I got a question about the Dachau episode. Can I skip it?
No, buddy. You gotta check it out, buddy.
Yeah. The fun thing is that it's not even gonna be the worst one.
No.
Not even close.
Yeah, dude.
Cool.
That one was for actually Newark. What a fucking script, dude.
Thanks.
Really fucking good. We're really I think it's good history, and we're gonna go.
I hope so.
I'm also gonna tell you this right now. We're going farther than that other series that went a certain distance about Heinrich Himmler. We're going farther and longer. We're gonna be covering the entire life and crimes of Heinrich Himmler throughout the entire Reich, and we're gonna be covering his untimely death.
Whether you like it or not.
Oh, yeah. But this is important. And also, we're gonna keep having fun with it. And just go out there and the next time if you see anything like standing next to a Nazi flag or having a Nazi flag, throw something at them.
Yeah.
Patreon.com/lastpodcast.
Ooh.
Watch us do this live. Go and see us every Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific for Last Stream on the Left Live. You can join the chat. It's a lot of fun, and we have a lot of good times with engaging with
Oh,
Indeed.
This'll
And
draw.
Don't forget to check out all of our live shows. We got a shitload coming up, and we're about to
Ooh.
announce 2026. And we're coming to some really cool fights.
Okay.
Really fun.
It's
places
basically
next
the end
year.
of that.
Cleveland show is
I'm gonna keep playing this a little bit before bed, but I'm ending stream here. Kim, where have you been? It's the end of stream. I mean, I know where you were before, but Did I say hello? Okay, I'll wait a little bit. I'm still playing this. Oh, I don't have to. I was clicking multiple times. You just have to hold. Hello, how's it going, Kim? I'm alright, the same as usual. Nothing's changed, as there's nothing to do in the place I live as usual, and nothing going on in my life because I'm a loser. Oh, we could turn on the music. Oh god, it goes so low. Yeah, what's been happening? Ah, yay! Tell me about him. You're so lucky. It's like, how could you find people? How do you do that? I don't know how to do that. Also, there's no way to find people up here. I live in the woods. I just have to go to my backyard and there's woods. There's no one there except deer. And robins. Oysters? It's fucking perfect. Oh, you're so lucky. I'm happy for you. Probably am. Ah! So lucky! Oh! Oh, is that thing damaging the curse? Oh. Sweet and oh! Oh! So lucky. Best of all, oh, there's more? Boobs, oh, of course. You know, yeah, it's like for you, yes, of course, boobs. It's always nice to hear good things. I love hearing good news. Again, as nothing happens in my life. So. So it says this is a prototype. I wonder if I could actually finish it. Because it seems like we're only almost there. Amazing. Yay! Yeah, Kim just has to mail them to you from Germany. Oh, oops. I keep on moving my mouse. Boop, 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 do, 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 do. Do. Understandable. You just say it's like you're with someone, and that someone is also with someone. You goes on there. Well, right now is not the right term. It's more like the US is increasingly getting more sucky. More and more and more. Because it's always been. Yeah. More More clams. Keep on moving my mouse. What? Oh. Yeah, there's more! Yarg. Oh, so you got a normal person. Because it's like that is how someone should be in a regular relationship. That's how they mentally should be normally. So good. Huh? What? Yeah, the minimal requirements, yeah. Yay! Why? Like, jealous not in a silly way, right? Non-bad way, exactly. Good, that's what we wanted. Kind of just started it there because I wanted the music back. Well, he didn't know that information, Kim. Why can't I get this happiness? Why not? I mean, based on the stuff you went through, you deserve it, you know, so I could at least be happy that way. You know. Same for me, I just want it to be poly. I want a nice vanilla relationship, but just with at least, like, 3 people. If I'm lucky, 2. Every way possible. Yay! It's like you finally get to experience regular, normal love now. I'm petting my bunny. Pet the bunny, pet the bunny. Pet the bunny. Yay. Oh no. Anyway, now that I've heard your great news, touch starvation, oof. Now I can go to bed. I hate that the music goes off when you click off. Yeah, it's like true. That is so easy. It's like imagine going your literal whole life without feeling any kind of like intimate touch. Whether it be just like something simple as like cuddling or whatever. Imagine, yeah, I know. Away from you, true. Anyway. $1,000 years ago? Anyway, I need to end stream here. Ending stream here. Now. You might, yes. And remember, you still have me on Discord, hopefully, if you still have access to that account. Like, you keep on losing access to your Twitch accounts. So you're talking to me on Discord. Anyway. Outro time. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for chatting. I hope I see you next time. Almost forgot my own outro. Still got a Discord. Nice. Love you all. Bye. 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 Bye.